life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Depop, Tim Webb back at our KNBR headquarters in downtown San Francisco. I am live from the bunker here at Oracle Park where the Giants fall to the Kansas City Royals, losing 2 of 3. They lose this one 8-4 after Logan Webb puts together his worst start of the season. 6 hits allowed in the first 2 innings. He goes just 4 innings, giving up 10 hits, 6 runs, 3 of them earned, 5 strikeouts, and a walk, and gets run from the game after what was a tough inning with a couple of errors there that really put the game out of reach for the Giants. What's up, Depop? How we doing, bro?
Oh, I'm doing good. Oh, this is going to be a problem. All right, we good now, Tim? Maybe not. All right, this is going to be a problem today. I'm doing all right, besides the echo. How are you doing?
Good.
Copes, you there?
I'm here. I got you.
I was just asking, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm good. No, sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Tim was in my ear. No, I'm doing good. I'm fine. Beautiful day at the ballpark, except for Logan Webb's outing. I don't know. He maybe just didn't have it today. They were putting together some hard hits in early at-bats against him. 3 straight singles to start the game, put the Giants down 1-0, and then 3 consecutive strikeouts for Webb to get out of the inning, but then 3 more hits, including 2 more runs in the second inning. The third inning was okay, but he still gave up a couple of knocks there, and then the fourth inning, things really got out of control for him, and he gets run from the game. 3 runs allowed in that inning, and then Spencer Bivens puts together an inning in the fifth where he gives up a couple, but then gets out of the next couple of innings, and the bullpen was okay, I think, after that, but in general, Giants just had a tough time putting together enough hits in one inning to come back in this one. The ones that I think people are going to think about, the fly ball, I think it was in the fourth inning, the line out from Wilmer Flores with the bases loaded, a nice sliding catch in center field. Also a hit there, or in his later at bat, a diving catch in right field by Massey that stopped the Giants from keeping a rally going. So all in all, they hit the ball okay today, but 16 hits, that's always going to be tough to come back from.
No, definitely, and now they have more pitching issues as Justin Verlander goes to the IL. So what he thought, or what the Giants thought wasn't that big of a deal, will be that big of a deal. So we'll see if they have Kyle Harrison start on Saturday, if they bring up Carson Whizenhunt. And John Shea joined the Gregs today and basically said that he's talked to Kyle Harrison and he really wants to start. We'll see if they bring up Carson Whizenhunt here, but. I mean, you know, it's one outing for Logan Webb, nothing to get overly alarmed about, but not good, and we'll see if they rebound against Washington.
Not anticipating Whizenhunt getting the start. I mean, not that he hasn't earned it to this point. He's been fantastic. Was PCL Pitcher of the Month. PCL. Yeah, I think it's a PCL Pitcher of the Week, where he put together 2 starts, 14 innings, 14 strikeouts, no runs, no walks in the last week. He's been fantastic. Has a whip of just 1 down in AAA and an ERA of a flat 3. He's been really sharp in terms of the strikeouts relative to walks so far this season. My feeling is my first thought was yours, was would they bring up Whizenhunt? We were just talking about him, whether or not that would be a move that they make to put him on the 40-man. My initial thought is they'd probably just go with somebody else out of the bullpen that they could put there, whether that's a right-hander or not. I mean, I could see them bringing up somebody like Sean Jelly, throwing him in the bullpen since he's on the 40-man. I'm not sure what his numbers look like or what his health looks like down in Sacramento, but he would be an obvious choice for me. If they wanted to put somebody else on, Joey Lucchesi was with him in camp, a lefty. He's still throwing the ball pretty well down in Sacramento. Has been pretty damn good for the River Cats, actually. So it just really depends on what they want to do. If they want to create a 40-man roster spot or move somebody onto the 40-man, I could see it being Whizenhunt, I guess. But it seems to me like the simpler thing would be have Kyle Harrison take the next couple of starts. He's already been starting. You can stretch him out a bit and then call up somebody like Sean Jelly, and you can keep Harrison pretty much on that normal rest based on having thrown yesterday, just a day after Verlander's last start, plus the off day tomorrow gives him a chance to sort of be flexible with that. So I'm anticipating it's like Sean Jelly or somebody like that brought up, maybe a Tristan Beck even, who's throwing the ball okay.
Well, what do you think about them, again, losing to another lefty? I mean, this is piling up now. Where, I mean, what is it now, 4-12 versus lefties now, Copes?
Yeah, it's tough, though, because this was a true bullpen day.
No, I know, but still, I mean, the stat is there.
He'd thrown 21 in. I think he'd thrown 14 innings in 14 games or something like that, right? 21 innings in 21 games. It was like something like that for Lynch the fourth, who made the start today. Like this one is not one that I really chalk up to. Oh man, they're not hitting lefties as well, because it's been lefty starters have carved them up. 2 strikeouts in the first inning. They did draw a handful of walks against them, 3 walks. They just were going to let him go through the lineup one time, but that first time through the lineup, the Giants got 1 single, 3 walks against him. And that was about it. So, obviously the numbers don't look good, but I don't chalk this up in the same way I do in the way that they lost to Bubic and the way that they've lost to some of the other lefties this year, because it wasn't a true left-handed starter. He was only going to face the lineup one time through, and that was all they got.
No, definitely. But, I mean, it's still an issue. But as far as, last night, they get the win, and Birdsong looked really well, but, or looked really good. But, as far as just, these last 3 games, you just want to see more offensively when they are facing lefties. So we'll see what happens when they go to Washington. And, yeah, not the best from Logan Webb today. Hopefully they rectify things as they go on this road trip where they go to Washington, Detroit, and Miami. And then when they get home again, they'll have their first home meeting against the San Diego Padres. So it'll be interesting stretch here for the Giants. But, yeah, just, uncharacteristic of Logan Webb today. So hopefully the next outing he'll be much better. But, yeah, I'm not putting a lot of stock into what happened today. It's just, with the tight race in the NL West, you want to see them stay competitive and stay afloat. But, yeah, not the best today.
The biggest bummer for me is on getaway day and a chance to win the series. I heard the guys talking about it on the postgame. Rob Dave Fleming said it. We've just become accustomed to, you see Logan Webb's out there, you assume that's kind of a win day. Whether the Giants put up the runs or not always remain to be seen. But if Logan Webb is on the hill, you give yourself an opportunity to win the game. You got your ace of the staff out there, and I thought he looked okay early on until he gives up 3 straight singles. The Bobby Witt one, it was like he was waiting for it. It was a sinker, low and away off the plate, smokes it the other direction, but 3 straight singles, and then it looked like maybe he settled in with those 3 consecutive strikeouts, got all 3 of them swinging to end the first, and got out of it with just the 1 run allowed, but could not keep them off the base paths. Uncharacteristic to see him give up 10 hits, 4 innings. You know what I mean? 6 hits in the first 2 innings. He was sharp. He was around the plate. He wasn't allowing extra base runners, but his line looks worse with the 6 runs, 3 earned, I think, because of that 4th inning where he should have got out of it. Lamont Wade makes an error at first base, allows a man to reach, and then did you see on TV, because I was watching it live, we were trying to figure out on the comebacker to Logan Webb where he turns around in the 4th inning to go to turn a double play. Was Tyler Fitzgerald not there? Was there not anybody there at second to make the play? Do you know which play I'm talking about?
I do not, actually. Unfortunately, I had a lot going on with doing the Purdy the Purdy presser as well, so I missed that play, unfortunately.
It was a comebacker to Logan Webb. He turns around for a double play, and nobody's there, I don't believe, at second base to field the ball, and he throws to first. He gets 1 away, and he's pissed. And the next batter comes up and a home run. It was an infuriating situation for Logan Webb, considering how he had an opportunity to get out of that inning. So they end up getting 1 out there instead of getting the double play. 2 different times they should have got that runner, and ultimately they give up 3 in that inning after the home run. So neither here nor there, but just didn't have his best stuff today. Offense only put up 4 runs, and 2 of them came on an Elliot Ramos home run in the 9th inning. I like to call those the Pedro Feliz home runs. When the Giants were terrible, Pedro hit like 20 homers or 18 homers in a season, but they'd all come when they were down like 7-1 in the 7th or 8th inning. Same thing Tim says with Benji Molina, yeah, where they're not totally meaningful unless you can put something together, and ultimately the Giants could not in the 9th.
So what was the vibe like at the park today? I know we had a lot of people from KNBR going in a group, and this got pretty ugly fast. So did everybody stay? Did Jordan have a good time? What was the feel like? Our
homegirl Jordo, Dirty Work's favorite little sister, dude, she went and she was having a good time. She asked us with like an out, or I think it's right as we were getting to the 9th inning, we were sitting in the club section, the club level, and she goes, "Can I still get a beer?" And we go, "Normally it ends in the 7th, but in the club level, sometimes they'll serve you until the end of the game." She came back with a full beer. You know how small Jordo is. She's a tiny woman.
Yep.
She comes on back. She's got one of those giant, like, it was a draft beer, a huge beer. She's like holding it with 2 hands. She sits down with an 0-2 count to Willie Thomas. He fouls one back and then strikes out. And we're like, "That's it, Jordan. You got to chug this beer now." So I don't know how she handled that or what happened. I got up and left. She said, "You're not going to stay and hang out?" I said, "I have to do a show." And then she called me a B.
Oh, come on, Jordan.
And I said, "I got to go to work." But I hadn't been drinking all afternoon like many of our KNBR co-workers and cohorts. I stuck to the Coca-Cola today in the sun. It was too hot for me.
I personally believe you, but that's noble of you.
Didn't have a beer, I swear to God.
Okay.
Didn't have one today, not one.
Well, that's incredible of you. Sorry.
Of me.
Sorry for the technical difficulties, everybody. I know that when I speak, there's an echo going, so we'll try to rectify this as soon as possible as we get to the break. And if you missed Brock Purdy's press conference, it was at 1:30 today, and you're watching this riveting game of the Giants. We will play it in its entirety coming up next.
Sounds good. What were your key takeaways of the Brock Purdy presser?
Same old Brock Purdy. He is just a guy with a new contract, making $53 million a year. But he is just going to be the same old guy, and he wants to work on the fundamentals this offseason. He also wanted to make sure that this contract doesn't preclude them from making big moves in the future. And this is the guy that you want as your quarterback going forward. I know that it's not the most riveting interview you'll ever hear in your life when he speaks, but I think that this is a guy that is just focused on football, and he says all the right things. He does whatever's asked of him, and you'll hear it in the press conference. But at the end, they ask him, now that actually Carlos Ramirez asked this question to him, who joined us yesterday. He asked him, now that you got your money, what do you want to buy? And he's like, I'm not gonna have money change me. So he basically just said, the one thing I do want in life is a bass fishing boat, and he's gonna have to convince his wife to get him that. But that sounds definitely appropriate for the person that Brock Purdy is.
Wants a bass fishing boat?
Yes.
And he said he's hoping his wife is going to allow him to do that?
Well, I mean, he's not asking for her approval, but he basically put her on the spot and said, we're getting this bass fishing boat eventually.
Can you imagine if she said no? Like, dude, I just got $265 million.
Well, what else do you want me to pay this or spend this money on? Come on now.
He's like, you think I spent my bye week like farming corn at your dad's farm so that I couldn't get a bass fishing boat when I was ready?
Yeah, no. I mean, the guy doesn't want a lot of things. Like, he's not going to wear some flashy chains or, wear a suit or anything. Just let the man have a bass fishing boat, for God's sakes.
No chains or flashy suits.
Not for Purdy.
Yeah. Well, do you remember when that quarterback show came out on Netflix?
Yeah, of course.
Kirk Cousins' wife picks out all his outfits before.
I don't remember that.
Well, it was a whole thing because Kirk Cousins went viral a couple of years ago for his pregame outfits, like for his.
Oh yeah.
Remember, and everybody just said he looked like he shopped at Kohl's.
Yeah.
He just looked like it was like a Kohl's ad or a JCPenney ad. And so then his wife was like, I didn't know where that came from. And she's like, I do pick out all of his outfits, but she dresses him before every game. I wonder if Brock's going to have the same deal going, because Brock's usually he's like a blazer and a collared shirt kind of guy when he's rolling into game. He's not doing like the leather shorts in the way that Debo did. You know what I mean?
Leather. I don't remember that from Debo at all. But
you don't remember the leather shorts last year?
I don't.
I'm going to find a picture. I'll send it to you.
Okay. I mean, I'm not really paying attention to a lot with what guys wear when they go to their for like the pregame introductions and whatnot. But it'd be cool that like Brock Purdy came in with like a new style or whatnot. But yeah, when you hear this press conference, it's just going to be Purdy's just focused on football. He wanted to get this contract done, and it's refreshing that you don't have any issues this offseason. So he's happy about that. But he'll be damned if he's not going to get that bass fishing boat.
What, did he say that? I'll be damned?
No, it's just like, you can hear the conviction in his voice where he's like, eventually I want this thing. I mean, I made my money finally. I was playing for pennies. I
just sent you the Debo Samuel in his shorts. He's wearing like a leather jacket, a black shirt, some chains.
Oh, I see it now.
Black shades.
I mean, God, he's got a lot of balls to pull that off.
It's a hell of a look, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
with all the quad you can handle.
I don't know if he could pull off leather jacket and shorts.
It's a hell of a look.
Yeah.
I don't mind like a hoodie and shorts, or like a pullover sweater and some shorts. You can do that. You can keep your upper body warm.
But those are some short shorts.
These are very short. He might have a chain on there too, like a
around the shorts. Yeah, he does actually.
One of those like wallet chains or something, almost like he's like, you know what I mean? Just so it doesn't get away, so he always knows where it is. It's like hooked to his belt, and then he's rocking like big black platform like mirrored shoes. It's a hell of a look by Debo.
I would give anything for Brock Purdy to rock that next season, but I highly doubt he's going to do that.
The tough deal is this was the Tampa Bay game.
Ooh, so this was the game where he called out Tabor Pepper and Jake Moody.
Yeah, dude. Then he's got to like deal with the media after the game. He's wearing those shorts. This is why you can't. This is why we're like dressing up for a game in any capacity. Like as a fan, you know this, Derek. Like one of the ones that always gets me is like it'll happen in like September. And it'll cut to like a Tennessee Titans fan who's sitting like in the end zone, and he's like big 350-pound dude, no shirt, and he's painted like a Steve McNair jersey onto his body.
Yeah.
And he's got his face painted and all that. I always think like, dude, when they lose 34-6 and Will Levis is throwing picks, now you got to stop and get your wife's like, can you pick up milk on the way home? And you've painted this Titans jersey onto your body. I'm like, what the hell are you doing, man? So
that's why I never was a face painter, but it always like even though I'm down with my Raider Nation, it was always hysterical to me to the people that dressed up with the skull and the crossbones and the silver and black face paint, and they just sit there. And the pads, and just sit there like, like a Gorilla Rilla or like the Violator, just like sweating in the hot Oakland sun, just being like, God, we're getting our asses kicked by the Chiefs right now. Same thing with like Cam Newton. I loved his style, but it would look ridiculous if he lost after a game.
Losing to Paxton Lynch out here and I painted my face, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't need this, dude.
They never lost to Paxton Lynch. Come on now,
I'm riffing. Did they?
No, never.
I don't know. I figure if Paxton Lynch won like 3 games in his career, one of them was against the Raiders.
Yeah, you would figure that, but that did not happen.
Okay, you know for a fact.
I know for I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Paxton Lynch never beat the Raiders.
Oh man, I hope it happened. I'm gonna look it.
I'll look it up in the break here.
I'm gonna find out whether or not it happened. But yeah, my whole thing is if you play a game in the way Debo did, where you kind of step in it a little bit and you're yelling at your kicker and your punter and your long snapper, and then you ultimately win the game because of some field goals that he makes, then you got to go answer to the media and you're wearing those shorts. It's kind of like why I would never ever bring a broom to a potential series sweep at a baseball game.
Right.
Because if you lose, then what are you going to get back
You're carrying around that broom like an idiot.
I got to get back on Muni with my broom.
You got to throw the broom away at that point.
I'm not walking to Muni with the broom. You know what I mean? Come on, bro.
And then people on bar like pass you being like, oh, they didn't sweep, huh?
That's hilarious. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. Giants lose this one, and they'll have to sit on it after Logan Webb gets knocked around for 10 hits, 6 runs.
Sit on it.
3 of them were earned. Sit on it, Potsy. As they're headed to that's a Happy Days reference.
It is.
As they're headed to Washington, D.C. Did you hear John Miller, by the way, in the postgame be like, and today's game in D.C. rained out, and they have to play another game there tomorrow. We'll see if it rains tomorrow. It's scheduled to rain in D.C.
Oh, don't tell me that.
It's scheduled to rain in D.C. Yeah, we're supposed to have a 45-minute show on Friday.
Oh, don't tell me that. Well, you know what? John Miller is always making me laugh today because the Giants challenged like late in the...
They challenged a hit by pitch late in the game. And when they challenged it, by the way, Jordo was sitting next to me, and the umpire just goes, San Francisco... And by the way, it's like 8-2 Royals at this point.
Yeah.
The umpire goes, San Francisco is challenging the rolling on the field of a hit by pitch.
Right.
Nobody reacts, and Jordo goes, whoa!
Yeah, Jordan sounded like she was having herself a ball today, but no, John Miller in the broadcast goes, like they lose a challenge, he goes, oh no, well that means that the Giants can't challenge for the rest of the game.
Yeah, they were like, San Francisco loses their challenge. I got up to go to the bathroom during the challenge, and I was wondering why they did it, and I thought, who cares at this point? You may as well use what you have at your disposal.
Exactly.
Right? To see if it helps you out a bit. So anyway, we'll react a little bit more. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text, as always, on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I'm live from the bunker at Oracle Park. Giants fall 8-4. But the other news of the day is Brock Purdy had his press conference following his signing of a 5-year, $265 million contract. We will play that for you in its entirety when we return to Dirty Work. Also coming up a little bit later in the show, we got to get into, we'll have a conversation with Mike Silver in about an hour and 15 minutes. Mike Silver of The Athletic will join us talking about Purdy's contract and where the rest of this 49er offseason can go or has gone to this point. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America. Brock Purdy on his contract in its entirety next, only here on The Sports Leader.
I painted my face.
You painted your face?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, support the team.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, make sure you tune into Young Tony in the Morning Show, boys. Tomorrow as KNBR welcomes Brock Purdy at 7 a.m. to discuss his newly signed contract. 7 a.m. tomorrow. Brock Purdy, let's go!
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, people have so many concerns when it comes to taxes, and I know that you're here to help. One of the biggest concerns is when people get their bill and they cannot pay their taxes. If that's the case, what should somebody do?
They should call. This affects people from all walks of life. And the bottom line is there's so many good solutions, but don't stick your head in the sand. Don't feel sick. Don't be waiting for some IRS guy to come and get you. Talk to us. One of the things we'd like to do is see, can we qualify you just pay part and the government writes off the rest? Or forgive the penalties. Sometimes the penalties and the interest are more than the taxes. Or shift the blame where it belongs, to your former spouse or former business partner. Or get a monthly payment plan you can really afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. Or maybe the statute of limitations is run, the government can't collect. Or maybe you don't owe the taxes at all. That's the first thing we check. Do you really owe us? The bottom line is there's a lot to do. We'll explain all of that during our free consultation. And then if you want us to, we'll do everything for you so you have nothing to do with the government. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-SEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
It sound right, boy.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Following the Giants' 8-4 loss to the Kansas City Royals, they'll hit the road off day tomorrow, and then with you on Friday for a 3-game series starting in Washington, D.C. The other big news of the day, Brock Purdy finally spoke on his 5-year, $265 million contract extension when he met with the media earlier today, and we've got that for you in its entirety after I tell you the Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. Brock Purdy met with the media today to talk about his brand new $265 million 5-year extension, and he was asked, first and foremost, how confident he was that they would get a deal done.
I had a lot of faith in, obviously, my agent and the Niners that we were going to get something done. Didn't know when exactly, but, being here for phase 1 was huge for me.
When we last talked to you about 4 months ago, you were going to take a month off from throwing the football, give your arm and shoulder some time to rest. I assume you did that since you're throwing now, but how's your health? And then, if you go back 2 years, you weren't even starting your throwing program yet. Does this kind of blow you away that you've come this far in the 2 years since that time, whether you knew where your career was headed?
Yeah. To answer your first part, my body feels great. Feel really healthy and 100%. And so it's just finding ways to get better. Obviously just with the new guys and running routes and watching the film and applying that to the field with the ways that we can right now. And then, just 2 years ago, obviously coming off of surgery, I didn't have OTAs, and even camp for me was, 2 days on, 1 day off. So I was missing a day. And so just being grateful that I'm out there and actually getting better and throwing and having an off season to work on fundamentals has been huge. And obviously I said that last year, but this year, we didn't make the playoffs and we had some time away to actually decompress and think about, how the season went and actually do some real reflection. The year before, Super Bowl, and got married, and it just went so fast, and boom, we're right into the next season. But man, was I itching to come back and just excited to get back with the guys, and just the energy and all the guys' mindset now coming back, man. The locker room, the workouts, in the weight room, the film room, you name it. Like there's a new kind of like re-energized feeling around the facility. So it's an exciting time. So
how involved were you with the process, and are there any terms or specific things that you felt strongly about that needed to be in that negotiation?
Obviously my agent did the negotiating, but would just keep me updated, throughout the week, and certain big moments and conversations that were had with the Niners, and then he would just call me and update me, and we both, before the whole thing started, sat down and we were like, all right, this is our vision. This is hopefully what we can get out of it and get what you deserve and have earned, and go from there. But obviously we want to, make sure that we're working together with our organization and setting up everybody for success. It's not just for me to get all the money as much as I can, but also like, hey, let's surround yourself with a great team and players and a great locker room, and all those things matter. So we definitely talked about that. And then, like I said, he would just update me periodically, but there were some things that we wanted in there to protect me down the road and whatnot, and the contract and the language and all that stuff. But he did an amazing job with handling that and then breaking it down to me, like what it is, what it means, and what we need to get, what we can give up, all that kind of stuff. That's just negotiating. And so, like I said, he did an amazing job, and I'm very proud of him.
What is the balance that you feel that you see is different? Is it a stark contrast to last season where there was some contract drama up and down, and now you've got not only your contract done, but George and Fred? Does that kind of settle everything?
Yeah, I feel like every year there sort of has been someone that it's like, man, you'd like to get them done, and it's gone on pretty late. And whether that has affected the locker room or not, I'm not really sure. I don't want to just pinpoint something, but this year having the guys done and being able to get back to work and be around the guys in the locker room and just like build our culture and standard really from the ground up with all the new guys that we have. It's been pretty cool. And everybody's bought in right now, and we're excited, obviously, to do like more team activities and stuff as we move along the off season. But man, it's hard to explain. But the young guys, the older guys, everybody's is bringing it right now, and I think it's just so important that we're just around each other a lot, doing little different activities and continuing to build chemistry. Like, that's the kind of stuff that matters, man. When you get late in the season and things get tough and you go through some tough things as a team, like, you want to be able to know the guy next to you and what he's about and that he's going to have your back and everything like that. So, anyways, having the contract stuff done, it's been a huge blessing for the whole team and organization.
You wanted to set everyone up for flexibility. Do you mean you maybe left something on the table in an effort to help roster construction going forward?
I think where we ended up was exactly where we needed to be. I'm extremely happy with where we ended, and I know the Niners are too. And you know, with that being said, man, like, for me, it's all about football now. And you know, however, obviously they use the cap space and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's not my job. My job is to now go and win games and lead this team. And but I'm extremely happy and grateful for where we ended with. And yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
Was the no trade clause important to you that it was in there?
I think it's important, yes, but also it's something that, you know, my agent and I discussed with, you know, what other quarterbacks have around the league and stuff in their contract. But, you know, for me, was it going to be a determining factor in signing it or not? No. Like, we're very grateful that we had it in there. But at the end of the day, like I said, everything else that the contract entails, we're extremely excited about. And yeah, so we're just grateful how it turned out.
What advice did you get from the guys in the building that have gone through this, specifically with George and Fred? And does it help at all to go through this at the same time they're going through it again?
A little bit, yeah. I think they did a great job, you know, just giving me a heads up, like, hey, man, this is how negotiating is. And obviously it's a business, but this is sort of what you can expect. This is, you know, what we experienced and went through. And don't hang your head on this or that. Like, they did a great job with, you know, giving me some real good advice going into it. Same with Bosa and all those guys. And and then obviously they're going through an extension at the same time. And everybody's contract and situation is different. We're not all in the same exact boat, but just when it comes to the negotiating, you want to get a deal done. You want to have that stress off your shoulders and just focus on football. So I think we were all able to relate in that way. But yeah, man, those guys definitely looked out for me and gave me a heads up.
Every contract's different, Brock. So what did you learn about the situation, the business, the team, yourself?
Yeah, I think, man, I just love playing football. I love getting around the guys in the locker room, and that's what I want to make the main thing. And so something that I learned throughout the process is, hey, man, like, how can I, even though we're going through this business side of things, how can I still be present in the locker room and love on these guys and build trust and character within the whole organization, even though this contract negotiation thing is going on. I didn't want to lose who I was throughout all the process. I feel like you've seen stories and things around the league at times where people can act uncharacteristically and you know, because they might be hearing some things. But for me, what I've learned is it is a business, but that doesn't mean I have to change. I can continue to be who I am and stay true to that and have faith that it'll get done.
Brock, there's an idea that you're such a nice guy and been paid relatively little, and that you're so nice that you weren't going to, you know, drag these things out and everything. I mean, is there any element of that? Because at the same time, this is your market, you've earned this. I guess, was there a balance between, hey, I don't want to make this difficult, but I also want to, you know, get what I deserve?
Yeah. Man, I have so much respect for everybody in this organization from the top down. And so I think they know who I am and what I'm about. And I don't know if there was a narrative of Brock's going to take a pay cut because he's a nice guy or this or that. But for me, it's, man, I play in the NFL. There's 32 starting quarterbacks, and those guys, like, it's not the easiest job in the world. And for me, with what I've done and everything, I could hang my hat on the fact that, you know, I've had success in this league and I'm capable of leading an organization all the way to the end, the Super Bowl. I've proved that. And so for me, it's, I know who I am, and I'm going to, you know, obviously want to get what I deserve, but also surround myself, like I said, with guys around me and not just try to take every penny for myself. But that's the whole point of negotiating. You know, you go throughout that, you try to meet in the middle ground, and where we ended, man, I'm extremely grateful and happy with. So, yeah.
This offseason started with 6 or 7 starters leaving and not a lot coming in. And meanwhile, you got your own negotiations. What were you thinking during that period? Were you communicating with 49ers always saying, we're going to get to you? This is not across the board cutting. What was kind of the messaging back and forth then?
I mean, they all like called my agent and we're definitely talking pretty early. And so for me, I knew that, they know and think that I was a priority at the time, even though there was a lot of changes and turnover happening within the organization and players. So I knew that they were thinking about me and that they were talking to my agent and stuff. But like I said, with the timing of how these contracts and things happen, they don't just happen overnight. Like there's a process to it. And I was just where I was at with my life, being with my wife and training and not trying to get consumed with, I need to get this done by next week or the week after. My mindset was it could take however long it takes, but I need to get better this off season. And obviously I was finding out just like everybody else with my teammates leaving and going to other teams and places. And I was extremely happy for them getting paid and all that kind of stuff. But I also understand that, man, that's the nature of the sport. It's a business, and players go to different places and stuff, and you got to bring in new guys and build up a new culture and team, and that's part of it. But I didn't get consumed by it. Obviously, it does, suck when you build up this brotherhood, and Dre Greenlaw was my locker room partner, and right next to me, and then now he's gone, and it's like, man, that stinks. But it's part of the game. So. Still trying to comprehend it a little bit. So.
And John you mentioned earlier that you had big up and down moments throughout the negotiation, being prepared for those. What were one or two moments along the way that maybe helped you believe it was getting done, or even maybe the opposite way, that it was going to take a while?
Yeah, I think, it was just an open communication from the get-go. I think I always had faith that, all right, they started with a very respectable first offer, and from there the communication between them and my agent was great, and they talked a lot, and there was no drama involved. And so for me, I think all those moments added up to be for me, I just had faith that it was going to get done, and that these guys had my back, and that they want to get something done relatively quick and smooth and all that. But and then obviously last week we knew that we were at the number, and we just had to get a couple things figured out within the language of the contract, and that it was going to be a go. And I just didn't know, what day that was going to be or whatnot. And sure enough, we were golfing. My wife and I were golfing at the Olympic Club with Jake Brendel and his wife, and we got a text from my agent saying it's done, and answered John Lynch's FaceTime. And so, yes, it was the late course, yeah. So.
Asked about the progress with this deal, and he said there's no guarantee that it would get done. When you heard that, did that surprise you? How did you take that?
I mean, it's the truth. You never know with how negotiations go, if something's going to be said in a certain way that makes the other party, a little bit frustrated or whatnot. And so it's just the truth. And that's, I didn't take any offense to it at all. Obviously for me, it was, where am I at in the off season? How can I get better? And, things are always going to be said in the media that may come off in a certain way, whether it's true or not. And so I didn't buy into every single thing that people were trying to make it to be. And so obviously I knew what was real and what was happening behind closed doors, because my agent and I were literally talking to them and stuff. So it's all good.
Yeah, you've had a great off season, and that you really have embraced things, and you want to be coached hard. You really want to get better. Is there something looking back at last year that you can point to that you specifically this offseason are trying to improve at?
Yeah, I think, just fundamentals in general. And I know it sounds, cheesy or whatnot, but just watching the film and stuff, like my footwork and being on point and not getting too comfortable within a situation or game. I actually have gone back and watched a lot of my rookie tape. And when I first got in, how I was on it. And all I knew was what they coached me and my footwork and where my eyes need to be. And so sort of syncing back to those fundamentals and applying that to OTAs and the field work every single day, and having that fire in me every single rep. And so it's been pretty cool. And then obviously just being around the young guys, man, and them coming in and not knowing a whole lot, seeing hey, this is how the coaches teach it and it works. You got to trust that and go all in on that. So, the fundamentals.
It was the elbow and last season getting past the Super Bowl, and then this season the contract. Do you kind of feel personally, professionally, just a sense of kind of calm and being settled into where you need to be?
Yeah, I think that's just something that I've learned in the NFL. Man, there's always going to be something that you're going to be going through or facing, and it's never going to be perfect. It's never going to be easy. But I know who I am. Like I've said to you guys a million times, like with my faith, and it's bigger than football. But I think knowing that has allowed me to handle all the things that come my way, whether it's a surgery or a contract or losing a big game. I know who I am, and it just fires me up to go and defy the odds after that. And so, it's just part of it.
Is there something fun or special that you thought, hey, when I signed this, I'm going to buy this for my wife, my parents, even yourself? Like, is there a big purchase or something? Maybe it's something small that you can actually go get.
Man, we're still thinking about some stuff. But I don't know. I've always been a big fishing advocate. So I was telling my wife, and she's annoyed with me, but I'll say it. But I'd like to get a bass boat one day. So that'll be my first big purchase.
There you go. Brock Purdy wants that bass boat, and he better damn well get it. We'll react to what Brock Purdy had to say in his press conference, and we'll react to what the timeline is for Brock Purdy to have success with his contract. Does he need to win a Super Bowl in the next 5 seasons? We'll also react to Dante Whitner saying on the Up and Adams podcast, which I know Adam Copeland loves, is the window closing for the 49ers? Also, we have Justin Verlander sound to play for you as well on his injury. Listen to Dirty Work on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. The boys are back at our KNBR headquarters in downtown San Francisco. I'm at the bunker at Oracle Park following the Giants' 8-4 loss to the Royals. Also found out today Justin Verlander is going to go on the injured list. Will miss his next 2 starts. We've got some audio from Justin Verlander. We'll get you that in just a little bit, but we just played for you in its entirety the Brock Purdy press conference today in regards to his 5-year, $265 million contract extension. Got some of his insight. Obviously, stuff that stands out, things like him picking the brains of George Kittle and Fred Warner to talk about the process, and they went through it as well this offseason in terms of getting new contracts, but Brock, for the very first time, getting what he thought he deserved. And Derek, I saw True Blue checked on the KNBR YouTube chat.
Did he know?
Yeah, and he said, have Derek tell us more about this boat. It's so funny.
Purdy said at the end there, he wants
so
that
funny.
boat.
Dude, I was listening to the entirety of that press conference, and I've listened to like the 15 minutes, and I'm like, what are they getting to this boat thing? What are they going to talk about this boat? It was one little throw. You know what that was? That was like in the episode of South Park where they say they're going to say the S word on TV.
Yes.
And then they get all the way to the very end of the episode, and he goes, by the way, you got some S on your face.
Yeah. It's pretty much
just a little throwaway.
Full disclosure, I did not listen to the entire press conference, so it's kind of like a book report where you read the last page, and then that's like kind of the whole report. My whole report on Brock Purdy's press conference was he wants that damn boat.
You ever do a presentation or report on a book or a movie or something that you were supposed to see or read and,
yes.
and did the entire report and never looked at it one time?
Oh, 100% all the time. I remember if there was a movie on the book, you best believe I was always going to watch the movie.
See, that was a dangerous proposition, though, man.
Yeah, because you'd be caught like George Costanza, where sometimes if you watched Breakfast at Tiffany's,
yeah, right.
the book wasn't going to add up with the movie sometimes.
No, and here's the thing is if people knew the movie and the book, they'd know that what you were talking about. They would know if you'd only seen the movie and compared notes and you did a presentation on the movie with somebody who'd only read the book, they would know that you only saw the movie.
Yeah, my teacher in 6th grade, Miss Pizzatola, she called me out one time where
she almost the Pope?
Yes.
Yeah,
she almost the Pope.
Pizzatola was her name?
Yes. It might have been Pizzatola, but sometimes I called her Pizzatola and it pissed her off all the time. But
no Thunderbucks for you, buddy.
Well, this was also the same teacher that didn't like that I put the Saddam Hussein cutout mask on my face. But when I was doing the report, she goes, so Derek, this is very interesting, the report you have. And then she started messing with me and being like, so what'd you think of the ending of the book? And I went into like this whole thing, and she could tell right away. She goes, huh, that's interesting. It almost sounds very similar to the ending of the movie, which of course is in no way related to the book.
Oh, man.
And I was like, oh, you got me. You got me. There's nothing else I can say. I didn't read the book.
By the way, never mind. I was gonna try to get you an actual like definition on what pizzatola meant in Italian, but
Pizzatola.
I don't think I'm getting it in its entirety. I'm not.
She hated the way I said her name.
Yeah. What did you think she hated more? The way you said pizzatola, or the way you put that Saddam Hussein mask on your face?
She just hated me entirely. Pretty much what the gist of it was.
Wonder why. Anyway, Brock Purdy. More on the reaction from Brock. What'd you think about when he was asked? I think it was Tim Kawakami or somebody asked him. Maybe it was Larry Krueger even who asked about the significance of the no trade clause. It was sort of funny that to Brock.
That was Larry. It
was sort of funny that it didn't seem like it was that important to Brock at all. He was just kind of like, yeah, and talking to my agent about what other quarterbacks and other guys around the league had in their deals. It was something that we figured we would ask for.
Yeah.
And so he's like, yeah, it wasn't going to prevent me from signing, but it was something that the agent. This is what I was talking about the other day.
Yeah.
It's not always the player who's making these demands. Right? The agent is going to get paid on this as well. The agent has done the research and knows what people in the market. And this is a prime example for everybody who's like, well, I think they overpaid him. This little nugget that he got a no trade clause put into the contract, first of its kind for the 49ers, especially for a quarterback being paid this high. There are only 7 other guys who have a no trade clause. They're all quarterbacks.
Yep.
And a lot of them are paid right around the same level that Brock Purdy's paid at. That should tell you. If you're somebody who's sitting back going, I don't know that they should have given him that much money. And what we've been trying to tell you for months is what you're mad more about is the market rate for quarterbacks, not that they paid Brock specifically. Because if you want a starting quarterback of Brock's caliber, this is just what it costs to pay. You may not like that that's the case, but this is what it costs to pay those guys. And the fact that his agent is looking at other contracts to see what other nuggets can we get that put us on par with the other top quarterbacks in the league, this should be a prime example of that to you. That they basically asked for it because this is what the going rate is for quarterbacks. We get a no trade clause and we get X number of dollars. And I think that's a prime example of looking at the market, seeing what the market is offering and what you can can get out of this deal.
Yeah, I think this will be the norm going forward when it
I
comes
do too. Yeah.
when it comes to quarterback deals. I think most quarterbacks will make 50 plus, and you will have a no trade clause. I was surprised when we went through this list, and of the 7 names, Joe Burrow was not a part of that. So I'm sure when he reworks his deal, he's going to have a trade clause in there. But I mean, like, think about where Brock has been the last 4 seasons. He's made like $900,000. So to him, this is all new to him. When someone tells him, "Hey, we'll bump your pay up from $900,000 to $53 million," he's like, "Where do I sign?" And I'm sure along the way, like, there's a lot of numbers thrown at him, and he was like, "Okay, whatever it is, I'm okay." Like, at this point, I just want to be the quarterback of the 49ers. Look where I was. I was Mr. Irrelevant. Now I'm the starting quarterback of this franchise. I took the team to the Super Bowl. I went to the NFC's championship game twice. I'm just happy to make. I'm sure he won't say this in negotiations, but I'm sure he's like, I'm just happy to be respected at this point, to be one of the top 7 paid quarterbacks in the league right now. So I don't think he demanded to have a no trade clause.
Well, he said it wouldn't have kept him from signing.
Exactly. I think this is mostly agent driven. This is where I go back to a couple weeks ago when Diana Rossini was reporting that George Kittle wanted to be the highest paid tight end in football, and he was like, "No, I don't." Sometimes it's just the agent saying, "Well, I'm fighting for you to get this because the agent's like, I want to get a piece of this, and I'm sure you want to get a piece of this as well." So I think Brock's just happy to be respected, and I think that he doesn't want it to be detrimental to the team where they can't sign free agents going forward. And yeah, it is beneficial to have George Kittle and Fred Warner go through the same things. It's also extremely beneficial to not have this looming over the organization for the summertime. So I think that Brock just sounds like the same old Brock. You know how we talk about, obviously, coach speak during football season. We also have quarterback speak. And, as fun and entertaining as Patrick Mahomes is, his interviews are not very, enthralling or engaging. It's just he says, the most mundane things. And even though I think that is the case sometimes with Brock, that's what you want in your quarterback. You don't want him to be saying outlandish things. So the fact that this guy is team first, and he probably was going to show up to training camp, and you saw him show up to OTAs without a contract, this guy's all about the team, and he's tied at the hip with Kyle Shanahan, so I feel very comfortable. Even though there are limitations in his game, I feel very comfortable with the way he's able to run this offense and the way that Kyle Shanahan's able to scheme it up.
You bring up a great point, because we did talk about that with the George Kittle thing as it relates to Diana Rossini when she reported that, and he kind of clapped back saying, "I didn't ask to be the highest paid tight end." And I go, "Yeah, but George, you're not in the negotiations. Who knows to what extent your agent is making such demands, right?" And I don't know that I imagine that every guy who's fighting for a certain dollar amount at a certain position knows who and what the highest paid guy is getting. But ultimately, that's what he got, right? He did become the highest paid. Maybe that was a report that's what his agent was asking for and what the dollar amount was. And by the way, asking for a dollar amount doesn't necessarily mean that George Kittle ever said the words, "I want to be highest paid." It could just be that's the market rate. Oh, and that means you're the highest paid. But making that demand means something a little bit different. But
well, think about it just like from the insiders' perspectives. I mean, they sometimes talk to the players, but most of the time they're talking to the agents. So whatever they're hearing from the agent says, "I want George Kittle to be the highest paid tight end." That's what they're going with.
And in the NBA, you'd have to cite the agent as the person who got the deal done.
Well, now in the NFL, they're doing that as well.
Are they really?
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed during free agency, but that's part of the deal now is you cite the agent. So, but you know what's crazy though, and we could ask Mike Silver this. When it comes to coaches, the dollar figure amount is never ever tweeted out.
Yeah, why don't we get the report when a coach gets a dollar amount extension?
Tom Pelissero said this a long time ago. I don't know really the details of it. But for whatever reason, agents always want their clients, when it comes to athletes, to have the dollar amount out there. When it comes to coaches, we have no idea how much money Kyle Shanahan's making. We have no idea how much Nick Sirianni's making. We know that Andy Reid's making the most. When it comes to a dollar amount, that is not information that's given to the public for whatever reason.
Yeah, for the author of the Why Is Everything, I want to know why we don't get coach salaries.
Yeah, true.
Why in this situation is everything to me. The one other thing on the Brock signing, and because you said, the Patrick Mahomes press conferences, you mentioned that he's not maybe the most exciting. I was just talking to Jack Loader, one of our guys, our digital guys. He just popped into the bunker here.
Talk about not exciting.
On his way out, dude. Talk about sucking the air out of a room. Jack Loader comes in and he said, "How was the Brock presser?" I was listening to it, and he goes, "I said, it's just sort of chalk." And he said something that rings true for me. He said, "You know what? I don't want my quarterbacks to be boisterous. I want my quarterbacks to be boring and about football. That's what it comes down to. Brock's a guy who we believe Kyle Shanahan wants a quarterback where football is his favorite thing.
Right.
And he's obsessed in the way that Kyle Shanahan's obsessed. And maybe Kyle will never find anybody that's as obsessed as he is, but he needs somebody as close as he can get. And I think Brock presents that. The one thing that stands out to me so much about the Jimmy Garoppolo era and how much it must have driven Kyle nuts in moving on from Jimmy was how the season would end and he couldn't get a hold of him. Or didn't want to talk football, didn't want to sit down and run through every play that they'd ran all season long. Whereas that's something that Brock has obviously taken on as somebody who has a lot to prove. He's got to prove not only is he physically capable of doing the job, but that he's at the mental capacity and at the level of processing and have the fortitude to be able to do what he needs to do to execute on the field. So there was a lot that came out of this. I mean, Brock's happy to be there. They talked about his taking some time off from the throwing. He was thrilled to be back into the building. I know, showed up for the OTAs. If we joked about it the other day, that it feels like it's the way they talked about the Giants in spring training. The vibes are back. It was a nice reset.
Immaculate vibes.
Everybody shows up and they're rested and reset. It's just a matter of whether or not they can execute this soft schedule with some of the additions and subtractions that they had this offseason. But when it comes down to it, I'm with Jack Loader. I want my quarterback to be boring and dull. Tim Ryan said to us years ago, as you get further away from the football as a position group, that's when guys get mouthier and louder. Like, dang it. Never hear defensive linemen, never hear offensive linemen mouthing off in the same way. They're getting further away from the football. You get to the tight ends, maybe a little louder. Wide receivers, DBs, safeties, all those guys run their mouths. I'm happy that Brock is more Brock than he is Jameis Winston in the way that he carries himself. And so I don't need exciting press conferences. I just need a guy focused on football.
We want our quarterbacks to be confident, not cocky or arrogant. Look what happened to Shedeur Sanders. Even though it might be unfair what happened to him, he came across too braggadocious in his pre-draft interviews with coaches, and that's unfortunately what led to him being drafted fifth or in the fifth round. I mean, think about like other cocky quarterbacks like Jay Cutler or Ryan Leaf when he's screaming at reporters in the locker room. You want your guys to be humble but also confident in their abilities. So yeah, you definitely want that in Brock.
We'll talk to our guy Mike Silver coming up at 5:30. I'll tell you what Kyle's making. I can tell you exactly how much these guys are making. We'll pick his brain. Why don't they give us coach salaries? As Sirianni just got a new contract. We should point this out real quick, and I know we got to take a break, but just a bit of news. Jim Irsay, legendary owner of the Indianapolis Colts. It was just announced, like in the last 5 minutes, passed away.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we had fun on the show for a long time when Tom was doing the show where he played that press conference.
Guy's a character.
Yeah. No, he definitely was. But when you think about Jim Irsay, I mean, you know, in recent years he's gotten a little weird, but maybe that's health related. I mean, Jim Irsay, you know, he's one of the honestly the most recognizable owners in the NFL. And, you know, drafting Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck. I mean, he's made the Indianapolis Colts going from Baltimore, where his, father was the original owner, to now going to Indianapolis. I mean, you know, the guy has been a huge figure when it comes to Indianapolis. And
owners in football, maybe more than the other sports, make major changes to the game and advance the game. And I would say that the NFL, as much as you have to credit Al Davis, you have to credit Jerry Jones for where the NFL is now in being the product that it is and the juggernaut of a machine that it is. Jim Irsay was right up there. Right. And he even at times tried to undercut our guy Jerry, which I liked. Yes. He'd throw his weight around as a legendary name and an owner in the NFL. So Jim Irsay, rest in peace, man. We had a lot of fun with a lot of his sound over the last few years, and the NFL wouldn't be what it is today without Jim Irsay, who passed away. It was just announced just a little while ago. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. The boys are back at our KNBR studios in San Francisco. I am live at the Bunker at Oracle Park, where the Giants fell 8-4 to the Kansas City Royals. They also announced that they're going to put Justin Verlander on the injured list. We'll get you audio from Verlander in just a little bit. How about this? Steve Kerr joined the TK podcast. Tim Kawakami all over the place, talking to Brock Purdy, talking to Steve Kerr. He talked about his future. Is he going to get that one-year extension? We'll hear what Steve Kerr had to say about his future when he met with Tim Kawakami, and we'll do so next. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Do you hate the tush push?
That's too damn bad!
A proposal to ban the play failed by 2 votes today. The vote, interestingly, was 22-10 in favor of the ban, falling short of the 24 votes needed. For everything tush related, keep it locked to KNBR, the butt fumble leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. That is a legal ID. This is Dirty Work. I'm live from the bunker at Oracle Park. Giants fell 8-4 to the Royals. They got knocked around. Logan Webb, 6 runs allowed, 3 of them earned, 16 hits total by the Royals today as the Giants dropped 2 of 3, and they'll hit the road to go take on the Washington Nationals. Did not take advantage of a chance to gain some ground in the NL West this week after the Dodgers hit a bit of a slump, losing 4 in a row going into yesterday's game. And then the Padres, they're right in the thick of things. They got to start winning some of these series when they have an opportunity to do so behind Logan Webb in the final day of the series. We just played a bunch of the entirety of the Brock Purdy press conference for you. And we'll get to some of the other sound. Dante Whitner, we can play that for you a little bit later in the show, as well as the Justin Verlander sound. Verlander was announced today he's going to go on the injured list, will not make his next 2 scheduled starts. So we'll see if the Giants decide to go with Kyle Harrison, then just call somebody up to fill that spot in the bullpen, or if they want to go with a young starter in Carson Whizenhunt, who's down in AAA. But it feels like with the way things have gone, how guys have earned their opportunities to start in terms of Hayden Birdsong, Landon Roop, it sort of feels to me like Kyle Harrison is the next guy in line, and I think they would like to keep him a starter, so may give him the opportunity. Before we get into a little bit more of the sound, and Mike Silver joins us in about a half hour at 5:30. How about Steve Kerr?
Yeah.
Steve Kerr doing the media rounds. So I was with Tom yesterday and on Tom's show and then was on the TK podcast. Anyway, Steve Kerr joined Tim Kawakami's podcast. This was today.
It was.
To reflect on the season and discuss the future. So here we go. He spoke on the idea that Jimmy Butler did not score enough. I actually got into a debate at the Showdown at the bar the other night with a guy who was saying, Jimmy Butler didn't want it enough. He's supposed to be the guy when Steph's not there. And my logic is when Jimmy showed up, the Warriors were a 10 seed.
Yeah.
Steph couldn't get it done with that crew of dudes. Why do you think Jimmy Butler was going to get it done with that crew of dudes without Steph Curry? It's kind of like, dude, if Steph Curry is the world beater and even he couldn't do it, why do you think Jimmy Butler was going to be able to?
Like I said at the patio last week, I can't stand when people just single out one guy on a basketball team being like, they need to score more. And if they don't score enough, then it's on them. We always single out superstars in that way, like on First Take, where it's like, all right, Jimmy Butler needs to carry this team. And we even said that a little bit. But, he
had to be the guy, but to suggest that he had to get it done and because they didn't get it done, it's on him is ridiculous to me.
Well, I also looked at the other guys that weren't helping him out. And you'll hear from Steve Kerr here. It's not just Jimmy. It's also getting the spacing that's giving the opportunity for Jimmy Butler to score. So I understand what people are saying because we look at Jimmy Butler from the past of the playoff Jimmy days of what he did in Miami and him going for 46. You expect that when Steph Curry's out. That's not the case sometimes when Braden Pajemski and Moses Moody and all these other guys are not, hitting their shots, then it's going to be harder for Jimmy Butler. So Steve Kerr gets into it. It's not all on Jimmy's shoulders to carry the load, and he did in Game 3. They weren't able to capitalize. But to single out Jimmy Butler and the fact that he didn't want it enough, that's just ridiculous. That's insane. Of course, Jimmy Butler wanted to win those games. It's just extremely difficult when Steph Curry's not out there.
Yeah, again, to put it on him like he's the only guy who should have gotten it done, they just didn't have enough, which is why they went and got Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
So to suggest that they should have had enough with only him and without Steph, I think, is a little bit ridiculous. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say on the idea that Jimmy Butler didn't score enough for the Dubs.
I just think he's a great player because he's unique to himself and the way he sees the game. This kind of reminds me, this topic of, did Jimmy shoot enough? It kind of reminds me of 10 years ago before LeBron won any championships and he was with Cleveland. I guess it would have been longer than that, 15 years ago, and he's passing to open teammates for game-winning shots and they miss. And then, the next day it's like, why didn't LeBron take the game-winning shot? It's like, well, because that was the right play and his teammate got a wide open look. That's why. And every player is unique to himself. And I think Jimmy's an incredible player. But if you want him to score and there's no spacing around him, which was the case for the last 4 games of the series without Steph, it's going to be really hard to score, especially against a guy like McDaniels with Gobert at the rim. Minnesota just stayed home, even with our guys who aren't our typical spacers. Draymond and Gary Payton and others. I mean, they just stayed home because they just decided we're not going to get beat behind the 3-point line. and Jimmy Butler's going to have to go one-on-one against McDaniels with Gobert sitting at the rim. I mean, it was a good strategy, and frankly there wasn't much space for Jimmy to attack, and we didn't have enough spacing on the floor to give him the room and the freedom and the flow to be at his best.
I mean, I agree 100%. And we talked about that defensive game plan for Minnesota with their ability to have Rudy Gobert just sit in the post and wait for Jimmy Butler. It's going to be difficult. And also, Steve is really calling out the other guys, the others, that they need to step up their game. So it's not that Jimmy Butler is going to be expendable this offseason. It's going to be that the other guys will be. That's what he's basically saying is those guys need to step up. And to that point where Steve is saying he makes the right play, I agree. And most of the time, I want the Warriors to make the right play, the smart play. But I think Jimmy Butler at times did the right play a little bit too much. I know that sounds crazy, but when there was an open lane for him to have a layup, and then he saw somebody open in the corner, he would pass that open layup up for a wide open GP2 3, and sometimes I'd rather him just make the layup. But yeah, I mean, basically Steve Kerr is saying without saying, I want Brandon Podziemski, I want Moses Moody, I want Jonathan Kuminga, I want all these guys to step up when it's placed on Jimmy's shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about this? I was sort of thinking about this with Jimmy yesterday because I saw people criticizing Jokic for the Game 7 performance.
Yeah.
I think he only took 9 shots in that game. Mm-hmm. And somebody was saying, I don't care if if they're not great looks. You got to take more than 9 shots if you're the leader of the team and you're the focal point. And my thought is they're at their best with Jokic when he's not taking 25 shots a game, right? They're at their best when he's taking like 15, 16 shots and he's distributing for 15, 16 assists, which is something he does frequently, right? Like he can help the opposite. He can help his teammates get open. But again, we're talking about a guy who has that gravitational pull. I'm not of the belief that a guy, while you do have to change what you do in certain situations and how you go about offense, I'm not a proponent of thinking he should have been doing things completely differently because it was Game 7 that he had to get up 25 shots, because if you score 25 points and it takes you 25 shots, how good was that? There had to be better looks out there. The balance of the floor without Steph out there changed everything. He talked about spacing. I'm with you that maybe there were times Jimmy wasn't aggressive enough. That said, the game they needed to have was the game where he and Kuminga combined for 63 points. Game 3, right, where he scored 33 points, Kuminga had 30. They had an opportunity to win that game, and they ran out of gas. The following game, Game 4, Draymond fouls out. They were even in that game, and Jimmy wasn't having a huge offensive performance. But you heard Draymond yesterday say, when Steve's talking about the offense from other players, you heard Draymond take blame yesterday, saying, I lost my matchup. Right. I got outright beat by Julius Randle. He was making shots that we wanted him to take. We were saying, take that one, stand out there 25 feet deep, and he was still knocking him down. At some point, you tip your cap, because I don't think the Warriors had enough juice to win the series. And again, I questioned it even with Steph Curry. So it's nice to hear Steve say that. It's not on Jimmy Butler to just show up and be the hero for everything. He was supposed to be a cog in this system that clearly worked when Steph was on the floor. When he wasn't, it was a completely different offense. And it took you back to kind of before Jimmy got here where they were stagnant. Here's what Steve Kerr said when he was asked if in the last 4 years with Kuminga, has it been frustrating for him and the coaching staff trying to develop a young Jonathan Kuminga? Here's Steve Kerr and the comments that I imagine will be echoed throughout the entire offseason here. Kerr on Kuminga.
I don't look at it that way. All I do is I coach the team every year and try to put the puzzle together the best I can. It's a tricky one because Jonathan obviously is gifted and wants to play a bigger role and wants to play more. And for me, it's like I've been asked to win. And right now, he's not a guy who I can say I'm going to play 38 minutes with the roster that we have, Steph and Jimmy and Draymond, and put the puzzle together that way and expect to win. Doesn't mean he's not a really good player. Doesn't mean he's not talented. It just means the fit. And with the roster that we have, it is tricky. There's no question. And we can talk details. We can talk spacing, usage rate, all that stuff. But the game is about the puzzle fitting. It's about 5 guys complementing one another at both ends of the floor. So all I do is I try to win, and that that doesn't necessarily mean Everybody's going to be happy, whether it's the fans or the players or, management, whatever. It's just, I got to do what I think is best.
That was perfectly said by Steve. And
That's really what, it wasn't even being all that diplomatic. He straight up kind of told you he doesn't fit as a puzzle piece.
Exactly. And we've been saying the same thing for a long time now, where we don't diminish John the Kuminga as a player or his talent. It's just that he doesn't fit. He doesn't fit right now, and Steve Kerr doesn't trust him to play 38 minutes. And he called out the fans. He even called out management. I think he's calling out Joe Lacob, to be completely honest, where, Joe throws him out there for opening night of the Valkyries, and he wants him to sit courtside with him. And I'm sure Steve is like...
Some propaganda. Yeah, right.
Yeah. I'm sure Steve was like, what are you doing, Joe? Like, now I'm going to be the bad guy. But at the end of the day, I have to win. This team has been put in an impossible situation where they have to win before Steph Curry's time is up. So that means sometimes they're going to make sacrifices. And I know that Demarcus Cousins wants to go on FanDuel today and say, like, Steve Kerr doesn't do a good job of, making young players grow. Well, you know what? He's trying to win a championship, damn it, for Steph Curry. So he's not going to have all the time in the world.
Yeah, well said.
This is not the same situation as the Brooklyn Nets or the Charlotte Hornets. This team is trying to win. I know they had one season when they won 15 games, but since that point, they're trying to win they won one for Steph. They're trying to win another one. So sometimes along the way, players are going to get lost. Either you mature on your own and get with the program, or you're not going to fit here.
It's just funny, the notion. We'll play that DeMarcus Cousins sound, but, I mean, Steve said it well there in that, look, I'm paid to win games.
Yeah.
And, yeah, sometimes being paid to win games has to do with developing talent, and it means getting guys into situations that make them successful. But I don't look at basketball coaches like that.
Right.
I just don't view basketball coaches like, of course, they make guys better, but I told you, I've said this to you before. To me, baseball coaches are managers. Managers are really what I'm talking about. And head coaches in basketball has more of an impact, I think, in the on-court element or aspect of what's happening. Mm-hmm. But most of that is rolling the ball out. I mean, you've got to go with your rotations. You've got to figure out what works, how players work together. You've got a system. You've got an offense that you want to run and whatnot. But for me, I'm like, once they're out there, they've just got to make plays. Tom talked about that all the time.
Yeah.
The guys would forget plays, and a lot of times the best plays you see are not because the coach drew up something well. It's because the players executed something with the spacing or the system that the coach has put in place to allow them to find success. But we talked about this, how they devalue coaches in the NBA. Who's the best development coach in the league?
Probably Popovich when he was coaching through his career.
So one of the top 2 or 3 greatest coaches in the history of the NBA.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. And again, we're talking, there are not many guys who have been with their organizations long enough to get credit for developing anybody, right? And a lot of times you just credit the player. A lot of times you go, well, this is who we thought he was going to be. Who do you give credit for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
Oh, this guy made the jump. That's the thing that we always say.
Exactly.
He made the jump. Well, it's like, well, yeah, but who was there to help him out?
But then we're going to blame the coach when certain players don't develop to the level that we think they're capable of getting to. He's being paid to win championships.
Exactly.
And that's what he's done in spades since he showed up. Here's what DeMarcus Cousins had to say, a former player of Steve Kerr's with the Warriors. He was on the NBA FanDuel show, and he was talking about Steve Kerr's lack of ability in developing talent.
I think they lost Kuminga. I think Steve Kerr ruined that relationship with the DNPs. We've seen this happen time and time again when it comes to him and dealing with young talent. He just doesn't handle young talent well. He doesn't develop out of the years he's been there, we've seen one guy develop under Steve Kerr, and they ran him off as well, and that was Jordan Poole. So when it comes to young talent, I just don't think they handle it well. And I can see Kuminga being on the move.
That's kind of ironic for DeMarcus Cousins to say that because, they had young talent before he got there. They had Damian Jones and Kevon Looney as a center, and then DeMarcus Cousins came in to take their spots. So I understand what he's saying, but also I think that's kind of, I don't know if it's bitterness from DeMarcus not being there long enough with the Warriors.
He got hurt again.
What's that?
He got injured again.
Exactly. So I don't believe that. I also don't think it's on Steve sometimes to, it is your job as a coach to develop players, but also I don't think it's 100% Steve's fault. I think when, they try to make amends for the fight between Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, and then you see Jordan Poole not wanting to be a good team anymore, not wanting to listen to Draymond Green.
That ain't on Steve.
Exactly. And Steph's on the sideline being like, Jordan Poole, you have to listen to your teammate. At a certain point, Steph as kind of the the quiet leaders on the team is going to say behind the scenes, we need to move on from Jordan Poole. So you can blame Steve Kerr all you want, and he will be the bad guy in this situation. He even said it. Bring it on, fans. I'm trying to win. So it doesn't matter if he makes friends along the way. It's just that he wants to win a championship. I think that's all you can ask for in a coach.
Again, how good is Kuminga when all of his best performances come without Steph on the floor, and frequently they lose?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, again, everyone's like, look, this is Steve has ruined him. Look at how good he is in these three. They lost all the games that he had big games in. They lost all of them. And when he played as part of the system, he was horrible when he came back from the injury.
Yeah.
Right? So, I don't really care. I don't care about the development of talent. I care about winning. And I care about acquiring. I mean, Joe Lacob's willing to go get the best players available, and he's willing to pay for it. He continues to say that. Said it on that Tim Kawakami podcast this season, that he's willing to do whatever it takes. And if that means overspending to go get somebody to try to win, that's what it's going to take. He would love to develop the next key player of the organization. I cannot imagine that guy is Jonathan
Well, I mean,
Kuminga.
Joe doesn't help, too, when he has these expectations for the franchise. It's a difficult situation for Steve, no doubt.
Adam Copeland, Depop. Yeah, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. Giants fell 8-4 today. I'm live from the bunker at Oracle Park. They lose 2-3 to Kansas City after a pretty good win last night. Good baseball win, I thought, in last night's game as they get the W behind Hayden Birdsong. Picks up the win in his first start of the year. Well, there's going to be another change to the rotation as Justin Verlander, it was announced today, is going to land on the injured list. Bob Melvin says he's going to miss his next 2 starts. What does that mean for the rotation? Does it mean Kyle Harrison steps in to fill the void for the next couple? We'll talk about that next, and we can hear from Justin Verlander, who spoke to the media today before the game. That's all coming up. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Well, it's official. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the MVP of the National Basketball Association after leading the league with 32.7 points per game on 51.9% shooting, leading the Thunder to a league-high 68 wins. For all the latest on the NBA, keep it locked to KNBR, the sports leader.
69. 69.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. I'm still here at the bunker at Oracle Park. Giants fell 8-4 to the Royals, losing 2 of 3. Off day tomorrow, and they hit the road. Already probably on their way to the or at the airport or in the air, taking off for Washington, D.C., where they'll have an off day tomorrow. Frankly, the Giants are coming to town. I love my black and orange.
Never did that.
Without Verlander, though, I love Justin Verlander.
I love Verlander. Excited to see Prince Harry, maybe, or even a Whizenhunt, perhaps.
He's from De La. You know, he went to De La. Great school.
Dude, Trump breaking down the Giants pitching rotation now that Verlander's injured is a really funny riff. Frankly, I thought velocity down, you've got to take care of those pecs and the mechanics. Verlander is going to land on the injured list, announced today by Bob Melvin. He's going to miss his next 2 starts. Melvin said that, I think, before the game. Was it after the game Verlander met with the media?
Yes, he did, yes.
So, you remember he spoke to Susan Slitzer after his start on, was that Monday night he made the start? I think it was Monday night he made the start.
Yes, Monday.
Made the start Monday, and velocity was way down. Just like, did not look good. Could have been Sunday. I can't remember which day it was.
Actually, you know what? Sorry. It is Sunday.
It was Sunday, yeah. Yes. It was a day game. That's right. He just, throw 90, 91, hit 92 a couple times. Mechanics were off. He walked 5. The fastball just wasn't landing. After the game, when Susan Slesser asked him what was going on, he said he had some physical discomfort, but didn't want to give any details or allude to what it was. And when we spoke to Susan the other day, she said, it's common for this stuff to happen and for pitchers not to miss any time. She said, Verlander expected he would make his next start, didn't think it was too severe. I guess as they've gone through the week, it's just next couple of days have not healed up all that much better, and he's not feeling right. So they're going to shut him down. He's going to land on the injured list, 10-day IL now before the he's going to miss his next 2 starts. So they'll have to make
that one.
They'll have to make an adjustment. Yeah, I said they've got to put him on the IL. He's got to do it.
I called that one.
I was a little surprised that they were so confident, or he was so confident, and Melvin was, that he'd make his next start.
Yeah,
I guess because guys of his caliber and his age know their bodies well. But I just thought with as poor as his velocity was and as different as he looked, that it was pretty confident, I thought, of them to say, we're expecting him to make that start, and just a couple of days later now he's on the IL.
Yeah, they were hopeful about that, but I think even John Shea today joining the Gregs was like, I don't know. With his age and being, 42 and just the injury history, you might want to be a little more cautious. So, yeah, he's going to miss the next 2 starts. And now it's just a matter of who's going to come up. So would you feel more confident in Kyle Harrison? Would you feel more confident in Carson Whizenhunt? I think, with Kyle Harrison, he was very vocal to John Shea, I guess, just the other day, saying that he wants to start. This has always been a dream of his, and he'll do whatever the team asks of him, but coming out of the bullpen is not ideal for, what he had envisioned, so he wants to be a starter again. But at this point, Copes, I mean, for what you've seen with him coming out of the bullpen, do you feel comfortable with Kyle Harrison or more Carson Whizenhunt?
I think Kyle Harrison's earned the right.
Yeah.
He got right. I mean, he didn't have the health over the offseason. I saw his post-game interview last night after the game. They talked to him because he pitched pretty well after Hayden Birdsong left the game, and he was on NBC Sports. I saw him talking to Rich Aurelia and to Bonte. And a good question I saw, actually, maybe he talked to Kruk and Kipe, because Kruk asked him a question about his mentals and whether or not he had made more physical adjustments or mental adjustments. Actually, it was Rich Aurelia who asked him that. And he talked about both sides of it, where a lot of it was physical for him and that he wasn't able to throw or get his arm strength up over the offseason. Velocity was down when he was in spring. Then he had that illness that shut him down. He lost a bunch of weight.
Right.
So I think what the Giants are doing here, we talked about it the other day with Birdsong getting the opportunity. The Giants and Buster Posey has put this on a track record where if you're successful in the roles we ask you to be successful in, it will breed more opportunities for you. And I think that's what we're seeing from Hayden Birdsong, that he earned the right to get a spot in the rotation after pitching as well as he did throughout spring. They gave Landon Roop the nod. Birdsong earned a bullpen spot, right? That wasn't a given. He had to earn that.
Right.
He was handed the bullpen spot. He pitched well enough in the bullpen spot that when they needed somebody in the rotation, he's the first man up. I don't know that they've seen enough from Harrison at the big league level now, but I don't know that they're going to surpass him with somebody else as a spot starter. When you have the ability to start a guy like him, have him go 4 innings, have him go 5, stretch him out, get his pitch count up to whatever you want it to be, but they don't have to throw him with the off day now. I mean, he pitched yesterday, two days after Verlander threw. I don't know if it's going to line up for him to do that or if they'll go bullpen game with him, maybe stack him and Hicks and maybe get Bivens in there or something, but I think I'd be a little bit surprised if it was anybody but Harrison at this point.
Yeah, I would be too. Let's listen to Verlander himself as he talks about the injury.
Yeah, we talked a lot about kind of where I'm at, and after today, I think it was borderline. I'd be able to pitch, and they don't want me to kind of go out and risk injury. Clearly, last time wasn't right, so I didn't want to do that again. And then looking ahead, if I skip one start, I'm fairly positive. I told them this, fairly positive. I'd be able to make the next start. Can I say 100% no? But I think that's the problem, is not being able to say 100%. I need a few more days to determine that. And the retroact date for the IL is today, so that's where I'm saying, like, the best thing for the team is, like, and they're saying just give yourself a blow, take the 15 days, and let's get this thing behind you and be ready to go. So the worst case scenario would be like, hey, okay, I'm pretty sure I can make the next start, and then unfortunately something happens or it doesn't bounce back as quick as everybody thinks, and then it's like, oh no, I can't. And that kind of hamstrings our starting staff and some other guys. So I surely don't want to do that.
And he was asked also about from reporters about is this injury anyway related to a season ago when he had shoulder inflammation. He said, absolutely not, no way related. He knows his body, he knows his autonomy, so he feels comfortable. This is no way related to a season ago.
Jordo checks in on the KNBR YouTube chat.
Jordo.
She says another great take from Derek.
Is she being facetious there? Come on, Jordo.
I don't know. She just texted me again, too, like 10 minutes ago. Jordo, Dirty Work's favorite little sister, our coworker at KNBR, she texted me a little bit ago at 5 o'clock, almost exactly, and said, where you at, B? And I said, dude,
she's so aggressive.
Dude, I'm still doing my show. You know where I work. You're my coworker. You know what time the show is over.
She did drink a beer that was her body weight, so I mean,
I like that. Jordan, and then she checked in. She said, I'll call you a B again, Adam. So there you go. And she's calling me Adam, which is weird in and of itself.
Yeah, that's disrespectful, too.
I think I hear Verlander here saying, look, I needed a few more days, meaning he wouldn't be able to make the next start. But if you're just saying, no, I'm going to hang around and make sure, now you're pushing your team back, and I get what he's saying, where if I'm not able to go in the next start, they go spot starter, they can't fill that spot. Now you've put the stress on the starting staff, you put more stress on the bullpen because they have to eat those innings for a whole day versus just let's get somebody else in here, make sure you're 100% and get you back. So I'm good with it. I don't want to hamstring the staff either. Still got a lot of innings to play for the rest of this season. So Justin Verlander lands on the injured list, and we should find out in the next couple of days where it is that the Giants go in the rotation. Whether that's Harrison as like a 3-inning guy, and I can't imagine his pitch count would be stretched out that much if he were to make the next start, considering he did pitch last night. But you could still have him out there. So I said stack him and Jordan Hicks, who's been stretched out a little bit, and then try to patch that thing together with the back end of the bullpen. Then maybe the second time through, you've got Harrison for a few more. So Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Brock Purdy had his press conference today for his 5-year, $265 million contract extension. Our guy Mike Silver has been all over this all offseason long. We'll talk to Mike Silver about Brock Purdy, the passing today of Jim Irsay, and why is it that we don't know how much money head coaches in the NFL are making. We'll talk to Mike Silver. He's going to join Dirty Work, the greatest show in America. He does it next on the Sports Leader.
Okay.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. I'm still live from the bunker at Oracle Park following the Giants' 8-4 loss. But the other news of the day is Brock Purdy had his press conference today regarding his 5-year, $265 million contract extension. Here to talk about that, among other things across the NFL, it's our guy Mike Silver from The Athletic. What's up, Mike? How are you, bro?
What up, Mike?
Hey, guys. I'm a little bummed out. I was, pretty tight with Jim Irsay, who just passed away, the Colts owner, one of a kind, true original, and a sweeter man than most people who didn't get to know him as well. Probably don't appreciate or can probably appreciate. But he was a true rock and roller, and true rock and rollers know this, unfortunately, better than the general populace. It can go at any time.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry for your loss and your relationship with Jim Irsay. Well, I mean, Derek and I were talking about it briefly when the news broke. I thought it was important to note. One of the most recognizable owners in the NFL. As long as anybody can remember, and what he's done with that organization in Indianapolis. But what's the impact you think that people should know that he left on the NFL? Because I was saying to Derek, you think about guys like Al Davis and Jerry Jones, and you know what their impact is because of the voice that they have. And I think that NFL owners, maybe more than any other sport, in terms of their recognizability, the voting that happens, the changes that they constantly make. I imagine Jim Irsay is as big a part of anybody in his impact in making the league what it is today. What would you want people to remember him for in the league?
It's funny. I haven't thought about football much in the last hour or so, sure. But I should. But, I obviously knew him initially through football, and, he viewed us as kind of contemporaries, the old school people, because I think a lot of people don't understand his past. First of all, his father, Bob Irsay, was by all accounts kind of a miserable guy and had a serious drinking problem and wasn't very warm or friendly much, and he's obviously reviled in Baltimore, moved the Colts in the middle of the night to Indianapolis. And Jim came into that and definitely had a hard life in a lot of ways, struggled with substance issues, but really, really tried hard to, be different and succeeded. It just, had an inherent kindness, could be real tough and make tough decisions, but was really beloved by most of the people who knew him really well. And I know because he threw himself out there, people kind of look at him as a caricature sometimes, but his football roots are like substantial, and he started as a ball boy and was, for the guy who was going to inherit the team, he threw himself into all aspects of the organization at a young age and ended up being one of the youngest general managers ever in the league, and really, came at it from the football side and really, understands the game on a level that very few owners, have. Obviously, the Al Davises of the world being an exception, but for someone who wasn't a player or a coach, he really lived it and breathed it and understood its rhythms. And a lot of our initial connection was just kind of about that earlier era of the NFL, when it wasn't so glitzy and in everybody's face, and how it's evolved. He really did a lot of notable things as an owner, and they had a lot of success, which you'll see online and in articles in the coming days. During that run, he secured a really good stadium deal the second time around, and negotiated pretty tough with the city that had come into the league after that move. I think if you look at Dan Snyder's eventual departure from the NFL after it seemed that owners were untouchable, I think a lot of people will trace that to the moment at an owner meeting where Jim Irsay walked out of a meeting, saw some reporters, they asked him about Dan Snyder, and he said, basically, in so many words, this is ridiculous. Yeah. This is enough. We can't have this anymore. And that was the beginning of the end for Dan Snyder, and obviously that impacted the entire league, a fan base that is so happy for that ownership change. But that's, you know, if you knew Jim, you know, he told me once, you know, people always talk about having different sides to them. He goes, I don't have sides. He goes, I'm the same person for better or worse in pretty much every context, and it's rough and messy and not always what people want, but it is absolutely, you know, it doesn't change. And so, you know, the Jim Irsay, who I know, walked out of that room and just decided, I think this Daniel Snyder thing is hurting our league, and I don't like it. And I'm just going to come out and say some things that none of my peers have said to this point. And it gave a lot of other people cover to kind of start talking about what an exit might be. So, you know, look, he really understood the game better than people realize. And he also just loved, you know, so many parts of American culture and
he's an eclectic dude. Yeah, see, I'm a president's guy. The collections are incredible.
Yeah, the counterculture. But if you look at that beautiful collection, you know, everyone, obviously the music hits you in the face. I got to play Jerry Garcia's Tiger. I've seen Gilmore's Black Strat and Ringo's drums. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But there's also a lot of American history in there. You know, Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King, like it's a
JFK,
it's a
Harry Truman, yeah, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, and his, you know, and I know from talking to him, he didn't look at it like I own these things. He'd buy them, but he looked at it like I'm a custodian, and I'm not stashing them away. I'm going to take them on the road. I'm going to try to build a museum, which I know they've been working on, and I'm going to share this with as many people as I can, you know, to give them an appreciation. So, you know, it's he definitely lived a hard life, but it has a lot of love coming his way, and I'm getting it in texts and other communications from all around the world, including from amazingly like rock and rollers I love as a fan, who I've gotten to know through Jim, are texting me about how bummed out they are right now. So, yeah, sad day.
Definitely. And condolences to you, Mike, for the loss of your friend Jim Irsay, gone way too soon at the age of 65. And there's no easy transition, so we'll just move on to Brock Purdy. But Mike, you've written about this, how the 49ers struck gold with Brock Purdy in your book, The Why Is Everything, which is available at Amazon. So between them trading the farm for Trey Lance before they knew he was a bust and Jimmy breaking his foot, how much has the greatest Mr. Irrelevant of all time saved this franchise?
I mean, you know, as you guys know, usually when a coach and a GM trade 3-1s to get in position to take a quarterback third overall, and that quarterback turns out to not be good at football, that usually takes them down and sets the franchise back. And in this case, obviously, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are very much, you know, in a good spot, and the 49ers presumably can still be. And when you get Brock Purdy with the 262nd and last pick the next year, it bails you out. So just off that alone, there should be a lot of gratitude, you know, from that building to Purdy. And I know that, you know, because of the rookie wage scale, he might be the most underpaid player in history the last 2.5 years. I mean, it's crazy for his accomplishments. So I know he's getting a lot now, but they owe him in a way. On the other hand, I do think Purdy was intent on not freaking out over every dollar and, you know, wanting to leave them cap flexibility and not trying to, you know, bleed it out, you know, into the summer, which is obviously a very sensitive subject in that building and to the fan base given recent years. So I really think this is like a win-win-win as deals go. Like, Purdy got a lot. He deserved it. They're committed to him. You know, it doesn't seem to blow up the cap in a ruinous way. It got done in May, most important. And, you know, I know Brock well enough to know that he's not going to be someone who changes because of the money. He's still going to go for what he told me last summer is that bloody mindset and try to, quote, dominate. And it didn't work out last year for a variety of reasons. I do think one thing he has to guard against is if he tries to be a hero, if he tries to do too much, that takes away from one of his superpowers, which is being so efficient and doing it the right way and not overextending. So though he's got the big money and though they've lost some guys, I think the best course for him is just to keep, trying to run that offense the way it's supposed to be run, and good things will happen.
Talking to Mike Silver, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. We were talking a lot yesterday when the news came out about his no trade clause that was put into the contract. There are only 7 other guys, all quarterbacks, who have the no trade. First time the Niners have done a contract like this or with these details. And when Brock was asked about it today, he kind of said, well, it wasn't going to be an end-all be-all, but my agent looked at, what deals and things guys got around the league. This just told me this was finding what the market rate was and what can we get that other guys have gotten. Is the no trade clause, you think, going to become a regular thing now for quarterbacks?
It's one of those weird things because it's really hard to trade a quarterback that doesn't want to be traded, even without the clause, right? Like Kirk Cousins has a no-trade clause, so he can sit there to Atlanta and go, no, I'm not doing that. But if you really think about it, like if you were going to give up what it would take to get maybe Kirk Cousins now is a little bit devalued, but say it's a quarterback you consider your guy and you're willing to give up draft compensation-wise what it takes to get that guy, you're paying them, and you need to know that he's on board with it. If that guy's like, I might retire, or I don't really want to go there, or I'm not going to re-up with you, then I think it's dead anyway. On the other hand, it is a cool thing, to know that, if things aren't going well and it's kind of agreed upon with the team that a fresh start would be better or relocation would be better, and who knows what might happen down the road. If you're the player, it's kind of cool to know that you can overtly participate in the process. In other words, you guys are looking at Team X, Team Y, but I really want these couple teams to be the priorities. You saw last summer with Ayuk that even players without the actual trade clause can kind of influence where they go or don't go. And Ayuk was willing to go to Pittsburgh, but didn't want to go to Cleveland and didn't want to go to New England. And the Browns and Patriots didn't seem comfortable making that trade unless Ayuk would sign on.
Talking to Mike Silver on the UMA guest line. So just switching gears here for around the NFL, the tush push is sticking around. They needed 24 votes to ban it, and they only got 22 with 10 teams voting against the ban, 22 in favor, including the 49ers. They're in favor of banning the tush push. So with how close the tush push was to being banned, would you say it's only a matter of time before this thing gets enough votes to be outlawed?
Yeah, I think there is a chance that it will be outlawed after next season, certainly, and it might not just be the tush push. It will be potentially a return to the pre-2005 conditions where there's no pushing or pulling of the ball carrier, period. I wrote all about it. It's up at The Athletic now. It's one of those things where I don't love the tush push for a lot of reasons. And another thing I don't love, let me just go off on a tangent here. If you're on defense and a guy's forward progress is stopped and you plow in and push him back, A, he's getting forward progress, B, the whistle's blowing quickly, and C, you're risking unnecessary roughness. But increasingly, we're seeing ball carriers, usually, outside the hash marks, getting their progress kind of stopped, and then, 4 dudes come from behind and start pushing, and the refs leave the play open and don't blow the whistle, and they're pushing and pushing, and they're getting yards, and maybe 4 seconds later they'll blow it, and that to me seems like a stupid double standard. If the progress seems stopped either direction, don't let people come and push when defenders can't, in my opinion. So I think you could make a case on the health and safety front, which they haven't done very convincingly, and you could make the case aesthetically that the tush push isn't a very awesome play and all that, but I hated the optics of doing it now where it's sore loser optics, right? It's, oh my God, the Eagles, we can't stop it, and they just won the Super Bowl, let's ban it. And I think if and when it does get banned, I would like to see it not seem reactionary because it's a bad look, and I think it sets a bad precedent.
A few more minutes with Mike Silver of The Athletic. All right, I'm going to ask this question. I know I'm going to piss off Copes and everybody listening in the process, but I want to know the answer to this. When do you think Aaron Rodgers is signing with the Steelers?
Oh, come on.
And I know that he's dealing with a lot. I know that he joined the Joe Rogan podcast and gave details about why he hasn't signed yet. He's having, people he's close with are dealing with cancer right now. But do you also believe that he's still holding out hope that maybe the Vikings change their mind and want to sign him?
Maybe, and we've reported extensively in the offseason about how he and Kevin O'Connell have been talking, how Aaron really wants to go to the Vikings and how they considered it very strongly and kind of decided we'll give J.J. McCarthy the spring. I think it's more likely that he'll sign with the Steelers. The Steelers certainly believe that he will, but they don't have a ton of leverage, they would have given him an ultimatum like before the draft or during free agency. Now it's like stomp your feet and like, you better tell us by next week or we're going with Mason Rudolph.
Yeah.
So I think they think he's doing it, but they don't really have a way of enforcing it. And I feel like, I take Aaron at his word, obviously, if he's dealing with some non-football stuff, as anyone should. But, I also know that he's pondered retirement, and he's, you mentioned the Viking scenario, and I also think, it could be a soft retirement, a la his predecessor in Green Bay, Brett Favre, where it's like, oh yeah, I'm retired, and then, like, for example, like if Tua, got hurt in September, what do you think the Dolphins would do? And
Right.
not to put a curse on Tua. I'm just saying there's a lot of situations where if Aaron Rodgers just stopped playing, a team would probably call him and really, really want it to happen in certain scenarios. So, yeah, I guess the answer is I don't know. I think the Steelers think he's going there, and he may have told them, I am going there, but until he actually goes there, I think all options are on the table.
Yeah.
Athletic, Mike, really, we are sorry and condolences on the passing of Jim Irsay, man. We really appreciate you making time while you're dealing with something so heavy and life-related. So try to enjoy the rest of your evening, man. Best of luck to you. We're sending you love, and we'll talk to you later, man.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Much love, Mike. The great Mike Silver. We got to take a quick break. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We will put the show to bed before Larry Krueger comes up with Niners Nightly at 6 o'clock at the top of the hour. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Do you hate the tush push?
That's too damn bad!
A proposal to ban the play failed by 2 votes today. The vote, interestingly, was 22-10 in favor of the ban, falling short of the 24 votes needed. For everything tush-related, keep it locked to KNBR, the butt fumble leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
I don't wanna do your dirty work no more.
Putting the show to bed on a Wednesday afternoon where the Giants lost 8-4 at Oracle Park and they hit the road to take on the Washington Nationals. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Larry Krueger coming up at the top of the hour here with Niners Nightly. So why don't we get right to it? Let's put the show to bed. Tim, you got a note to self?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. Jordan joined the chat. She came in hot, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, dude, Jordo did not mess around, dude.
Don't mess around with Jordo.
She dropped an SMD on Everyone's Worst Nightmare.
SMD.
She
Whoa,
did.
Jordo.
She did.
Come on,
She
let's
said-
be nice.
Said Everyone's Worst Nightmare can SMD, and I was like,
Whoa.
oh.
She's the filthiest of the filth right now.
Yeah, Jordan.
She's welcome in the chat.
And she said, shout out Dirty Work. Of course, Dirty Work's favorite little sister, Jordo. All right, Tim, what you got? Or Derek, you got a
Note to self.
Note to self. When athletes get paid, sometimes they just blow all their money on ass. Not Brock Purdy. He blows it on bass.
I'd like to get a bass boat one day.
They blow it on ass, dude. Not Brock. He's blowing it on bass.
He's
dude.
blowing on bass, baby.
I don't know if bass fishing. They're always catching them and just throwing them back.
Yeah, basically.
See, I fished for food. You know what I mean?
I play for keeps.
All the times I fish, I play for keeps. Just brings me to the Rod Brooks thought. Shout out to great Rod Brooks. You always said, Tim, what's the line from Rod? Anytime the ocean isn't involved.
Anytime you're in the ocean, you're a 3-point underdog.
Yeah, the ocean gets a 3-point.
That's accurate.
Yeah,
That's accurate.
They're laying 3 no matter what when you're taking on the ocean. Note to self.
Note to self.
16 hits. Tough to overcome.
Yeah.
Logan Webb gave up 10 hits today. Giants allowed 16. They dropped 2 of 3 to the Kansas City Royals. That's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Wednesday. We'll be back with you tomorrow for a full show, a full Thursday show. How about that, Derek?
Brent Jones is going to join us along with Mark Spears and Rich Aurelia.
How about that? That's a jam-packed show. Mark Spears, Brent Jones, who's going into the Niners Hall of Fame, and Rich Aurelia. Thanks to our guest today, Mike Silver. I know he's going through it as his buddy Jim Irsay passed away today at the age of 65. So our thoughts are with the Irsays and, of course, with our guy Mike Silver, who's been close with him for a long time. And great work today, Tim. I know we had some technical difficulties at the top of the show. Got them figured out. Great work by you. I will see you guys tomorrow. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
It's time to bring the 49ers to the forefront.
It's go time. This is the best team that they can put on the field this year.
Welcome to Niners Nightly.
You guys are going to hear it. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest scuttle from the players.
On your proud home of 49ers football. Touchdown! KNBR, the sports leader. Your faithful fix with your host, Larry Krueger, begins.
We'll take phone calls. We'll talk Niners for a full hour. Fired up. Really excited.
Now.
And away we go. Welcome to Niners Nightly. Larry Krueger with you this week on a Wednesday and a Thursday. A little Niners Nightly back-to-back. The great King Kyle, in the catbird seat at the mothership on the controls. He is the producer extraordinaire tonight. And we're going to have a great hour. JD's going to join us, bottom of the hour. The great John Dickinson is probably, he's probably over the Warrior defeat by now, planning ahead for the NBA draft, digging deep to find the answers for what ails the Golden State Warriors. So JD's going to join us. He was down in Santa Clara today, as was I, for Brock Purdy's presser. And, the second half of the hour we'll devote to JD, but the first half of the hour we're going to devote to your phone calls. 808 KNBR, the phone number. 3 things, we'll get into what happened today in 49er land, but 3 things that I'd love you to chime in on tonight. If you're driving around, you're listening to the sports leader, and you're thinking, you know what, I'm going to call in tonight. Tonight is my night to call in. We're going to take some of your calls here at 808 KNBR. 3 topics I really want you to jump in on. One, just the first one is, do you like the Purdy deal? Just, I don't need you to have any concrete data or information. You don't necessarily have to have a reason for why you like it. Heck, you could just like the fact that it's not going to be a discussion point between now and training camp. 808 KNBR, do you like the Purdy deal? Do you like the new Purdy contract? That's one. Number two is Brock Purdy is this the greatest story in NFL history? I mean, seriously, there aren't too many better than this. The last pick in the draft signs a 5-year, $265 million contract to be the franchise quarterback of one of the most iconic franchises the league's ever known. We are seriously, it took everything I had not to ask Brock the cheesiest of questions today, which was, what actor do you want playing you in the Brock Purdy Disney movie? Because it's coming. And if this guy wins a Super Bowl, it is for sure coming. It is for sure coming. The movie about Brock Purdy's life. You can already see it. Mr. Irrelevant. Did you guys see Mr. Irrelevant? Oh, yeah, it's a box office hit. I can't believe blankety blank is playing Brock Purdy. But that would be just the best movie, because movies always want to start with some kind of tragic misdirection or chase scene. And this one, you could have, Trey Lance walking to the podium, being announced as the 3rd pick overall, and the Niners are going to the Super Bowl, and they've got their Mahomes, and yes, the iconic franchise gets the superstar quarterback to be, and everything is going to be great. Oh, except it wasn't. And he wound up being a huge bust. And the GM and the coach were probably going to be fired, except no, they stumbled on this 7th-round rookie. And Mr. Irrelevant saves the entire franchise and leads them to a Super Bowl. It is going to be an epic movie. I think the likelihood of a Brock Purdy movie is pretty good right now. If Brock Purdy leads the Niners to a Super Bowl, it is coming. You are getting the Brock Purdy movie. So, is this the greatest story in NFL history? Or do you have something else? And there are others. It's not like this is the only thing that's ever happened in the history of the league. Kurt Warner was bagging groceries at Kroger's, for crying out loud, played for the Iowa Barnstormers. Frank Gore's an incredible story, blew out both ACLs and both legs before he ever played a down, and then made it to the Hall of Fame. Not quite yet, but he'll be there. The Alex Smith story, of his being drafted over Aaron Rodgers, and the failures and the trials and the tribulations and the Harbaugh years, and then what happened to his leg and the comeback. And that's an incredible story. The Tom Brady story, from late 6th-round pick to the GOAT. There's just a lot of them. The Vince Papale story of the Eagles player who showed up in a tryout camp in the mid-'70s. They made the movie Invincible, another Disney movie, because the guy went on and played special teams in the NFL for 3 years out of a tryout camp. There's a lot of great stories. Teddy Bruschi had a stroke, came back and played. Rocky Bleier, Pat Tillman. If I had to say one, I'd probably say Pat Tillman. The Pat Tillman story is probably the greatest story in NFL history. This guy gave up an NFL contract and the riches and the fame and everything that came with it to enlist in the Army because of 9/11. That's heroic stuff. And then you're talking about, the fact that he was a Bay Area guy. To me, anytime I see the ESPN or the NFL Network Football Life on Pat Tillman, like anytime it's on, I will watch it from start to finish. Eric Burns is a good buddy of mine. Burnsy was a good friend of Tillman's, and I just have this connection to Tillman that I just can't. And every time I watch that thing, I just think this guy was so much better than me, so much more principled, so much stronger, this guy was just a superior human being. I used to joke with Gary Radnich that Frank Gore was a superior human being to us because he was injured so often. He still, had a Hall of Fame type career. Gary would be like, come on. But I mean, I would really say that about Pat Tillman. I mean, he was better than us, and gave his life. So I mean, that's an incredible story. The 2009 Saints with Drew Brees, who won the Super Bowl in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, which was, I think, 05 or 06, and they won the Super Bowl in like 09 or 2010, just a few years after, right as that city was being rebuilt after, $80 billion in damage and thousands of people losing their life in Hurricane Katrina. So, I mean, this Brock Purdy story there's been some great stories in NFL history, but from Mr. Irrelevant, last pick in the draft, to $265 million quarterback that's a top 10 guy who's going to lead the 49ers to a Super Bowl someday, it's got to be up there. I mean, that's got to be up there. So 808 KNBR. Do you like the Purdy deal? That's number one. Is Brock Purdy's story, where do you put that with the greatest stories in the history of the NFL? 808 KNBR. What is, if I say to you, greatest story in NFL history, you say what? And how far down the list is this Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, to, saving Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch's jobs and careers, saving an iconic franchise from huge embarrassment after the Lance pick and gaffe? I mean, that was a huge gaffe. Brock Purdy's the only reason that this franchise moved on from that, without a whole lot of pain along the way. So he deserves every freaking penny. And then the Niners were one of the teams today to vote against the tush push ban, which didn't pass. So the tush push returns for another year. It fell a couple votes shy. And I was looking at who voted for it and who voted against it. The Niners are one of the teams that voted against it. Should the NFL ban this play, or should everybody stop complaining about it and defend it better? And would you to me, in some ways, the Eagles have cornered the market on these players, right? They had Jason Kelce. Now he's retired, but now they have another big, powerful center in Cam Jurgens. They got a quarterback who can, squat the entire squat rack. So he's incredible leg strength. You got a gigantic left guard in Landon Dickerson. You had Mekhi Becton last year, was the biggest guard in the history of life. And then you got Saquon Barkley, and they just got the great personnel in the middle of the field. And they just say, here it is. You want to stop it, stop it. Now, I saw the Packers, big ploy to get it canceled and get the play overturned. And I'm torn on this one, and I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I'm torn. On one hand, if that play produces a 4.5-yard run instead of a 3.5-yard run, the NFL's got major problems. Because if anybody ever decides they're going to, get a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter or in the third quarter and just go tush push and have a 28-play drive and try to move all the way down the field and just use up the entire clock, first of all, nobody wants to watch that. Nobody wants to watch somebody no huddle the tush push up and down the field. If anybody ever perfects it to that level, they will for sure cancel it because it's terrible television. Nobody wants to watch it. It's horrible to watch. It would be like a little rugby scrum in the middle of the game that just kept going on and on and on, and you couldn't really see who, anybody making a play, and it's all based on, forward progress being halted and some official. Did he blow the whistle? Did he not? Where was it halted? Where wasn't it? It's a nightmare if that thing produces 4 yards a carry, and we're getting close. So on one hand, if it ever got to a team average, 4 yards a carry and they could literally no huddle the tush push up and down the field, I think the league would cancel it. But I'm kind of against artificially canceling plays. If you want to defend it, defend it. You want it to end, stop it. Go get a couple Alfred Collins and a couple great inside linebackers and get up on the line of scrimmage and, shove Cam Jurgens' helmet, 5 feet backwards and stuff Saquon Barkley and stuff Landon Dickerson and stop it. Defend it. That would kind of be my thought of it. But I'd love to hear from you. 808 KNBR is the phone number. that's really the third topic I want to jump in on. Should the league ban the tush push? Do you want to see it banned? I think right now I'm in the camp that says don't ban it. Don't ban it because it just, to me, that's just kind of weak sauce. Eagles the Eagles chose this personnel. The Eagles have a very strong running quarterback. The Eagles have a very strong, powerful, drive-blocking interior offensive line. My first thought would be, don't ban it. Let's defend it. Let's see somebody stop it. And maybe that means that you have to invest a lot in 2 defensive tackles and a inside linebacker. Or maybe other teams should copy this. Maybe the 49ers, should have drafted that defensive tackle from Florida, who was 450 pounds, Desmond Watson, and shoved him up on the nose and just said, hey, Cam Jurgens, meet Desmond Watson. He outweighs you by 125 pounds. You want to move him? Move him. I mean, it's a caveman tactic. It may be the solution to defend it is kind of a caveman solution. They got big, strong guys, get bigger, stronger guys. But 808 KNBR, should the NFL ban the tush push? I'm saying no. What's the greatest story in NFL history? I'll tell you next segment what I think it is. And do you like the Brock Purdy deal? All right, we'll take a timeout. Well, there's a bunch of other headlines today in Santa Clara. We'll hit those as well as take a couple of your calls. JD's going to join us bottom of the hour. 808 KNBR is the number. It's Niners Nightly on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, it's official. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the MVP of the National Basketball Association after leading the league with 32.7 points per game on 51.9% shooting, leading the Thunder to a league-high 68 wins. For all the latest on the NBA, keep it locked to KNBR, the sports leader.
to Niners Nightly with your host, Larry Krueger, on KNBR, the sports leader.
I think where we ended up was exactly where we needed to be. I'm extremely happy with where we ended, and I know the Niners are too. And you know, with that being said, man, like for me, it's all about football now. And you know, however, obviously they use the cap space and all that kind of stuff. Like that's not my job. My job is to now go and win games and lead this team. And but I'm extremely happy and grateful for where we ended with. And yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
Welcome back. It's Niners Nightly. Brock Purdy is happy. Of course he's pleased. He was the last pick in the draft, and he just signed a 5-year, $265 million contract with $181 million guaranteed. And by the way, the next time you're going to call up KNBR or somebody and say, you know what, Jed's a gigantic, cheap, blah, blah, blah. Jed, by the way, spent $404.4 million on extensions for Kittle, Warner, and Purdy, all in the last few weeks. $277 million guaranteed. And that guaranteed money has to be either paid out or put in escrow. So why did the Niners take on $501 million or $510 million for 3 new owners for 6% of a franchise that with a valuation of close to $9 billion? Because they needed to pay $277 million. Oh yeah, in cash. So there you go. All right, welcome back to Niners Nightly. Let's take some phone calls. What do you think of the Purdy deal? Would you vote for or against the tush push? Is Brock Purdy the greatest story in NFL history? If he isn't, what is? Let's go to the lines. Rick's and Hayward on the Sports Leader. Hey, Rick.
Hey, Larry. How's it going?
Good, man. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, you got my blood boiling here, and I needed to call somebody. I can't talk to anybody about the Giants, so.
Okay, fair enough.
The Purdy deal, I think, is to be determined. I don't think he's not worthy of the contract. I just think with football, it's the other surrounding 10 players that will depend on his success or failure. And without an offensive line, without a left tackle or guard, they're not going to be anything this year, you know. So that's why I'm saying to be determined right now.
I think it's fair. I think it's how they support Brock Purdy will determine his success or failure.
I mean, I know what you just said. What you just said about Jed spending all the money. He had to. They want to win, don't they? I mean, that's the key to this. They want full Levi Stadium, and if they don't do this, they're going to only have 45 or 50,000. So this was like it was a de facto no-brainer deal. I mean, yeah. 181 million guaranteed. I mean, that's the going rate right now, right?
It absolutely is. If you want, I mean, you know, and they didn't pay him astronomical dollars. He's making Jared Goff money. He's making Tua Tagovailoa money. I think that's fair. I think, you know, I know there are people that are like, oh man, I wouldn't have paid him north of 50 million. Well, then you would have ignored the market. And that's not something that Brock's agent was going to allow you to do. You know, you weren't going to get to ignore the market exists, you know, and then it was just a matter of, do you want to swim in these waters or not? And they committed early on. Shanahan did, Lynch did. Heck, Jed called him a top 10 quarterback. If the owner's calling you a top 10 quarterback, guess what? You got to pay him like a top 10 quarterback. And what is he? Eighth highest paid. So it's worked out nicely.
Well, let's face it, Larry. If his tendon doesn't get ripped off in that Philadelphia game, he is in the Super Bowl, and they probably would have won that Super Bowl. So, I mean, the guy has got all the credentials, the qualifications. He's got everything he needs. The 49ers are doing exactly what Bill Walsh would do. They're getting rid of players that have too much fat on the bone still, or don't have enough fat on the bone left anymore. Kind of like they got rid of the wide receiver and they got rid of some running back. You know, they get rid of guys maybe too early, but that's what Bill Walsh did. Yeah, I mean,
you just can't. Yeah, you can't be emotionally tied to every player. You just can't. You got to say goodbye. You got to turn over the roster. It's just the way it goes. And as far as Brock Purdy, I was just saying to my producer Kyle off the air during the break. Brock Purdy walked off the field in Vegas against Kansas City in Super Bowl 58, leading 19-16 in the fourth quarter, and his defense let him down. He walked off the field leading 22-19 in overtime, and guess what? His defense let him down. If his defense gets one stop there, people would not say a word about this contract. So, and a lot of times football comes down to the luck of the bounce. Kansas City in Super Bowl 58 against the 49ers fumbled the ball 5 times, but they only lost 1 fumble. The ball just bounced their way into their arms, and they got the win. Rick, let me jump, man, because we got a bunch of people lined up, but I appreciate you jumping in. Have a great night in Hayward. Alan's in San Bruno on the Sports Leader. We'll get out to San Bruno on KNBR. What's up, Alan?
Hey, Larry. My 2 cents worth is Purdy's worth every penny. Every penny. It was a great deal because, football is all around the quarterback. And I think the Niners have a hell of a quarterback now. And so I've been a Niner fan since the season ticket holder since 1979. So been around and seen a lot. And all I can tell everybody is I would love to see the social media, what they said about Joe Montana, what they say about Steve Young, all that. I want to make a point that Joe and Steve had their good games and they had their bad games, just like
sometimes in the same game.
Yeah, exactly.
You could argue that Joe Montana's bad game was the game that he's most known for, which is the 81 NFC Championship game.
Yeah,
that was not a great game for Joe. Not to mention Steve Young. I love Steve Young like a brother. Steve Young's first playoff game against the Washington Redskins, I think he threw like 3 picks and fumbled twice and had like 5 or 6 turnovers. The Niners still won the game because they were that good of a team at that point in history. But, could you imagine the reaction to that game in today's social media world? It would have been 9,000 tweets. Steve Young is not him. Blah, 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 blah,
So the thing about the push,
let
it go. Find a way to defend it. They came up with the idea. Somebody's going to have to come up with the way to stop it. So that's the way. And
don't vote it out. Stop it. That's what you're saying.
Right. And a defining moment to me, what you were talking about the NFC Championship game with the catch. The catch changed everything for us 49er fans. It was like the greatest moment of all time. Okay, nothing.
It was like an NFL earthquake that vaulted the Niners to the top of the heap, and and in one gigantic motion took a death blow to the dynasty known as the Dallas Cowboys. It was a beautiful moment, really. It really was.
It was, and I was at the stadium then. Like everybody says they were. Well, I was there.
You were there.
And it was, I was there. So as I said, I've been the Niner season ticket holder since 1979. So I've seen it all, and I still love the Niners. And go Niners, and keep the great show going. And
thank you, Alan. Have a great night in San Bruno, man. We'll talk to you soon. Opens up a line 808 KNBR. Let's try to squeeze a couple more in. Then we'll hit JD in just a second. Dino's in Pacheco on the Sports Leader. Hey, Dino.
Larry, good to talk to you.
Hey, absolutely. Great to talk to you.
I'm the one that told you about the billion seconds and all that in the day and about money. But
right. I like that perspective shaker.
Yeah, exactly. It was a perspective. But anyway, as far as Brock, I'll keep it short.
Yep.
The way he came in, obviously, where he was drafted and everything. The way he came in the middle of a game, that Miami game, and ripped out. He just started ripping off win after win, and then and they weren't even after the wins weren't even close. And like that one guy just said too. Literally, he was 4 quarters away from 2 straight Super Bowls, and then he rips his elbow. That's one that has to be. At least it's not the first, the second all-time greatest story I've ever seen in my life, and it continued. And then he tore his elbow up and came back and went to a Super Bowl after that. But anyway, as far as the tush push, I mean, that's stupid to even call it the tush push. It's a quarterback sneak, man. And I'm not a Philly fan, but it just gets I don't know why it gets spotlighted so much.
It's a quarterback sneak. But let's be honest about this. And Greg Papa was talking about this with Greg Silver earlier today, and he's totally right. Somewhere along the line, and I don't know exactly the date of it, but the NFL, it used to be you could not push an offensive player, period. Couldn't push a running back, couldn't push a quarterback, could not push the offensive player. They changed that rule. They allowed teams to push an offensive player. It's artificial. It's artificial.
You're
Why?
right, Larry.
It's no different than a linebacker or a safety taking a 5-yard sprint and stepping on the nose guard's butt and vaulting himself into the air to block a field goal. I mean, are we going to allow that?
Larry, you're
using another man to vault yourself.
Larry, here's my point on this one though. As far as they're not the only one doing that. All the teams are trying that. Buffalo got stopped in the championship game. Kansas City stopped Josh Allen, whatever.
So you're like let it organically go. It's whatever way it goes. You're all for the organic nature of the thing. Don't rule against it. Just kind of let it go whatever way it goes.
It's a play.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, hey, I'm not losing sleep over it. I just think it's bad football if they perfect it even a little bit more. I guess it would come down to this. And I was listening to to Mike Silver talking to Derek and Adam about it. It's about blowing the whistle, right? Because it's like halting forward progress. The problem with this play is that the running back dives into the line, and then the play stops, but it doesn't stop. Because it's the tush push. So we allow it to go on. And then it goes on for another second. There's a surge. And then there should be a whistle blown, but there's not because it's the tush push and we allow it to go on. So this play you really get like 3 shots at it. It's kind of like when you throw a quick slant, you got 1 shot at it. 3 steps, ball's coming out, boom. And if it's absolutely perfect, it's an incomplete pass and you're on to the next down. This play, the running back could get stuffed. And then you could get a second push, and then that could get stuffed, and then you could get a third push. And then theoretically, until the whistle blows, and every ref is different as to when they're going to blow the whistle, you don't know when that play ends. So I just think it's so murky as far as where does the play really truly end that the offense is given an advantage with the longer that play is allowed. If it's a 2-second play, it's probably 50-50. If it's a 5-second play, it's advantage offense. If it's an 8-second play, it's major advantage offense. So from that, I'd like to see them shorten it. Like you get initial push. If you get halted, boom, blow the whistle quicker, and let's move on to the next play. Don't give them a second and a third surge because that's just not football. That's just not football. Dino, let me jump. Let me take 2 more, and then we'll break. Johnny's in San Mateo on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Larry, thanks for taking my call. Long-time listener, first-time caller. So,
awesome, man. Glad to hear you jump in.
Yeah, Brock Purdy, I think the deal was the perfect deal. I mean, the way I look at it is he was on his rookie contract, performed amazing, and was terribly underpaid. That's how the NFL works, right? So if you average out the years of his rookie contract with the years of this contract, that's
still
what
a bargain.
He deserves,
Yeah, exactly.
I
Exactly.
mean, he earned it. He earned the money. I mean, no one was saying poor Brock, he's only making $1 million and he's taking us to the Super Bowl. I didn't hear anybody talking about that. So I think it's a fair deal.
Yeah, no, I do
on the
too.
tush push.
Yeah.
On the tush push, I'm with you. The more you talk about it, the more I agree that when did it become okay to shove somebody? I didn't know they changed that rule.
No, they changed that rule. I mean, that was a rule. Like, I remember as a kid, that was a rule where you could not push the back. You couldn't push anybody.
Yeah.
But somewhere along the line, they allowed the offensive players to push the person with the ball, and it's opened this thing up.
That's rugby, I mean, and then, you're not allowed, like in rugby, the out-of-bounds play when they toss it, they lift the guys up on their shoulders. So you're not allowed to do that in the NFL, right? A receiver can't be lifted up in the NFL, I'm assuming.
Well, and also, what are we incentivizing here? Are we incentivizing athleticism, or are we incentivizing bigger bodies? Because ultimately, Desmond Watson, the Florida nose guard, is an obese man who can't really play football. Okay. But I was advocating for the 49ers to sign this guy as an undrafted free agent because he is an island unto himself. He's 460 pounds. And if you're going to have a league that has the tush push and the team that stands between you and the Super Bowl is going to be the Philadelphia Eagles, you may want to defend it. And you may want to go after a guy like that. But, that goes against everything that I believe in. You're going to – this beautiful game with all these athletes, you're going to take some guy who ate too much at Round Table Pizza, for the last 20 years, and now he's your star run defender. It just seems backwards. But if they're going to have the rule, you better start thinking of caveman tactics to defend it.
Yeah, I will say, though, I would have liked the Niner to draft a true nose guard, a space eater, not necessarily the Florida guy. But last year, teams are running all over us.
Well, Alfred Collins is supposed to be that guy. He's 6'6", he's 332 pounds. I'll say this. I stood behind this guy at rookie minicamp, and I don't think I'd ever say that I would see a defensive tackle that I thought was bigger than Javon Kinlaw naturally. But this guy is, man. This guy legitimately is a house, and he probably is going to plug the run. That would be my guess if he stays healthy.
I hope so. I want a Norfolk kind of guy. Just takes up two guys in the middle and stops the run.
I hear you. Michael Carter revisited. Johnny, let me jump, but I appreciate the call, man. Have a great night in San Mateo. All right, we'll do this. We'll take a timeout. JD's going to join us next. We'll get his thoughts on the Purdy deal. JD spent the day in Santa Clara. We'll get his thoughts on what the Niners did with their quarterback next as we continue. It's Niners Nightly on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
faithful. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger now continues on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
I mean, that's just something that I've learned in the NFL, man. There's always going to be something, that you're going to be going through or facing, and it's never going to be perfect. It's never going to be easy. But I know who I am. Like I've said to you guys a million times, like with my faith, and it's bigger than football. But I think knowing that has allowed me to handle all the things that come my way, whether it's a surgery or a contract or losing a big game. I know who I am, and it just fires me up to go and defy the odds after that. And so, it's just part of it.
Welcome back. It's Niners Nightly. That was Brock Purdy earlier today in Santa Clara talking about kind of his perspective on his new contract. And, I'll say this about Brock Purdy. He's a young man, but he's got it all in the proper perspective, right? He's like, football is what I do. It's not who I am. There are more important things to life than football. And yet he competes like there's nothing else in life that's more important than football. And joining us on the UMA guest line is JD, John Dickinson, who was in Santa Clara today for the Purdy presser. JD, what stood out to you about Purdy's presser today? Was there a part of any of his answers that caught your attention?
Well, I would even start, and thanks for having me on, Larry, before the presser or with just the overall tone of the that was the least extravagant big-time press conference I think that I've ever seen. It was just Brock Purdy coming up to the podium. It wasn't a table. There was no dais. There was no owner and GM and head coach and Purdy and his dad and his mom and his wife and his brothers and his sisters. And I kind of expected that, but I guess we shouldn't have expected that because that something that extravagant is really not what Brock Purdy's all about. He's just so understated, and it honestly felt like the press conference that you would get on a Thursday afternoon in week 4 as the 49ers are getting ready to go take on the Cardinals. And, I've got to watch out for this guy and that guy and got to play better, got to hit some third downs. Like it just did not seem like a guy who just got, 9 figures in terms of guaranteed money added to his bank account.
I was listening to Greg driving down. He's like, is he going to wear a suit? Is he going to, JD,
it looked warm-ups.
JD, it looked like he might have finished it and went and got a lift, or maybe went inside and did some box jumps or something. I mean, he looked like he was reporting to train, and as you said, this is a huge moment in his life. No wife, no mom, no dad, no family, no agent, no Lynch, no Shanahan, no Kubiak, it could have been a Thursday, week 7 before the Niners take on the Cardinals. And Brock's talking to us, after he had his ball meeting or whatever. It seriously just felt like just another day at the office.
It was just one of the most understated big-time press conferences I think I've ever, and I've been in a lot of them in a lot of different sports through the years where, the big payday, the manager, the GM are getting hired, you've got a new coach to announce, like whatever it is. I remember when the Warriors back in the day introduced Jerry West. It was Joe Lacob's first big hire. Jerry West is going to be this consultant, and you look how that turned out. But it was just so understated, but so in tune with the way Brock Purdy operates. And I think he wanted it low key. I think you saw via social media that he had a little party, a little cake and ice cream party with the wife and the parents and the family and some of that stuff within the last couple of days as everything got official. But and then he went out and said it. He didn't want this thing to be, didn't want it to be something that was. It had taken away from the team goals this season to have, Purdy's, how much he was going to make and all of that, factor into something that was going to take attention away from what the team's trying to accomplish.
It's funny. You and I could have fun with this. This presser was understated. What's the most overdone presser of all time? I'll nominate Ahmad Rashad and all those crazy dancers for when they announced the Chase Center groundbreaking. Do you remember that whole thing?
Dude, we're talking about the same thing, just in a different way. I was wondering where you were going with it. It was, remember the dancing tractors? It was
That's what it was.
They had
dancing tractors.
That's so funny because we thought of the same event and a different aspect of it. But no, they had dancing like Caterpillar or John Deere, like tractors that performed a synchronized dance in the dirt at the groundbreaking. And Kevin Durant was there. Remember, Kevin Durant was the player that was selected by Joe Lacob at that point to basically be the player that was, on hand to witness it and to speak at the event itself. So that I think was definitely the most extravagant press conference that I can remember in the last 7-8 years.
Yeah, seriously. So let's talk about this deal. 5 years, $265 million, roughly $100 million guaranteed, or $181 million in total guarantees. Yeah. $100 million, I think, at signing. Full no trade clause. I asked him about it today. He said it was interesting. He's like, I wanted it in there. He said he wanted it in there, but that he would have signed the deal without it. So that I thought that was interesting. $53 million AAV, seventh in AAV as far as ranking, eighth in ranking in total guarantees. I thought it would be maybe a little bit higher AAV and maybe a little bit lower guarantees. I thought it was maybe like 55, 56 million AAV with like 120 to 150 million in total guarantees. Instead, it was 181 million in guarantees and a little bit less per year. But I think if you were against this, giving him a contract of any kind, then you could be mad. But if you're one of these people that, you know what, it was all going to be based on the terms, I don't think these terms are the kind of terms that would rankle you.
No, I think the contract is right in line with what could have been expected, and I was with you. I mean, I think for all the times we differed, the 10, 12, 15 times we broke it down in different realms. I mean, I thought it was going to be more like 130 in terms of the guarantees. I think that the 53 is about right on. I mean, I can't tell you how many times we talked about, the difference between maybe 50 and 60. And, all right, you're going to split it right down the middle. It winds up being 53. I guess if you factor in this season's number as well, because these are years being added onto the deal, then the 53 is actually, if you stretch it out another year, it's under 50 in terms of the AAV. But I think the AAV was always going to be kind of, toward the mid-50s. I think the fact that it's under 55 is kind of a win for the Niners. I think the fact that maybe the guaranteed money is a little bit greater is a win for Brock Purdy. Like, I don't come away from this thing thinking that Brock Purdy took some kind of discount necessarily for the 49ers. I know it feels like it's been portrayed that way. I just think it's a real fair deal. And the 40 and good on them, meaning the organization, and good on Brock Purdy for sticking to his word. I was not in the camp that Brock was just going to be Mr. Nice Guy and take this team friendly deal because he's a nice guy. Again, I think he can kind of claim that, and he did when asked a little bit, with the comment about wanting to make sure that he could do what's best for him, but also not take everything away from the ability to sign other players and continue to contend and compete and have everything be what's best for the team. So all in all, I think it truly, in an era where you can look at all the deals that the 49ers have done through the years, and I think you can pretty clearly go, Nick Bosa won, or the 49ers won another deal, or Brandon Ayuk got one, over the 49ers. This one I truly don't think you can pick a winner in, and so I give both sides credit, and both sides credit for getting it done where there was a press conference on May 21st and not, the first off day after 4 training camp practices and, on July 29th or whatever it would be.
I love talking to Brock because I feel like if you ask him a good question, he will give you a good answer. And he's pretty forthright in his approach to dealing with the media. And I asked him today, I said, what do you need to work on? Because I mentioned to him that Kubiak said he's had a great offseason and that he wants to be coached hard and that he wants to, be drilled on the things that he's not good at. And he really is hell-bent on improving. And so I asked him, I said, what are you trying to improve on from your year or from a year ago? And he said, I'm just trying to improve. He's like, I don't want to be corny with this answer, but I'm trying to improve my fundamentals, my footwork. He goes, I watched a lot of my rookie tape this offseason. And you could see he wants to get back to basics. He's like, at first I was just worried about my footwork and my fundamentals and getting the ball out and having that fire on every single snap. And I got to get back to that. And I thought that was kind of interesting. I'd never heard him suggest in any way that he felt like he regressed from his first 2 years. But I mean, I guess I'll ask you this: how concerned or how concerning was Brock's play last year, as far as your prognosis for what he's going to do in the future?
I think it's really concerning. I think, and here's how I'll relate it to the answer that he gave, because I think there was a big-time tell in the, you said it as, get back to basics and footwork and getting it out and just making the simple play. Don't try to necessarily hit the home run, hit singles, whatever it is, however you want to characterize it. But I think where Brock got away from himself was that he was trying too hard to be the guy. I thought last year he was trying too hard to be the carrier amid all the injuries and amid the fact that he was an MVP candidate going back to the Super Bowl year up until Christmas. And I think he probably put a little too much on himself to have to be the gunslinger as opposed to just being the system quarterback that fits in conjunction with everything else that the 49ers do and fits within the Kyle Shanahan scheme. I think there may have been, and he didn't say it, but I inferred it from his answer to your question, back to basics, back to basics, back to basics. Just make the simple play and quit thinking, even now that you are this 9-figure quarterback, quit thinking that you have to live up to being a 9-figure quarterback and carry the freaking team, because that's not truly how this 49ers team is built. So I think as much as it could be broken down as specific skills and fundamentals and tactical approach and all of that, I think all that's fair. But Brock Purdy truly played his best at the end of 22 and throughout the course of that 23 season when he wasn't trying to do too much, when he wasn't trying to be Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes or one of those guys, when he was just playing within himself and taking the play that was there, even if sometimes the play that was there was not looking to scramble and chuck it down the field, which at times I think his over-aggressiveness led to turnovers, and those turnovers absolutely wrecked what the 49ers were trying to do. And I think the margin for error with this team is such that you can't get away with those types of mistakes and still expect to win football games. And I think the margin for error for the 49ers, even though they project, at least at this point, to be healthier, Larry, I think the margin for error for the 49ers is still a very top-heavy team. We don't know about the draft picks and their ability to contribute. We know about the schedule. But I think making the simple play the best is what's going to give the 49ers the best chance to succeed on a week-in, week-out basis. And I think Brock recognizing it on a day where he does get we're all on hand because he gets this huge payday, I think it's big. I think it shows a real self-awareness that I think will benefit him as a player.
Good stuff. We've got JD with us on the Yuma guest line. Always love rapping with JD. A couple more minutes before we hand the reins to Kerry Crowley. Kerry is okay with us going a minute or two into his time. I think you're totally right. I think it's as simple, JD, as get the ball out of your hand faster. He held the ball last year. People used it as evidence that his offensive line was better, but I don't think it was evidence that his O-line was better. I think it was just evidence that Brock had fewer weapons getting open. The separation, the Niners, you saw those stats. Lombardi's put them out there a bunch. The Niners were 32nd in wide receiver separation. So I think he was forced to hold the ball to try to let his guys free up a little bit down the field, and that wasn't a good thing. I think, more negative plays, more sacks, more turnovers come later in the down. I mean, being he's a better late in the down thrower than Jimmy Garoppolo, but doesn't mean that that's ideal. I think it's more ideal to take your drop, read the field, get that ball out, be the point guard, get it in the hands of your weapons, and let's go. Don't hold the ball. That would be my message. And I bet you that's what he's thinking when he watches that film from a year ago. 2 last ones before we let you go. Good news today from the Niner front on the HBO front. HBO's going with the Buffalo Bills and the NFC East. So the Niners for another year, JD, escape, HBO's cameras. And John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan want no part of this. There was a lot of rumor that the Niners would be chosen because they didn't make the playoffs. They wouldn't be able to, say, block it. And a lot of talk that NFC West was going to be the division. And it's not. It's NFC East.
Yeah, it's the one time the league could get them. It was what everybody was thinking. And now, of course, if you're Kyle Shanahan and you're John Lynch, you're thinking go win the division and be a playoff team, and then you're exempt the next year, and maybe you never have to do it. I don't know what backroom deals the 49ers are doing to stay out of this, but the 2 things they've been able to stay out of, the international game, which they don't have on their schedule. It came out last week, a week ago, and they also don't have been able to avoid hard knocks. So I think that's something. And I think that speaks to the other big theme. You asked me at the top about Brock and what was your big takeaway. It was the comment that he made about the different energy as compared to last year in terms of the offseason program. And it has, and I know you've been around, it does seem fresher in May by comparison to where things were last May and continuing to move forward here toward training camp. And I think the 49ers need that. They need that in a big way if they're going to maximize what they have. And I think keeping the outside noise away is a huge, huge deal. And I think keeping the hard knocks away is a part of that. And so now, I mean, they've got all the big guys signed. Maybe aside from a smaller Juwan Jennings deal, that would kind of be maybe this is a question, if you haven't addressed it, you can get to. Like, who would the next guy be? Yeah. Juwan Jennings would probably be my vote on that. I'll keep it short on that front. But they've
maybe
got
Colton
all the
McKivitz if the price is right.
Yeah, maybe. And so they've got the guys they want, the big name guys they want. They are a top heavy team, and they've basically got a player on offense and defense at every level that is their core player at that level, right? They've got Lenore and Warner and Bosa, and you've got Purdy and McCaffrey and Kittle, and Ayuk is somebody obviously that they've paid, Trent Williams somebody that they've paid. So they've got their core. Now it's just going to be a matter of how did all those draft picks turn out, and can they, 1, stay healthy, and 2, get positive contributions from the draft. In addition to the schedule that projects to be weaker. And again, as I've said to you, it's the most unsexy schedule I think I've ever seen an NFL team have. But again, unsexy is good if you want to win football games, I think, for the Niners in 2025.
JD is with us on the Yuma guest line. If you're saying, where's JD right now? JD's at Valkyries. He's at the Valkyries' second game, right? What,
they're getting ready to tip off.
Okay, so we'll last one for you. The tush push, it got voted down today as far as the idea to ban it. It needed 24 votes. It got 22. The Niners voted to ban it. I was asking the audience, would you vote to ban it, or do you want it to go away kind of organically? I think I would choose to let it go away organically than to ban it. But clearly, the momentum is there to ban it. It didn't happen this year, but I bet you it happens next year. What's your thought? Would you vote to ban it, or would you let it kind of organically either die out or continue on?
I would not vote to ban it. I think it's weak sauce that just because you can't stop it, and the Eagles have a good thing going on it right now, and it's kind of become their thing, and they won the Super Bowl, and nobody can stop it. Like, to me, it's weak to just take it away from them. I think it would have been a bad look had they voted it out. Again, I think there would have been a lot of happy teams, but to me, it just, I don't know. It just, it like, figure out a way to stop it or have it die out organically, like you said. But to me, it looks bad to have the team that's been the most successful with it, that just won the Super Bowl, have something taken away from them because they're just too good at it compared to everybody else. I hate that. That, to me, is weak. I can't believe there were that many teams that voted to take it out. I guess it shows you how petty the league, I guess, really can be. But I'm glad it stays in for one more year. Figure out a way to stop it. Make it something that the Eagles don't want to do. I mean, come on. I think that whole thing's a joke. I'm actually glad it stuck in. To be perfectly honest, I know I'm going to be in the minority, but
no, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm totally with you. Hey, you want to stop it? Go draft a couple gigantic nose guards and an awesome inside linebacker and stop it.
Yeah,
and stop it.
I mean, it can be stopped. It can.
Right.
It's not. I mean, no question. So I don't know. To me, the nature of football always has been if you don't run something until it can be stopped. I mean, that's the nature of football. We're going to run 34 power, right? I mean, come on. Like, what are we doing? Like it.
I mean, what are we doing?
We're going to run it over and over and over.
Seriously. I mean, the Warriors are too good at hitting threes. Cancel the three. Ricky Henderson stole 130 bases. Cancel stolen bases. I mean, no. How about this? How about defend it? JD, will you see a Steve Kerr or a Mike Dunleavy in the house tonight?
Possible. I haven't done a scan. I was getting back from Santa Clara and kind of getting situated. It's always possible.
JD, if you see, I have a message from Mike Dunleavy. If you see him in the lunchroom, the draft is coming up in the end of June. I want the Stanford 7-footer Maxime Reynaud. If you could pass to Dunleavy, Krug wants He wants the Warriors to draft Maxime Reynaud. I can't believe I said that, but he's awesome, man. I love watching that kid.
Real quick, because they are having their first pre-draft workouts tomorrow, and so I'm looking right now at the list. I'm looking. I want to double check.
Anybody on the list that we know?
Yeah, I'm trying to. My email's not bringing up. It's not popping up here, so I'm gonna have to text you the names.
All right. That's all right.
I've got the circle of death here of loading the email, and it won't quite
no
pop
problem,
up.
brother. Hey, we'll let you go, but if you see Dunleavy, Maxime Reynaud.
Okay.
There you go. That's all I can say.
You
all right, brother.
Hey,
enjoy the hoops tonight. Thanks for jumping on to talk a little Niners with us. Great seeing you today.
Always, man. Appreciate you.
John Dickinson, boots on the ground, and tonight he's watching some Valkyries ball. All right, that's going to do it for us. Thanks to Kyle Haar, thanks to JD, thanks to all of you who jumped in via the phone line. Up next, it is Kerry Crowley, and I'm sure he'll be talking a little bit about the Giants and taking your phone calls at 808 KNBR, maybe even a little Brock Purdy, maybe even a little Maxime Reynaud. Who knows? But it's next. Kerry Crowley is next. Sports Phone is next. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 for another edition of Niners Nightly on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Good man!
This is Sportsphone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Isaac Guerrero is in. JP with 4 carries and a catch. Guerrero with a fake toss. Purdy looks left, now right, throws. Wide open, Juwan Jennings. Touchdown! San Francisco!
We are back. What's going on, folks? Kerry Crowley hanging out with you this evening, 7 until 9. The show, Sportsphone KNBR. We are sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It is metal made easy. Down in Santa Clara, 49ers headquarters this afternoon. Brock Purdy, the $265 million man, meeting with the media, discussing how the deal that his agent Kyle Strong negotiated got done with the San Francisco 49ers, and discussing how he will be the face of this franchise for the foreseeable future, under contract for the next 6 seasons in San Francisco. Yes, he will play out the final year of his rookie deal, and then the 5-year, $265 million extension kicks in. And this week, really on Friday when the deal was agreed to, Purdy officially shed the label of Mr. Irrelevant. And he shed it the moment that he stepped on the field, in actuality. The moment that he was able to provide the 49ers with value at the quarterback position. His draft positioning, number 262 way back in 2022, it did not matter anymore. It was clear that the entire NFL had missed. It was clear that for several rounds, the 49ers had probably missed on Brock Purdy. But when given the opportunity to shine, when playing in the National Football League for the first time, Brock Purdy seized it. And he hasn't slowed down since then. Even with the 6-11 season the 49ers had in 2024, you can make a very compelling case that Brock Purdy was, if not their best player, one of their best players last season. And he is one of the best players and now is the most important player on this roster moving forward. Yes, it's a roster that includes several stars, several potential future Hall of Famers, including George Kittle and Fred Warner, who also signed extensions this offseason. But moving forward, everything the 49ers do will be about Brock Purdy. This contract that he signed, this press conference that he held today, only solidifies the fact that the 49ers' fate rests in his hands. And what a remarkable journey it's been. From Iowa State, under-recruited coming out of Arizona in high school, and then being picked number 262, and then being the third-string quarterback on the San Francisco 49ers, and then getting an opportunity only after Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo went down with an injury, only after beating out Nate Sudfeld during training camp for a final roster spot, was Brock Purdy thrust into spotlight. And very few players in similar situations, late-round draft pick, undrafted pick, very few players ever do much with that kind of an opportunity. But once the door was open, Brock Purdy slammed it shut. And now, a 49ers tenure that began 9 years ago when John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan were hired. Lynch is the general manager and Shanahan is the 49ers head coach. It is now going to be defined by a quarterback who will lead the way for the next 6 seasons in Brock Purdy. And that's assuming health. That's assuming top-level performance. It's assuming that Shanahan and Lynch are able to continue building around Brock Purdy, are able to continue putting a sustainable product together. Because, look, they've made the NFC title game 4 times. They made the Super Bowl twice, but they've also missed the playoffs 4 times. It is not a given that the 49ers will be back to the top. It is not a given that after a 6-11 season, after shedding as much salary as they did, with the likes of Malik Collins and Leonard Floyd and several other players, Javon Hargrave, moving off this roster this offseason, the 49ers will make massive improvements. But I do think they've done everything in their power to get this offseason right. I do think that this is a franchise from the top on down, led by Jed York, that has learned from mistakes and errors of the past, that saw how long, drawn-out negotiations for Nick Bosa, Debo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, that carried on deep into training camp, through the preseason, and right up to the nose of the regular season, the negative impact that had on the 49ers locker room and on some of those cases, performance for those players at the beginning of the seasons. So the 49ers set out to be very quick and efficient this offseason. They were quick and efficient in dumping salaries of players who they believed could no longer be positive contributors. They were quick and efficient in getting a deal done with George Kittle, making him the NFL's highest paid tight end. They were quick and efficient in getting the Brock Purdy and Fred Warner deals done. Fred Warner, not a deal that necessarily had to be completed, but look, it is very clear that Fred Warner is the best linebacker in the NFL at this moment. 3 consecutive years in which he has been a first-team All-Pro linebacker. And now, Fred Warner, once again, paid as the top linebacker in the NFL. The 49ers have worked this offseason to do everything in their power to set themselves up for success. Does it guarantee success? Of course not. But what it does guarantee, headed into OTAs and headed into training camp in the preseason, is that things will be normal. There should be no drama hanging over this franchise. There should be no long, drawn-out holdouts or unfortunate storylines surrounding the team. This is a team that can once again focus on business. And it can do so with a quarterback who sets the tone with the business that he's now taking care of. Brock Purdy, signed and delivered, $265 million of 5 seasons, the quarterback of the present and the future for the San Francisco 49ers. I'm Kerry Crowley. The show is Sportsphone KNBR. I am rolling with you until 9 o'clock this evening. When we come back, we'll play some Purdy cuts. We'll also hear from you. 415-808-KNBR is the number. I know that you've talked to some other hosts throughout the past few evenings here on KNBR. I know that you've had the opportunity to sound off ever since Purdy agreed to this deal on Friday, but I'd like to hear from you. If you want to hear from me, I'll give you that opportunity. Sound off with your thoughts on this Purdy deal and what it means for the San Francisco 49ers on the other side. You're listening to KNBR 104.5-680, the sports leader.
Your reaction, so give us a ring or blow up the text line at 415-808-KNBR. This is Sportsphone KNBR, streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
I do believe that the 49ers window is closing. So many players are getting what they rightfully deserve, and that's top contracts. But when you do that and you have to pay Brock Purdy, you start to reach for talent in other positions. And one of the position groups that they did not address was the offensive line. Yes, you'll have Trent Williams returning, but the other four guys are really in question. And though Christian McCaffrey will be back, if there's nobody that can block and positional block and get it consistently up front, they'll probably struggle running the ball. And then you lost Debo Samuel. Even though Debo Samuel didn't have his typical year last year, he was still a major piece to that offense. So it'll be fun to see what they do.
That was our man, Dante Whitner, on with Kay Adams this morning. Up and Adams talking about Brock Purdy and the 49ers Super Bowl window. And I've done entire weeks on KNBR with Dante. We guest hosted together over the holidays for several years. I love my man, the Hitman. I rarely disagree with him, but I actually might disagree with him here. He says the 49ers Super Bowl window might be closing. I don't think I agree with that. I think there's a possibility that the 49ers can reopen it over the next 2-3 years. And that's not to say that they will reopen it immediately and that they are Super Bowl contenders this year. I think there's a long road ahead for this team to get back to the point that it was 2 years ago. There were a lot of bad signings, a lot of players who didn't pan out, and some really bad drafts. Like 21 through 23 did not net the 49ers a whole lot in terms of the draft. It's why everyone who points to the 2025 draft and says, oh, you got 11 draft picks, you've restocked your roster. Well, we'll wait and see. We will wait and see until we know what Mykel Williams looks like, lined up opposite Nick Bosa week 1. We'll wait and see until we know that Alfred Collins can be a 3-down player in the interior of this defensive line. We'll wait and see until Nick Martin fills in alongside Fred Warner and plugs the hole left by Dre Greenlaw as he left in free agency. We'll wait and see if C.J. West, 4th-round draft pick defensive tackle, can fill a hole on the defensive line, can be the next DJ Jones for the 49ers on the interior. There's a lot of wait and see with this team. But with all of that said, I don't know that you can say that the Super Bowl window is closing because the 49ers still have a star at every position group. You look at quarterback. I think Purdy's one of the top 10 to 12 quarterbacks in the league, and I think that each of the top 12 to maybe even 14 quarterbacks in the NFL, with the right situation around them, can all win titles. There's a handful of passers in the league who can will you to a Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, I think under the perfect circumstances, can will you to a Super Bowl. But I think with the right circumstances, there's 8 to 10 other guys who can absolutely win one. And Brock Purdy came awful close in 2023, and I think he still absolutely is in that conversation and will continue to assert himself in that conversation moving forward. Running back position, 49ers have a star as long as he stays healthy, and Christian McCaffrey. Tight end, future Hall of Famer and George Kittle. Offensive line, they've got Trent Williams, and inevitably, they may need to pass things off to a first-round draft pick next year. It's why I'm picking, if you're Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, I'm picking an offensive tackle first round next year, pretty much regardless of what happens. You got to restock that crew next. Defensive line. You've got Nick Bosa. He's your star. You hope that Mykel Williams can become that guy next. Then it's Fred Warner at the linebacker level. And then in the defensive backs group, it's Diamond Lenore, who the 49ers gave that 5-year, $92 million contract extension to in the middle of last season. You want to go outside receiver? Maybe that's your biggest question mark. Is Brandon Ayuk still a star? Coming off of the severe, significant knee injury and the surgical operation, we'll see. Can Ricky Pearsall become one? We'll see. But I think overall the depth in that group is good, with Jawan Jennings being as dependable of a receiver and someone who would have gone over 1,000 yards last year if he had not been thrown out of that game in Arizona in Week 17. And then Jordan Watkins, pick out of Ole Miss. I just never really trust the 49ers when they draft these receivers, so we'll see. A lot of speed guys they've taken through the years. Danny Gray was supposed to be really good. Jacob Cowan was supposed to be really good. That's a we'll see position. So, is the Super Bowl window closing? I don't necessarily agree with Dante Whitner in saying that, but I don't know that it is wide open for this team. I think that sometime in the next 2 to 3 years, they've got to win one, because after that, you'll have to replace, in all likelihood, McCaffrey and Warner and Kittle. And if you're not replacing them, you're getting those players who are incredible talents. In the cases of Kittle and Warner, I think Hall of Fame talents. I think McCaffrey could have been one if he'd been healthy throughout the duration of his career. But that is the level of athlete that he is. But 2 to 3 years from now, then the window probably closes, because either A, they are gone, or B, you are getting them on the end of their careers. You're getting them past their good years, and you're going to need to prop them up with other players who are outstanding. Now, because of what they've done with Brock Purdy, because of what they've done with this year's draft and using all 11 picks, and because of what they did in last year's draft, hitting on some very important players, I think Pearsall will be a guy for this team. I think Renardo Green will be a guy for this team. I think Malik Mustafa, dependable for this team. I think all of that really helps the 49ers in keeping this window open just a little bit longer than some people might think, which is remarkable to say in and of itself, because the window opened back in 2019. The 49ers could have won a Super Bowl during that season with Jimmy Garoppolo at the helm. The window was still open with several key players, holdovers, the 2023 season. And the window, in my mind, still open, albeit maybe not as wide open, entering 25, 26, and even 27. Even 27. Now, one of the big components that's been a point of discussion over the last week has been giving Brock Purdy $53 million on an average annual basis from 2026 through 2030. And I think you can look at that in a few different ways. You can look at that and you could say, would he have earned that on the open market? I'm not sure the answer is yes. I don't know if that Brock Purdy was a free agent right now, another team would have signed up to pay him $53 million on an average annual basis. But here's the way that I look at it. He's playing out the final year of this rookie deal where his salary is suppressed. And so if you game this out through 2030, he's really making about $46, $47 million per year because of the suppressed salary that's still a part of that rookie deal that he signed when he was picked number 262. Then, beyond that, you look at the fact that the salary cap in the NFL is going to continue to skyrocket for years to come. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. When Purdy's making just $53 million on an average annual basis, the salary cap is going to go up. And his percentage of the cap that he takes up is not going to be more than about 17, 18% at any point. And it'll probably be significantly lower than that. So as long as Purdy continues to play well, continues to play at the level that he does, I think that by the end of this deal, it could end up looking like a bargain because he will be passed so many times by all the young quarterbacks who will reset the market. Think about it this way. Come 2028, Jaden Daniels will be resetting the market. What is the market going to look like then? $65, $70 million on an average annual basis? Because we need to start thinking about things long-term here. Yes, Purdy making $53 million per ties him with Jared Goff, 7th in the NFL right now. Perfectly reasonable. But he's going to get passed. That's the nature of these deals. It's the nature of every significant contract. Why did Trey McBride sign his deal earlier on this offseason to become the highest paid tight end in the NFL? Because he knew that at some point if George Kittle was going to get a contract, and that was a done deal from the 49ers, that Kittle would surpass him. So McBride temporarily wanted the mantle of the highest paid tight end in the NFL. And then the 49ers were fine saying, okay, George, you're now the highest paid guy at your position, as it should be. Same thing for Fred Warner. He's now the highest paid guy at his position. And over time, there'll be a lot more quarterbacks who want to sign for a lot more than $53 million on an average annual basis. And the 49ers will be just fine come 27, 28, 29, and 30 if Brock Purdy continues performing at the level that he has thus far. And there's reason to believe that at 25 years old, he is going to get better. I'm Kerry Crowley. You are listening to Sportsphone KNBR. 415-808-KNBR is the number. On the other side, we're going to talk some Giants baseball. Looking ahead at what they do in this rotation. Justin Verlander headed to the injured list. They go with Kyle Harrison. Do they bring up Carson Whizenhunt, or will Jordan Hicks make a return to the rotation after a strong relief performance today? We shall find out. I've got my thoughts. Would love to hear from you. 808-KNBR. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
is Sportsphone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
No, it didn't make it worse. I think there's always things that you're pushing through. It's really difficult to be 100% in this game. It's one of those things that I really thought it was going to be just fine, and I go out there and start throwing, and I look up the first pitch, and it's 90 and 91. I'm like, oh boy. It's going to be a tough day. So, and also obviously the fastball control, which I thought I kind of figured out in the bullpen. It wasn't sharp, but I thought I kind of got it going a little bit. And, then I yanked the first 7 heaters I throw off the plate, and I'm throwing 91 when I'm trying hard, and I was, so clearly it wasn't right, but nothing hurt. So, was able to keep us in the game and give us a chance to win, and we did. So that was, at least salvage something out of it.
It was Justin Verlander following his start this weekend against the Athletics. He did not get the win, didn't go deep enough into the game. 4 innings, 2 runs allowed, 5 walks allowed. But the Giants did beat the A's. It's critical for them to finish with a winning homestand. They go 5-4, losing series to the Diamondbacks and the Royals. Disappointing results in both of those series because it came down to a rubber match, and they dropped each of those games, including today's 8-4 defeat to the Royals. Logan Webb was struggling early, giving up 3 hits right off the bat. He goes just 4 innings, 10 hits allowed, 6 runs, 3 earned for Webb, who didn't walk any batters but did pick up 5 strikeouts. Thought the interesting thing today for Webb was it felt like the Kansas City Royals just hit ground ball after ground ball. They were all hard hit. They all found holes. And then Salvador Perez comes up in the 4th inning and absolutely crushes a home run to deep right center field. As a right-handed hitter, you have to get a hold of one to hit it over the right field wall at Oracle Park. Perez did, and it was just the 3rd home run that Webb's given up this season. He's got a 2.67 ERA. The best thing that Webb does compared to other starting pitchers in baseball, well, there's 2 great things that he does. He logs innings, didn't do that today, going just 4. And he suppresses home runs, didn't do that today, giving up the long ball to Salvador Perez. Giants ultimately lose 8-4, but the big storyline from this afternoon, Bob Melvin announces that Justin Verlander will be headed to the 15-day injured list with pectoral irritation that clearly bothered him over his weekend start against the A's and will keep him out of the rotation for the next 2 weeks. He'll miss at least 2 starts here and potentially a 3rd. Not sure if the Jazz will have him go down to AAA Sacramento and do a rehab assignment. Not sure, quite honestly, what the extent of an injury like this is because it isn't something that you typically deal with over the course of a major league season. It's not the type of injury, elbow soreness, shoulder soreness that we often see pitchers having problems with. So it's hard to draw a direct comparison and say, okay, pec soreness, pec irritation, he's going to be out for this amount of time. You can't say that. And when you're a 42-year-old starter who's dealt with a number of different physical ailments over the past few years, it is hard to just say, yep, 15 days, he'll be back, he'll be fine. So it opens up a void in the Giants' rotation, a rotation that has been in flux for the first time this season after Hayden Birdsong came in and replaced Jordan Hicks on Tuesday night. Hicks' ERA was up in the 6s. Birdsong was crushing it out of the bullpen. Hicks had gone 9 starts, all largely ineffective. And Birdsong's 23 years old. If anything, the Giants should have made the decision to go to Birdsong sooner. But they waited. They gave Hicks 9 starts, and now he's pitching out of the bullpen. And now they've saved Hayden Birdsong and preserved the innings that he can throw over the course of this 162-game season for the latter half of the year. And I think that's important. The Giants are now 50 games in, and Birdsong has made just 1 start, which means that there's 110 plus left, and you can use Birdsong maybe 20 times, which is really good, really encouraging for this team, considering he's a true 4-pitch guy. Fastball runs up to 98. Curveball was mixed in more on Tuesday evening. And the changeup and slider are plus pitches. So having Birdsong in the rotation, to me, makes the Giants immediately a better team. Now, will losing Verlander from the rotation make them a better team? Because there are candidates who can take over right now who I think could realistically thrive in Verlander's spot. But I don't know that they will immediately be better than Justin Verlander was. Because save for his outing against the A's, where he struggled to locate, where the velocity was down, over the past month or so, Verlander had actually been pretty good for the Giants. Had consistently given them quality starts, consistently pitched into the 6th inning, and limited hard contact. Wasn't necessarily racking up the same swings and misses that we saw early in his career. Wasn't necessarily throwing 95, 96 with the fastball. But Verlander at 42 years old still knew how to pitch. The Giants couldn't get him win number 263. He's still sitting on a goose egg for this season. But to me, Verlander proved that he could get the job done. And so this, to me, is a more significant change for the next 2, 3, who knows how many starts, than moving from Hicks to Birdsong. Because that was a move that would immediately make the Giants better, and I think that we all saw that. This has the potential to have a downward effect. Now, it depends on who takes the spot. There are a few different candidates. The easy thing for Bob Melvin and Buster Posey to do would be to say, okay, Jordan Hicks, you're still stretched out. You've been a starter for us. You go back and you take that spot until Justin Verlander's ready to return. I don't think they should do that. And I don't think they think they should do that. Hicks has already failed as a starter this season, and it doesn't make sense to give him another opportunity when you've got 2 young starting pitchers knocking at the door, including Kyle Harrison, 23 years old, who's been in this starting rotation in 23, in 24, and not yet in 25. Harrison opened the year at AAA Sacramento. He's been solid out of the bullpen. The fastball velocity is up. And Giants fans are ready to see the local kid thrive again. It was 2023 when he made his home debut at Oracle Park against the Cincinnati Reds late August, and he struck out 11 hitters. He was outstanding. And since then, he's kind of been chasing that feeling. He pitched pretty well last year in a full campaign as a rookie, but he never really developed the secondary stuff needed to thrive in the rotation. The fastball was 93-94 for much of last season, and it was good enough because Harrison gets great extension from the left side of the mound, and he showed great pitch ability as a 22-year-old. He showed that even when he didn't have his best stuff, even when he didn't have his best command, he could still get major league hitters out. And so there's an innate level of trust that was built in with Bob Melvin, with pitching coach JP Martinez. And I think that trust has only been built during his stint in the bullpen so far this season. So I think the Giants could very easily slide Kyle Harrison back into the rotation on Saturday against the Washington Nationals. The only challenge that poses is Harrison isn't stretched out right now. So you're looking at a pitcher who might be able to give you, at best, 5 innings, probably more like 4 innings, and realistically, 3 1/3, 3 2/3 if he encounters any trouble. And that puts your bullpen in a bind. And that's a challenge if Landon Roop goes short on Friday against the Washington Nationals, which Roop has been known to do. He was greatest last time out, 6 shutty against the A's. But it's a gamble if you go with Kyle Harrison. Now, the third option here, beyond Jordan Hicks and beyond Kyle Harrison, to me, is the move that the Giants should make. And that's bringing Carson Whizenhunt up from AAA Sacramento to make this start on Saturday against the Nats. And here's why. Whizenhunt is stretched out, and he's dominating at AAA Sacramento. Buster Posey, back in spring training, made it clear that the Giants roster would be built based on results. The Giants' playing time would be set based on results. Bob Melvin, as the manager, has proven that he will shift the lineup based on results. That's why Elliot Ramos is now leading off against left-handed pitchers. You want your best hitter getting at bats more frequently, and Ramos is doing that. It's why Willy Adames has been slid down to the 6th spot in the lineup for a few weeks now, because Adames wasn't producing in the 2 spot, and so you have to slide him down. It doesn't matter that he signed the 7-year, $182 million contract. Wasn't cutting it. So while you've got Harrison performing out of the bullpen, and while that's important for this Major League roster, Whizenhunt is shoving down at AAA Sacramento. May 1st, he faces the Reno Aces. 7 innings, 2 runs, 7 strikeouts. May 7th, he faces the Tacoma Rainiers. 7 innings, 2 runs, 7 strikeouts. May 13th, faces Salt Lake City, the Bees. 7 innings, no runs, 9 strikeouts. May 18th, his most recent outing. 7 innings, 1 run, none earned, 5 strikeouts. Carson Whizenhunt is crushing the PCL right now. Through the month of May, he's averaged 7 innings per start. He's given up just 4.5 hits per start. His ERA is sitting at 1.29, and he struck out a firm 9 batters per 9 innings. This is someone who needs to be pitching in the major leagues right now. And this is a Giants roster that has 2 open 40-man spots. So there are 38 players on the 40-man roster after David Villar was designated for assignment earlier this week. And that's significant because this is a team that's expecting Gerard Encarnacion back from the injured list relatively soon. Now, Encarnacion won't come off the injured list when eligible this weekend on Memorial Day against the Detroit Tigers. But he is expected to return shortly thereafter, next weekend in Miami, when the Giants face off against the Marlins. So, he's coming off the 60-day IL. That's one spot on the 40-man roster. But this other spot is clearly there for Carson Whizenhunt. And I think I was going to say the 49ers. I think the San Francisco Giants should do it. Whizenhunt, 24 years old, so he's actually older than Kyle Harrison right now. Second-round draft pick in 2022 out of East Carolina. 51 innings on the season, 52 strikeouts down at AAA Sacramento. And he's got a great secondary pitch, a better secondary pitch than Harrison has at this juncture of his development. While Harrison is pitching out of the bullpen in San Francisco, largely because his fastball is incredible, he still lacks a great slurve, a pitch he's tried to hone, and a plus changeup, a pitch that can be a weapon for him, but hasn't quite been there just yet. Whizenhunt, meanwhile, fastball that goes 94 to 96, and a changeup that's among the best off-speed offerings of any pitcher in the entire Giants organization. I think it is time the Giants ought to see it. I think they see it against this Nationals team. And here's why. The Nationals are one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball right now. They are not the Rockies, they are not the White Sox, but they're not exactly the Dodgers or the Mets. The Nationals are a team that you can throw a young starter against and break him in. And if he pitches well on Saturday, then you give him 5 days of rest. In fact, you give him 6 because you're off on Thursday after that series in Detroit. And you go into Miami against a bad Marlins team and you give him another soft landing. So there are 2 opportunities to bring up Carson Whizenhunt and to have him face inferior competition compared to some of the best teams in the major leagues and break him in. To me, this is a no-brainer for the San Francisco Giants. Now, Kyle Harrison is the pitcher who may be earning that spot in the eyes of Buster Posey and Bob Melvin, in part because he's already on the major league team and he's already made major league starts over each of the last 2 seasons. Long term, we all know that Kyle Harrison will be pitching out of the Giants rotation. There's no doubt. This guy, he deserves the opportunity. And if not now, if Whizenhunt comes up, it's hard to project a time when Kyle Harrison will pitch out of the rotation this season because it would require another injury or a significant move. You've got Logan Webb. You've got Robbie Ray. The Giants aren't giving up on young right-hander Landon Roop. In fact, Roop, over the last month or so, has earned more opportunities. The first few weeks of the season, I questioned whether Roop really was the best option for the Giants in that 5th spot in the rotation. But I no longer have as many concerns because I think that he's learning to use that curveball to his advantage, is being less predictable with it, and is throwing the sinker, the change, and the cutter with a little bit more regularity and a little bit more success. So he's not as predictable. He's not as dependent on one pitch. And I do think that would be a concern with Whizenhunt, whose fastball is good, but whose changeup is so good that I could see major league hitters sitting on it and it being a rough adjustment for him. So maybe the solution for the Giants is this. Maybe it's send Harrison into the rotation and Whizenhunt out of the bullpen. Maybe that's the adjustment to make. But after Whizenhunt's thrown 7 innings in each of his last 4 starts, to me, I don't think you mess with that success. I think you bring him up, you ask him to throw 5 to 6 on Saturday, you have Harrison in relief, and you roll with the 2 young left-handers. That's what I think the Giants should do, but I would love to hear from you. 415-808-KNBR is the number. The other issue with this Giants team right now, and it's one we must address, is their lack of hitting against left-handed pitching. Today, Daniel Lynch starts for the Kansas City Royals, and yes, he's an opener, and yes, he goes just 1 2/3 innings. But Daniel Lynch continued the long run of left-handed starters having success against this Giants lineup. They've tried to load up at the top. They had Ramos and Chapman in the 1 and the 2 spots in the order, and each of those players hit home runs for the Giants today. But there is only so much that this lineup can do against lefties right now. It is very clear that they need Gerard Encarnacion. It is very clear that they need Willy Adames to start performing. Because right now, you look at the bottom half of this order. Adames, a 214 average, a 646 OPS after today. It's anemic. It must get better. Memorial Day is the next big measuring stick. I always say you look at a team after 40 games, quarter of the way through 162-game season. Then you reevaluate at Memorial Day. Then you reevaluate July 1st and the week headed into the trade deadline, and then August 31st, even though there's no more waiver trade deadline anymore around Major League Baseball. The next big measuring stick is coming up, and Willy Adames' numbers are sagging. Yes, he played an important role in Tuesday's win with that triple. And yes, the Giants love how important he's been in the clubhouse, how valuable of a presence he's been for some of these younger players. But at some point, you need your $182 million shortstop to start playing like one. And he hasn't through the first 50 games of this season. Giants at 29-21, 8 games over 500 have exceeded expectations. But it doesn't mean that they're free from criticism. This is a team that's left some wins on the table. And at the end of the year, in a division this competitive, you don't want to say that all that much more often throughout this 162-game season. I'm Kerry Crowley, show Sportsphone KNBR. When we come back, an opportunity for you to weigh in. We'll check out-of-town scores and keep you updated on what's transpiring in other sports around the country this evening. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
sound off on the sports leader. Sportsphone KNBR keeps rolling right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
Neesmith inbounds to Halliburton. Oh boy, here we go. 6-5 Halliburton to the top of the arc, to the right elbow. Pulls it back out for three, and the win at the horn. Back iron, and in! Halliburton hit it! Halliburton hit it! Indiana storms the floor. The officials will hold here. They have to review the shot. It hit the back iron, went straight up and dropped in. The question also is, not only did it go to beat the clock, but was it a 3 or a 2? He was right there at the top of the arc. We'll send this game to overtime. We'll wait for the official ruling here after Zach Zarba's review.
After review, the ruling on the floor is confirmed. It's a good 2-point basket, 2-point goal.
We are back here on Sportsphone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock. If you're out on the road this evening, appreciate everyone tuning in and joining us tonight. I want to remind you that Sportsphone KNBR is sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply online at industrialmetalsupply.com. Appreciate the good folks behind the scenes at KNBR working quickly to get us that highlight from an absurd shot that Tyrese Halliburton just made in the Pacers and Knicks game. So many different elements to this. It feels like the Pacers have these wild comebacks every other game that they play. Remarkable tenacity from that team in the fourth quarter. And tonight, Halliburton driving the lane, doesn't get the look that he wants to tie. So he goes and steps back, thinks he's hit the game-winning three-pointer after what looked to me like a once-in-a-lifetime bounce off the back of the iron, straight up in the air, and then straight through the net. Just a crazy circus shot from Halliburton. But he thinks he's got the game winner. He thinks it's a three-pointer. And so he gestures while the Indiana Pacers teammates, who also think that he hit the game-winning three, are mobbing him. He gestures that the Knicks are choking. He goes both hands around the throat and gestures that the Knicks are choke artists in game one at Madison Square Garden. An absurd, crazy scene. And then he's forced to play overtime. And overtime is still anyone's game right now. We will keep you updated on the Knicks and Pacers, but the Knicks are ahead 131-130 right now over the Indiana Pacers in what could be the game of the season in the NBA. Just remarkable stuff and amazing finish for Tyrese Halliburton. And I say finish, but it's not over yet. So there you have it. Keeping you updated on scores from around the sports world tonight, as promised. Golden State Valkyries have gone on a run. Your local Valks, 28-28. 5 seconds go in the first half against the Washington Mystics right now. Mystics 2-0 on the season. Valkyries, of course, 0-1, falling on Friday evening in their season opener against the Los Angeles Sparks. Kelsey Plum scored 37 that night. Tiffany Hayes scored 19 to lead all Valkyrie scorers on Friday evening. Game 2, sure to be just as fun out at Chase Center. I'm sure that those folks out there are enjoying it. Look forward to reading about it tomorrow morning and continuing to follow along this evening. We'll go next with scores around Major League Baseball from today. Obviously, the Giants were 8-4 losers against the Kansas City Royals. Logan Webb gave up 10 hits, 6 runs, 3 earned, though, so didn't take too bad of a ding on his earned run average. Webb falls to 5-4 on the season, 2.67 the ERA right now for Logan Webb. The Royals improved to 28-23. The Giants fall to 29-21, 17-9 at Oracle Park, though. This team has been very good at home, but very bad against left-handed pitching. 4-12 in games started by Southpaws, including today. Daniel Lynch, of course, goes just 1 1/3 innings for the Royals today. He was an opener, but nevertheless, the Giants lose, and it still counts. So let's look at scores around Major League Baseball. End of the 8th inning in Colorado, where the Rockies still trying to get to double digits. They're the fastest team to 40 losses in more than 130 years. They are losing 9-3 to the Philadelphia Phillies right now. Alec Boehm 1 for 4 with a ribby in that one. Phillies have 12 hits. Rockies have 3 errors. No surprise that one is tilting in the Phillies' favor. Top of the 9th inning now at Coors Field. Bottom of the 3rd inning in Sacramento, where the A's are trailing the Angels 4-3 in a divisional matchup in that one. Luis Arias coming to the plate for the Athletics, who are 8-15 this season. You thought that Sutter Health Park might be an advantage for the home team. The A's, the team that has to play there all year on the turf. Well, meanwhile, they're 8-15. Hasn't been the case in their move to Sacramento, a city that they won't put on their jersey. I found that an interesting detail as seeing them at Oracle Park this weekend against the San Francisco Giants. Obviously, when you go on the road, most Major League teams put the city name on their road jerseys. The A's not doing that with their temporary stopover in Sacramento. They've got a patch featuring the bridge in West Sacramento, and then they've got a patch on their other sleeve featuring Las Vegas. Just an unfortunate situation with that team, that franchise, and really all on owner John Fisher. Bottom of the fourth inning down at Dodger Stadium right now, where the D-backs lead the Dodgers 1-0. Giants could use some help from the Diamondbacks, but the Dodgers 30-19 on the season. The D-backs 26-23. So things are going to be tight in the National League West all year long. And basically, at the end of the day, if you're the San Francisco Giants, I think you kind of just want those teams to split their season series. You want the D-backs and the Dodgers and the Padres to all win about 6-7 games against each other. No one to pick up a ton of ground against divisional foes. We've got a number of finals to tell you about from around Major League Baseball right now. The Pirates defeated the Cincinnati Reds 3-1 today. Another gem from Andrew Heaney. The veteran left-hander has been really good this season. For Pittsburgh, 3-3, 2.91 ERA for Heaney. Brady Singer was hit around early in that ball game. 5-3 is Singer with a 4.88 ERA. Henry Davis, former number 1 overall pick out of Louisville, gave the Pirates an early lead off of Singer, and that proved to hold up for Pittsburgh. Final in Miami this evening, where the Cubs defeated the Marlins 2-1. Kyle Tucker hit a solo home run for the Cubs in that ball game. Brad Keller picked up the win, 1-0 out of the bullpen, 2.70 ERA on the season. Palencia gets save number 1 for the Chicago Cubs. Tampa Bay Rays win at 8-4 over the Houston Astros as Taj Bradley picks up win number 4 this season. Credit the Tampa Bay Rays. They were finally the team that was able to get to Hunter Brown, who's now 6-3 with a 2.04 ERA. It was Yandy Diaz who had a 435-foot 3-run home run for the Rays that proved to be a difference maker in that ball game. The Baltimore Orioles' long losing streak finally came to an end today in Milwaukee against the Brewers. Orioles win at 8-4 in 11 innings. They broke out in the top of the 11th. Adley Rutschman hitting a 3-run home run from the right side of the plate. Switch hitting catcher has been one of the biggest players who struggled this season for the Orioles. Just about everyone struggling for a team that fired its manager. Santa Rosa native Brandon Hyde, they're 16-32 on the year, even after today's win. Brian Baker, former North Florida Osprey reliever, he gets the win in that ball game. Tyler Alexander takes the loss for the Brewers. Final in St. Louis, where the Detroit Tigers continue to stay red hot. They beat the Cardinals 5-1. Tigers 16 games over 500. The Cardinals fall to 4 games over 500. It was Lee getting the win and Andre Payante taking the loss for St. Louis. How about the Seattle Mariners? 6-5 winners over the Chicago White Sox. The Mariners 8 games over 500. It was Andres Munoz, really the best closer in baseball, in my opinion. 16th save of the year for Munoz as the White Sox fell to 20 games under 500. But remarkably, the White Sox are horrible. They're 20 games under 500. They're not even in the same league as the Colorado Rockies, who are 32 games under 500, about to fall to 33 under 500. They'd have, what, a 6.5 game edge over the Rockies in the standings? It's just pathetic. And the Rockies can't even pick in like the top 5 or 10 next year in the Major League Baseball draft, no matter how bad they are this season. The tanking Rockies won't be able to get one of those coveted top draft picks. So it's all for what? I have no idea, but something's got to change with that franchise out in Colorado. Final in Minnesota this afternoon, where the Guardians beat the Twins 5-1. The Twins, one of the hottest teams in baseball of late, but the Guardians finally tamed them. Gavin Williams picks up win number 4. And Chris Paddock, who threw an absolute gem against the San Francisco Giants, have been great his previous time out as well. He falls to 2-4 with a 3.98 ERA. When the Giants saw Paddock just a few weeks ago at Target Field, he was, I guess that was actually 10 days ago at Target Field. His ERA was sitting around 6 on the season, but in each of his last few outings, he has lowered that number. So good on Chris Paddock, but unfortunately for the Twins, they could not get the win today. The much maligned New York Mets found a way to win today against the Boston Red Sox. The Mets still 10 games over 500 after a 5-1 victory over Boston. Francisco Lindor hit a big home run in the 9th inning, and Huascar Brazoban continued to look like the best reliever in baseball. He's now 3-0 with a .90 ERA, picking up the win for the guys from Queens. Liam Hendricks takes the loss for Boston, 0-1, 5.56 ERA for Hendricks. The Mets, there's a ton of discussion right now going on around Juan Soto and his lack of production. I think it's just crazy. I think that, Soto obviously signed the $765 million deal this offseason, but he's still producing like 25% better than league average right now. Sometimes guys get off to slower starts. He's not the best hitter in baseball. That's Aaron Judge right now. But give it time. Juan Soto will figure things out. Guy's a Hall of Fame talent. I think that the folks in New York pretty tough on him. Imagine if Willie Adames was playing in New York right now with the struggles that he's undergoing. I think that he's very happy to be enduring his struggles in San Francisco. A little softer of a market, even though I've been hard on Adames. I think he really needs to pick up the production on this upcoming 9-game road trip for the Giants. It's about time he serves as the offensive catalyst. A few more scores to tell you about. The Yankees beat the Rangers 4-3 today. Jason Dominguez hit a walk-off home run for New York. Luke Weaver, who might be an all-star in the American League, he picked up the win. Now 1-1 with a .42 earned run average. Ever since he became the closer, he's been outstanding for New York. Devin Williams probably not going to regain that role. Forever Giant Luke Jackson loses his 4th ball game of the season for Bruce Bochy's club. 5.52 ERA for Jackson. Crazy one in Toronto, where the Rogers Center played host to the Blue Jays, routing the San Diego Padres 14-0 today. Forever Giant Kevin Gausman picking up the win in that one. 4-4, 4.03 ERA for Gausman this season. Vasquez takes the loss for a Padres team that falls to 27-20. So to put that in perspective, the Giants sitting at 29-21. They played 3 games more than the Padres, who are 27-20. Great at home, but just 11-12 on the road this season is San Diego. And then we did have one postponement. The Nationals and the Braves, they were postponed today due to weather in our nation's capital, where the Giants, of course, are headed on Friday. It should be a bit chillier on the East Coast this weekend. Nationals and the Braves will make that game up on September 16th. So I'm sure all of you will be setting your alarms right now upon hearing that news. I am Kerry Crowley. The show is Sportsphone KNBR. When we come back, we will keep you updated on things around the sports world. I do want to touch on the Fred Warner signing that happened earlier this week for the San Francisco 49ers. Obviously, today's press conference was all about Brock Purdy, and I'll wrap up the show talking Purdy and kind of the significance of that deal for the San Francisco 49ers and why it's so important that they got this deal done at the time of the offseason they did, and really why it's so important that they've got to face the franchise moving forward through the year 2030 for younger generations of 49ers fans who didn't get to grow up in the Joe Montana and Steve Young eras. I think that it's really critical that 49ers fans get to experience a long-term starting quarterback for this franchise that really hasn't had one. I mean, who can you point to? Do you look at Jimmy Garoppolo? Do you look at Alex Smith? Do you look at their tenures and you say, yeah, those guys were the face of the franchise for an extended period of time? Brock Purdy's got the opportunity to be doing this for a decade for the Giants. So, for the 49ers. So I'll talk about him, and on the other side, I'll talk about Fred Warner. Hall of Fame caliber talent. His resume might be good enough right now. I'll compare him a little bit to Patrick Willis and what he's done in a 49ers uniform since they chose him in the 3rd round of that 2018 draft. I am Kerry Crowley. The show is Sportsphone KNBR. We'll be right back here with you on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
your mind on these sports leaders. Sportsphone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
We are back here on Sportsphone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hang out with you this evening until 9 o'clock. A huge day for the San Francisco 49ers as quarterback Brock Purdy held his press conference down in Santa Clara. We opened the show with some of those cuts. The 5-year, $265 million extension now complete. He, of course, will play out the final year of this rookie contract, so the extension won't really kick in until the following season, which means that Purdy is under contract through the year 2030. It means that this, to me, is really like a 6-year deal that the 49ers have signed with Brock Purdy. So if you look at it at 5 years and an average annual value of about $53 million, which is what it comes out to at 5 for $265, I still think that's a pretty reasonable deal for the San Francisco 49ers. But if you look at it through the prism of, hey, this is 6 years and you're paying him an average of about $47 million on an annual basis when you include this season, I think that it's an extremely reasonable deal for the 49ers in a league where the cap is only going to continue going up, in a league where they are flush with cash, in a league where quarterback play is extremely valuable. I think that this is a great deal for both sides. This gives the 49ers the opportunity to maintain stability at the quarterback position and think through the years of when the 49ers have had an early draft pick and they've used it on quarterbacks. Think back to 2021 when they took Trey Lance 3rd overall. Who else would you have taken in that draft? Would it have worked out for you? There's no telling if it would have. If the 49ers had taken Mac Jones, what shape the franchise would be in. If there had ever been the opportunity to pass things off to Brock Purdy when they took him in the 7th round of the 2022 draft. Think back to 2005, back when the 49ers held the 1st overall pick, and it was Alex Smith over Aaron Rodgers. There are just no guarantees. So anyone sitting out there saying, well, you just trade for this player, you just wait for the next draft, I think that's a completely unrealistic way of looking at the best way to find quarterback talent in the NFL. You never know when there's going to be a great class of quarterbacks like there was coming out in 2024, or when the quarterback class is going to be lacking in talent like there was in 2021, and I think there was this year in 2025 when Cam Ward went 1st overall, but you see someone like Shadur Sanders slip all the way to the 5th round of the Cleveland Browns, followed, of course, by that 4th round draft pick that they had of Dylan Gabriel. So all of that is to say a very important day for the San Francisco 49ers in what's amounted to a very important week for the San Francisco 49ers, because on Monday, they reportedly agreed to a 3-year, $63 million extension with the heart and soul of their defense, the centerpiece of everything they do, linebacker Fred Warner. They gave Warner this deal with 2 years left on his current contract, simply to make sure that he was the highest paid linebacker in the NFL. It is a title that Warner deserves. You look back at his career, 2018 draft pick out of BYU, 3rd round selection, and since the 49ers took Warner, he has started every single game for this franchise. Even last season, when he had a broken bone in his ankle, and the 49ers were eliminated, and it would have been wise for Fred Warner to say, you know what, I'm going to pack it in and play for next year. He went out there and played, because Fred Warner is a tone setter. At 28 years old, he was named 1st team All-Pro at the linebacker position for the 4th time in his NFL career. He's an incredible tackler. He's a great run stuffer. He's even better in pass coverage. He is the most complete middle linebacker in the NFL. The 49ers have Nick Bosa on defense, who has the potential to be a generational talent. But I think that Bosa's, quite honestly struggling to live up to the terms of the deal that he signed a few years ago. I think that he's one of the best 8 to 10 defensive ends, pass rushers in the NFL. When he's at his peak on a Sunday, which happens maybe 4 or 5 times a season, he's probably top 2 or 3, maybe even the best on certain Sundays. But overall, when you look at pass rusher position, I think that Bosa's in the conversation. When you look at the linebacker position, I think that Fred Warner is the conversation. And that is the difference to me of the two players who are the centerpieces of this 49ers defense, the two guys who they really can't win without. And you probably throw Diablo Lenore in there as a core player as well, as the 49ers signed with that 5-year, $92.5 million extension in the middle of last season. So they've got a star at every level, which has always been the goal for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, an anchor player for every position group. You look at the defense, it's Bosa on the D-line. It could be Mykel Williams within the next few years. It's Warner at the linebacker level, a group that's very thin in terms of depth after Dre Greenlaw left in free agency. And it's Lenore and a young secondary that will rely on several up-and-comers, such as Renardo Green this season. You look at the offense. Obviously, it's Purdy at quarterback. Obviously, it's Christian McCaffrey at running back. They paid Brandon Ayuk to be that guy at the wide receiver position. George Kittle, the NFL's best tight end, for my money. And then Trent Williams is the star on the offensive line. And maybe within the next few seasons, Dominic Puni asserts himself in that conversation as one of the league's best guards. But they've got a star for every position group. They've got the anchor player. And outside of Purdy, perhaps no one is as important to the team's overall success as Warner, the expert communicator on defense, the player who carries everything out for the defensive coordinator, who, by the way, now is Robert Saleh, someone who Warner became a star playing under back in 2018 and 2019. Started 32 games with Robert Saleh at the helm. Wasn't named a Pro Bowler in each of those 2 seasons, but it set the stage for an incredible next chapter of his career. 2020, Warner named Pro Bowler and first-team All-Pro for the first time in his career in each of the last 3 seasons. He's earned those honors. He is on a Hall of Fame trajectory. And if you look at his career to date, 115 games played, he's actually played 3 more games than Patrick Willis did, who's now, of course, a Hall of Famer, who was a 5-time first-team All-Pro, 7-time Pro Bowler, and someone who was at his time the best linebacker in the NFL. The 49ers have enjoyed some remarkable stability at some very important positions through the years. Obviously, you're not going to find the kind of stability that you've had at left tackle from Joe Staley passing things off to Trent Williams. But there was a 4-year gap in between Willis and Warner. Outside of those 4 seasons, the 49ers have had a Hall of Fame caliber talent manning the middle of the field at the linebacker position ever since 2007. It is nearly 2 decades of brilliance in the middle of the field. And Warner is the guy moving forward for this team. 3 years, $63 million. He is expected to help this young defense take a few next steps because it is coming off of a brutal season. What were they, 28th, 29th against the run? It doesn't really matter when you're that bad. You're not going to have a chance to go much better than 6-11. You're not going to have a chance because you're getting worn down in the second half of games. You're getting worn out in the fourth quarter of games. And that's exactly what happened to the 49ers last season, and it's exactly why Jed York and this 49ers ownership group, the people in charge of the finances, slashed payroll at several key spots this offseason. Overall, cash spend will be up, as David Lombardi, as the San Francisco Standard, has reported. The 49ers are spending so much on Warner, on Kittle, on Brock Purdy contracts that overall their cash spend will be up. But make no mistake, the 49ers have changed their approach to the player acquisition process ever so slightly. And I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that they needed to sign outside external talent last season and really over the past 2 seasons because their drafts were abysmal. Now, you go back to 2022, 2023, it was a lot of misses, particularly in those few seasons. 2021, of course, the Trey Lance draft. I mean, the 49ers missed. They missed at the quarterback position. They gambled first-round picks for the next 2 seasons. Drake Jackson's now off the roster. He was their first overall pick in 2022. It just didn't work. And so when it doesn't work in the draft, you have to supplement from the outside. It's why you go after players like Malik Collins, like Leonard Floyd, like these mid-tier B-level free agents who cost you money but aren't necessarily going to be better than young players that you acquire through the draft. But last season, the 49ers hit on several draft picks. They acquired several key talents through the draft. Ricky Pearsall, Renardo Green. You look at some of the other players, Malik Mustafa, Dominic Puni. It was a really good draft, and the 49ers hope they need this season's draft to be just as impactful. Mykel Williams, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin, C.J. West could all start for the 49ers on defense at the beginning of this season. And that's really critical because it is a group that looked slow. It is a group that looked old. At times it looked out of shape. The 49ers can't allow that to happen if they want to return to the area where I think everyone expects them to be. The NFC title game conversation, the Super Bowl conversation. It is well within reach for the 49ers to be back in that conversation this season. You look at the schedule that they play, it is far more favorable than any schedule the 49ers have seen probably during the Lynch and Shanahan era. I mean, you look at the net overall rest they have. You look at the primetime games. You look at the fact they're coming off a last-place season. They have a last-place schedule. You look at the fact that they're playing AFC South teams, a division that's historically worse than some of the other divisions like the AFC West right now. Things are setting up for the 49ers to win 10-plus games. And obviously, so much is dependent on health. So much is dependent on if these draft picks in Williams and Collins and West can shore up some of the massive deficiencies on this defensive line. But the pieces are in place. And it goes well beyond paying Brock Purdy. It goes to paying Fred Warner. It goes to making sure that the captain of your defense, the leader of your defense, feels secure and feels ready to enter another season refreshed and ready to lead. Because coming off of last year, it wouldn't shock me if the 6-11 season, if playing on a broken ankle, took a toll on Warner. If he didn't get this contract extension, if he wasn't necessarily as bought in. But the fact that the 49ers showed some good faith, showed their willingness to make this deal happen, shows to me how seriously they value Fred Warner and how important they know he is, particularly with Robert Saleh coming back to this defense. Because it's been a defense over the last 2 years marked by instability. You go from Steve Wilkes to Nick Sorensen, now back to Saleh. Who is the holdover? Who is the guy who everyone in that defensive room trusts? More than anyone, it's Fred Warner. And it's Nick Bosa, too. His leadership's incredibly valuable. He's gotten his contract. He's being paid, and he's being paid well. But it's Warner who sets the tone. It's Warner who plays every single Sunday. It's Warner who's the communicator with the green dot on his helmet. It's ultimately Warner who's going to stand behind those guys on the defensive line and make sure that C.J. West and Alfred Collins are positioned correctly when the 49ers are stemming up front. Make sure that Mykel Williams is holding the edge as he's expected to do. 49ers' number one target going into this draft was to find someone to be an edge setter. Not necessarily an edge rusher. They've got that in Nick Bosa, but an edge setter. Someone who can contain the pocket. Someone who can make sure that outside runs are stuffed and running backs have to take things back to the interior of the defense where Warner fills the alley and makes the tackle. And it's Fred Warner who's setting the defense, setting them before the play, during the play, and then setting the tone as the play unfolds. So I think that paying Fred Warner this week was a very significant piece of business. And it goes well beyond just making sure that he's the highest paid linebacker in the NFL, a title that he fully deserves. It goes to ensuring that he's rejuvenated and he understands his place and significance in the 49ers organization. You can't just pay on offense. It can't just be Kittle. It can't just be Purdy. It can't just be McCaffrey and Trent Williams earning new deals. You've got to reward the player who's the centerpiece on defense. And credit to Jed York, John Lynch, and Kyle Shanahan for getting that done. Credit to Fred Warner for putting himself in a position throughout his NFL career, a strong 7-year career to date, to ensure that he deserved that opportunity. You look at Fred Warner over 7 seasons. 2018, 124 tackles. 2019, 118 tackles. 2020, 125. 21, 137 tackles. 22, 130. 23, 132. And 24, 131. He is a pillar of stability. He is an extension of Patrick Willis at the linebacker position. Yes, there was a period where the 49ers had neither of those players, and it was during the darkest days for this franchise, 2015, 2016, 2017. They went 3 seasons without Willis or Warner. And look at what they accomplished in those 3 seasons. They had 3 different head coaches. It tells you everything you need to know. Fred Warner is the tone setter. And when the 49ers have been at their best, even with Kyle Shanahan calling plays on offense, it's been the defense leading the way. It's been the defense setting the tone, and it's been Fred Warner as the heart and soul of everything the 49ers are trying to accomplish. So I can't wait to see what he does over the next 3 seasons. It'll take him out to 10 years of this NFL career. Linebacker position is incredibly difficult to play. It is so hard to roam sideline to sideline every single Sunday. It's so hard to bounce back for Thursday Night Football. From the short week on playing on Monday to playing on Sunday. And yet Fred Warner, 115 career games, 115 career starts. He's been out there every single time. And if you believe, like I do, that the best ability is availability, there's no one better than Fred Warner. Getting him under contract and making sure that he knows his value was an incredibly important piece of business for the San Francisco 49ers, and they've done it. On the other side, we will wrap up this evening's Sports Phone KNBR with a bit about Brock Purdy. The 49ers quarterback was down in Santa Clara, and we opened tonight's show talking about the press conference that he held today, playing some snippets of that, taking your calls as well. But I want to talk about something that doesn't have to do with the numbers, something that doesn't have to do with 5 years, $265 million, but does have to do with the significance of what Purdy means to San Francisco 49ers fans, and particularly the young generation of 49ers fans who never got to see Joe Montana, who never got to see Steve Young, who didn't see Jerry Rice, at least for most of his career, because Rice played for, 2 decades? They didn't get to see him at his peak. And why Purdy matters so much to the 2020s and this era of 49ers football that started back in 2017 when John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan took over. Appreciate the folks behind the glass this evening. Cole LaPelt, Kyle Haar doing a great job pitching in and making sure that this show runs smoothly. When we come back, a little bit more to wrap things up. I'm Kerry Crowley, rolling with you until 9 o'clock here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sportsphone KNBR, streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 104.5.
We are back here on Sportsphone KNBR. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you just a little bit longer this evening as we wrap up at 9 o'clock tonight. It's been a pleasure talking 49ers football with you, San Francisco Giants baseball, looking at scores around the major leagues today. And, of course, today was the Brock Purdy press conference down in Santa Clara after the 49ers quarterback signed on Tuesday that 5-year, $265 million extension. He goes from pick number 262 to $265 million. Obviously, congratulations are in order for Brock Purdy, but I think that there's also an opportunity here for us to step back and, for just a moment, step away from the numbers, step away from comparing average annual value and looking at where Brock Purdy ranks in comparison to other top starting quarterbacks around the NFL. I feel like so often when a player of Purdy stature signs a contract like this, our first temptation is to just draw comparisons to the rest of the NFL, to the rest of the top quarterbacks out there, and say, is this a fair deal? Is this a good value for the San Francisco 49ers? And I think that that's important. Look, you want to make sure that, if you're a 49ers fan, that your team's getting a good deal. And if you're a Brock Purdy fan, you want to make sure that he's paid like a top NFL quarterback should be paid. And so it's obvious to draw those connections. It's obvious to have those conversations. But I think lost in a lot of this is the true fan's perspective of what this means for the next few years of 49ers football. And who knows if Brock Purdy will still be the quarterback by 2030 when that contract is set to expire. Who knows if he'll be the quarterback in 2035 if he gets another extension from the San Francisco 49ers. We can't look into the future. We don't have a crystal ball. We can't sit here today, Wednesday, May 21st, and tell you exactly what's going to happen over the next 3, 4, 5 seasons of Brock Purdy leading the San Francisco 49ers. But what we can do is look back at the past and look back at this franchise and the quarterbacks who've come through, who've delivered the 49ers to Super Bowl titles, like Joe Montana, like Steve Young, who've shown promise, but have ultimately come oh so close and failed to get the job done, a la Jimmy Garoppolo. And I think we can have this conversation because at the end of the day, one of the reasons I suspect that you love the San Francisco 49ers is that someone passed along their love of the San Francisco 49ers to you. One of the great things about sports, and I say this often on this show, is that it connects generations. Fans of the San Francisco Giants call into this show all the time and say, I've been a fan since 1958 when the team moved west from New York. Fans of the San Francisco 49ers called in throughout their last postseason run, telling me stories about watching the 49ers out at Kezar Stadium in the early days of Candlestick Park. This is not something that's new to Bay Area sports fans. It's new to some of you because my suspicion is there's a lot of young listeners out there at this time of the evening, but it's also something that's in your blood. It's also something that was passed on to you through generations, from family member to family member. The reason I started watching the 49ers when I was 5 years old is because my dad was a big 49ers fan, and he was a big 49ers fan because his dad was a big 49ers fan and took him to games at Kezar Stadium when he was growing up, took him and his brothers out there. And so this is something that is passed along from era to era, from family member to family member. And it's why your ties to a franchise like the San Francisco 49ers run so deep. And to me, it's why we can sit here after Brock Purdy held his press conference and say, look at what this means for the young generations of San Francisco 49ers fans. I have this conversation a lot as the 49ers were marching toward their last Super Bowl appearance against the Kansas City Chiefs, going through the playoff run against the Packers and the Lions and all the teams that they had to play along the way. You know, it is very important to so many people that the young generation of 49ers fans gets to see their own Super Bowl title. Because so many of us grew up hearing stories of Joe Montana. So many of us don't exactly remember watching Steve Young play quarterback. You know, the best clips of Steve Young that I've seen in my life are on YouTube, not out at Candlestick Park. I didn't get to experience that generation. My earliest glimpses of 49ers football are of Jeff Garcia and Steve Mariucci. And it was fun. It got me hooked. But it wasn't the same hooked that my dad was, that my uncles were, that I know several generations of older family members were watching Joe Montana and Steve Young, watching the Bill Walsh era, and watching the 49ers build the dynasty. Because until you reach that mountaintop yourself, until you experience something like that as a fan, you can't feel the same way. You know, I think everyone who lived through the San Francisco Giants titles in 10, 12, and 14, the Warriors 4 titles in an 8-season span, understands how different it is when you're on top compared to being the runner-up as the 49ers were after the 2019 season and the 2023 season. And so Brock Purdy signing this deal really does carry some added significance for younger 49ers fans. Because in his first season, he took the 49ers to an NFC title game. Then he took the 49ers to the Super Bowl. And the 49ers were one possession away from winning that game and from Brock Purdy being, at a very early stage of his career, immortalized in 49ers history. But he didn't get that job done. And so fans under the age of 30, fans under the age of 35, they wait. They wait and they wait for their moment to experience the same joy and euphoria that fans who watched Joe Montana and Steve Young fling the football around got to experience during their heyday. And so this contract that Brock Purdy signs guarantees that at least for the next few years, and my assumption is he'll play through this contract because I'm a big believer in Brock Purdy. And I think that he'll ultimately probably get another extension from the 49ers. But this means that the 2020s as a decade will be defined by Brock Purdy at the quarterback position. And the Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch era, which is already entering its 9th season, will be defined by Brock Purdy's success at the quarterback position. Sure, Lynch and Shanahan built a Super Bowl roster, Super Bowl caliber roster, with Jimmy Garoppolo at the helm, only to lose the Kansas City Chiefs in devastating fashion back in the 2019 season, February 2020. Sure, they took the gamble on Trey Lance with a 3rd overall pick back in 2021 in a draft that set the 49ers back, that could have, for other franchises, cost a general manager and a head coach their respective jobs. But Jed York is playing the long game. He has doubled down this offseason. Tim Kawakami wrote a great column for the San Francisco Standard. I encourage everyone to read it, about Jed York saying, you know what? I am buying in on the leadership tandem that I have in John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. And I am going to pay the players that they like because I believe in this tandem, even after a 6-11 season, even understanding that 4 times during this era, the 49ers have missed the playoffs. And I think that all of this is made possible because of what happened before Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch arrived in San Francisco. Because it doesn't take a well-versed 49ers historian to understand the negative consequences that came from moving on from Jim Harbaugh and moving into the Jim Tom Sula era, moving into the Chip Kelly era, the instability that surrounded the franchise by the time that Kyle Shanahan took over, entering that 2017 season, the 0-9 start to that 2017 season, the acquisition of Jimmy Garoppolo, and the hope that that provided. And I think that that hope is key to understanding why Brock Purdy's press conference carries such significance. Because for the under 35 49ers fan, for the young 49ers fan out there who hasn't experienced the championship level football that Joe Montana and Steve Young brought to the San Francisco 49ers, how many times through the years do you get your hopes up? I remember the first time for me, it was watching Jeff Garcia, believing that I too, because it was natural in the early 2000s. You know, I was a young kid. I didn't know any better. I just thought, oh yeah, the 49ers, they win it all a lot, because that was the experience that my dad, my uncles, and my older brother had. They'd all watched Steve Young deliver a title to San Francisco. I was barely born. I don't have early recollections of that. And so got my hopes up for Steve Young, for Jeff Garcia. And then 2005 draft rolls around. 49ers have the first overall pick, an opportunity to change their fortune. And instead of drafting Aaron Rodgers, they go with Alex Smith. And for the next 5-6 seasons, the 49ers really struggled. I mean, think about the quarterbacks who rolled through during the Alex Smith era. Sean King, J.T. O'Sullivan. There were so many quarterbacks who ended up playing a role for the 49ers during that time because it was a franchise that just couldn't get it right. And then Jim Harbaugh came in and he reinstilled that hope that I'd once felt, maybe, just maybe, entering that 2005 draft with the belief the 49ers could have a generational talent on their hands if only that they could get the quarterback position right. They go with Smith at number 1, and I love the guy, but Aaron Rodgers, his career speaks for itself. You may not love what you've seen from Rodgers of the last 7 to 8 years, but I think going back to 2005, most people know what they would have done with that first overall pick, and it would have been different. But Jim Harbaugh comes in, And he provides stability. He provides the infrastructure for Alex Smith to succeed. The 49ers look like a dominant team. They build a dominant defense. I think Aldon Smith, Justin Smith, I mean, one of the most fun 49ers teams to watch was that first NFC title game squad that Jim Harbaugh had. And then you've got the transition from Alex Smith to the incredible Colin Kaepernick. And take away what you think of Kaepernick off the field, because I know that some of you have very strong opinions. Just focus on what Kaepernick did on the field. Those first games when he took over, those were electrifying. Those changed your perspective of what was possible for San Francisco 49ers football, especially for the young, suffering 49ers fan who felt as if their team could never get over the top. Think about being inside the 5-yard line, wondering what would have happened if Frank Gore had touched the ball in that Super Bowl. Think about how close the 49ers came with a quarterback who represented great hope for the future, even if that future wasn't extended as long as many folks at the time thought that it would be. And then it was several years of disappointment. It was Kaepernick falling off. It was Brian Hoyer taking over at the quarterback position. It was Blaine Gabbert playing quarterback for the 49ers. It was in the early days of Kyle Shanahan, C.J. Beathard, Nick Mullins alternating starts. I mean, come on, how exciting could that be? Then they acquired Jimmy Garoppolo, and once again, for the, fourth, fifth time in a 15-year span, young 49ers fans were allowed to get their hopes up. Because even though Garoppolo had a relatively limited track record with what he did in New England with the Patriots, it was a positive track record. And at the end of that 2017 season, when he took over as the 49ers starting quarterback, and he was installed in the Kyle Shanahan system, you saw the switch flip. You saw what was possible. You once again saw the potential for this franchise. And yes, he had the ACL injury in 2018 that wiped away some of that hope, but it was reinstilled in 2019 when they get off to that 8-0 start, when they lock up the 1 seed, when they roll through the playoffs and Garoppolo barely throws a pass in the postseason because the 49ers run game was so dominant. A run game, by the way, didn't have Christian McCaffrey yet, led by Matt Breida, Tevin Coleman, Raheem Mostert, that three-headed monster. That's how good the 49ers defense was at that time and how good Kyle Shanahan's run scheme was at that time in 2019. 49ers fans, especially the younger generation, were allowed to dream yet again. But ultimately, Garoppolo couldn't get them over the top. I know a lot of people don't love when I point this out, but I think that pass to Emmanuel Sanders that was overthrown in Miami, I was there in the press box watching that game. I think that still haunts the 49ers. Probably still haunts Jimmy Garoppolo. So, they look for his replacement. 2021, it's supposed to be Trey Lance. He's supposed to be the guy, the next face of the franchise, who can take the 49ers to greater heights. If Garoppolo was limited by his mobility, Trey Lance, his skill set would be enhanced by his mobility. But we saw very quickly that wouldn't be the case. He just didn't have the reps at North Dakota State. The 2021 draft was difficult, and the 49ers, no matter how difficult it was, failed it. Look at the quarterbacks taken in the first round there. Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, Mac Jones. I mean, Zach Wilson. It wasn't working out no matter who they drafted. Let's be honest. And so 2022 comes around. The 49ers used that flyer, that 7th-round draft pick on Brock Purdy. And you think none of it. You know, at the time, no one gave Brock Purdy much of a chance. Was he even supposed to make the roster? No. Nate Sudfeld was supposed to make the roster. But training camp rolls around, and Brock Purdy has all the qualities of a quarterback who could succeed in the Shanahan system. And credit John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan for keeping him on the roster, because that would have been a difficult decision at the time. They've acknowledged that it wasn't easy. You know, you could try to stash a guy on the practice squad, but there's always the chance that he gets picked up elsewhere. And Brock had earned that roster spot. And so Trey Lance goes down. Jimmy Garoppolo goes down. Purdy thrust into action. And we know what's transpired over the 36 starts that he's made in a 49ers uniform. We know the heights that Brock Purdy has taken the 49ers to already. And we know that at 25 years old, he should get better. He should get more comfortable in the Kyle Shanahan system. He should have different and albeit potentially more useful weapons for his skill set. The 49ers used a first-round draft pick on Ricky Pearsall, and you could see the chemistry that they developed by the end of last season. He's got Jawan Jennings, third and Jawan, who's oh so reliable. They've signed Christian McCaffrey to the extension last year. And while he was hurt, he should be healthy this season. They've signed George Kittle to the 4-year extension that makes him the highest paid tight end in the NFL. He is the safety blanket for Brock Purdy. The infrastructure is there for Purdy to succeed. And I don't consider him one of the 4 best quarterbacks in the NFL. I look at Patrick Mahomes, I look at Josh Allen, I look at Joe Burrow, and I look at Lamar Jackson in their own class. But then I see a group of 5, 6, 7 quarterbacks who are good enough to win it all with the right pieces around them. Jalen Hurts being one of them, and he proved it this year with the Philadelphia Eagles. Brock Purdy being one of them, because he's taken the 49ers to the brink. He is good enough to get you over the top if you have the right infrastructure around him, and I believe the 49ers do. And so they've made the gamble on Brock Purdy. He signed the deal on Tuesday. He holds the press conference on Wednesday. Brock Purdy is the face of the San Francisco 49ers moving forward. He will define a generation of football for 49ers fans. He will define an era of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Jed York has bet big on the leadership duo in charge, and he is betting big on Brock Purdy to be the guy to put the 49ers over the top. Whether or not he gets there, I have no idea. But over the last 25 years, young 49ers fans have been told to get their hopes up. They've had opportunities to dream. They've been on the brink with Alex Smith and Colin Kaepernick and Jimmy Garoppolo, and most recently with Purdy himself. But now, there is a long-term commitment to the face of the franchise. There's a long-term belief held internally by many people inside the 49ers organization that Brock is the guy. The 49ers can finally get back to the top in the NFL and can finally deliver for young fans what the older generations of 49ers fans held so closely. Super Bowl titles. All Brock's got to do is win one. And it's much easier said than done. It is an incredibly difficult uphill road. But the 49ers, at least for the foreseeable future, know who will be driving that car up that road. They know who will be the engine of their offense. And from what we've seen thus far, in a relatively short NFL career, there is reason to believe that Brock Purdy can deliver. He is one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. And sometimes that's all it takes. All you've got to do is be in the game, and through 2030, the 49ers should be in the game. Thank you to everyone who listened tonight. It's always a privilege to talk Bay Area sports with you. Always fun, particularly on significant days like this. Talking 49ers football with so many devoted fans. I appreciate you. I appreciate the callers and texters this evening. I want to thank Kyle Haar and Cole Appelt for working behind the scenes this evening, behind the glass at KNBR, making sure that this was a smooth operation. I am Kerry Crowley. We'll be back with full programming tomorrow here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader. And I want to remind you that this entire weekend, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we've got Giants warm-up and extra innings for you with our extended pregame show. You can tune in Saturday, Sunday, and Monday as the Giants will be in D.C., our nation's capital, this weekend before headed to Detroit for that Memorial Day matchup against the Red Hot Tigers. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
listening to the Infinity Sports Network on KNBR, the sports leader.
A little less time here. We shrunk the lead. But still, they trailed by 9 or more in the final minute of the fourth quarter or overtime. A team like that, the Pacers, they've never won when they've trailed by 9 or more since 1998. There's been teams in that setting 1,414 times, and they've lost every single time. They've never been able to come back until tonight. And really, they almost didn't need overtime. Tyrese Halliburton had a shot. I'm watching replays of this. Halliburton talked after the game. Obviously, he is proud of the squad.
Basketball is fun. Winning is fun. And, I'm so proud of the resilience of this group. We've shown it all year. We've had to win in so many different random, unique ways. And today we just kept going, kept fighting. And, man, that's fun.
It's not really that. You're winning in the same improbable way repeatedly. That's why it's so frustrating for everybody else. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's average fans that like the NBA and like watching these comebacks. Maybe. I don't know. I know we're on in Milwaukee. I know Milwaukee fans don't like to see this. I know we're on in Cleveland. I know Cleveland fans don't like to see this. I know we're available everywhere on the Odyssey app. Just a reminder to download the Odyssey app. So his shot at the end of regulation, they were down 2. Towns had missed one of the field goals, or was it Brunson? It's all very chaotic.
They both did, actually.
Things happen there. Who was the one at the very end that missed? Was that Brunson?
Yeah.
Yes. No, Anunoby.
Well, this is what happens when they all miss free throws. They've missed 12 in the game.
Yeah, not good. Anthony Towns had missed a free throw at one point late, last minute. So then they're down 2 in the Pacers. Halliburton's trying to find a shot. It looked like he was going to take a 2, but he stepped back just enough to appeared to have hit a 3. Now, he was on the line, so they reviewed it. It was a 2. But the ball went off that back of the rim, shot directly up into the air, and then perfectly came down. As if it was a movie. This team has won a movie game every round. Oh, it's unbelievable. All the heartbreaking losses that you've had in your life, although we came so close, the Pacers are doing historic things every week and a half. Halliburton talked on the shot at the end of regulation.
I was going for the 2, and then Mikal hit the ball. And I didn't know how much time was left, so I just tried to gather myself and knock the shot down. I thought it was a 3. I tried to hit the celly, and it didn't work, but we finished it in overtime.
That's my reaction. He did hit the celly, being the celebration, being the choke shot, the choke sign made infamous by Reggie Miller doing it in the Garden. Halliburton on why he went there.
Everybody's been wanting me to do it. I was going to hold it for the right time. That felt appropriate. And then, it went to overtime. So we're going to have to save it for later.
Oh, we're going to see it again. Can't wait until we see that again. The Pacers certainly did claw their way back in, and they earned it. They were down 14 with 3:20 remaining. The remaining possessions that they had in regulation, Naismith 3, a Halliburton 3, a Naismith 3, Siakam hit both at the line, another Naismith 3, another Naismith 3. Then the Knicks fouled him. So they did kind of what the Thunder did. I didn't like that. But they fouled Naismith. Because then you're giving points, and then you're like, and there's 11 seconds. It's too soon. Maybe that wasn't intentional. It felt like it was. OG was on him pretty hard. But he knocked him down, and then Halliburton had that long too. So they had 8 possessions to play with in the last 3:20, and they made use of every one. And yeah, you take your 2, we're going to hit the 3. You take your 2, we're going to hit the 3. You follow us, we'll make them both. It's just so improbable. It's so improbable. But they've done it. And they've done it over and over. And it's like, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, you won't fool me again. At some point, like, if you do the miraculous thing multiple times, well, maybe you're just good at it. The Pacers are a team that has beat teams up when they've been injured. And then they celebrate as if they beat the healthiest version of them. And you can only play who's in front of you. But in the last 2 weeks, the Cavs got back to full strength and the Pacers embarrassed them. The Knicks are at full strength. They came back down 17. I don't know what is stopping me from taking every bit of money that I have, every little account I've got floating around, every lawsuit that I've class action jumped in on, got $12 from one last night. I need to take all that money and put it on Indiana to win the championship, because how are they not? This kind of team doesn't do all this and then just become a footnote. You can't waste these miracles. 888-710-4ISN. Greg is in Michigan. What's up, Greg?
El Bardo, it's the Warrior, Mr. Positive. Hey, I love the way you and Marco wear your emotions on your sleeves. Do not be ashamed of that. That's passion. You don't realize that makes you real. And there's a word
I think, Greg, it makes me sound like a whiny little bitch.
No.
Okay.
No. That means you are passionate. When you ever get mad at little Alberto Jr. or your wife, you know why? Because you love them. You love yourself, your passion. Here's the word that you're looking for with the Pacers. I'm emotionally spent. I wanted the Knicks. Stephen A. Smith wanted the Knicks. Everybody wanted the Knicks. It's destiny. It's destiny. What you are saying, what is so improbable with what the Pacers did, it's destiny. The gods are looking down and saying, I anoint the Indiana Pacers. As bad as we want that to happen. Reggie Miller doing the chokehold and or the whatever, and Halliburton doing it. It's destiny. But yeah, it's an unbelievable comeback. I wasn't watching it, and then all of a sudden I'm listening to you, and I go, "Oh my God, this is unbelievable!" It's like they're playing football on the basketball court. That's basketball. That's going to bring eyes to the game if people get a chance to watch these types of games. It's exciting as all get up. But
hey, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir. Is it good? Positive?
No, the Drew Lane show. Is that a thing you know?
Of course I do. Drew and Mike used to be some of the biggest ratings in Detroit radio history. What do you want to know about Drew Lane?
Somebody called me last week or 2 weeks ago, and they were being like, "Oh, go Tigers! What's up, Wink Dog?" And it was the last hour of the week for me. This is not an excuse. I didn't phone it in, but I was not at my best. And this caller, I let him go longer than he should. Big surprise.
Okay.
And then about halfway through the call, I got all like, I came back to life, and I was sparring with him a little bit, and I was much more happy with that half of the call than the first half. Well, somebody that knows me, that knows somebody, sent me, they used some of my audio on the May 11th edition of the Drew Lane show, and it's the audio of me where if it's the only thing you've ever heard of me, you're like, how does this guy have a show? He sucks. And I don't appreciate that they used the bad part of me, but it's also motivated me that I can never have a bad part anymore, because you never know what someone else is going to take and clip. And then tonight, I whined for about 45 minutes during the Pacers' comeback. So it's still a lesson I'm learning, but we'll get there.
But real quick, Mark Ryan and Pat Caputo in Detroit were talking about you.
We're not Detroit!
And it was just, they brought you in. They had a little nickname for you. It was weird. And Pat Caputo now is calling himself Mr. Wonderful, taking it off from Mr. Positive.
What's this nickname they had for me?
It was like, it was Caputo. Mark was quiet. And he really
was it derogatory in nature?
No, but
what the hell's going on over there in Detroit? Everybody's roughing me up.
Yeah, they got to call in and just say, everybody, Bart Winkler rules, Carlos with a K. Oh, come on. But real quick, the tushy, I'm all for it, because here's the thing. When you got three people blocking Aaron Donald, there's no difference. You win at all costs. There is no tomorrow, Rock. There is no tomorrow. So if I'm pushing Josh Allen's big, beautiful tush, his butt, and I push him into the end zone, and I push a running back into the end zone.
Yeah.
I mean, you win. You win.
Yeah, but that's not, Greg. I gotta get going. Thanks, Greg.
Okay.
Get to the bottom of this Detroit nonsense for me, if you would.
I will. Everybody go for your dreams. Thanks, Alberto, Carlos, and Marco Belletti.
Yeah, the tush push I don't like, but it's actually less offensive than when a running back stalls and then 5 offensive linemen push him another 10 yards.
Yeah, forget about the tush push. We got to go back to Greg just burying the lead. There is a nickname in Detroit for you. We must know what it is, to the tune that I've already texted Mark Ryan.
Yeah, I don't know. This other guy, like one of the guys on his show, their kid called me, and sometimes, like, this is the battlefield we're on. Sometimes people call and like they have what I don't like is when people like have their bit and then they call and do their bit on me. And I'm not in the bit, and I feel like I'm being used. I'll let you like Greg's got his go for your dreams, but it's a thing I understand. You got people calling in, going like, "What's up, Wink Dog? Rough," and I'm like, "What in the hell am I supposed to do about this?" So just inside jokes seem really fun. I'd love to be a part of one someday.
You know what's kind of irony at this point? Where we have gone on many times where like nobody knows who we are. We kind of just talk into the ether. Where that's clearly not true, because if we have pockets of country pockets in this country taking shots at the show, taking shots at you, we are national. We are definitely getting picked up. So it's ironic that the two of us that say nobody listens to us, well, it seems like there's a bunch of people listening if we're creating regional content. I need you all to reveal yourselves to me.
Well, I already know what's going to happen, because I think that I think that we really have done a great job with some wonderfully nuanced, smart, look at both sides of the coin kind of conversations. I think we have conversations on this show that are unlike anything else you're going to find on a sports talk radio show that still are about sports. I think that we are able to attack things from a different angle. And I think a lot of people may listen to some of that stuff and nod their head and say, good. But the way that I have been close to crying about this Pacers win, and the way I've acted about them in general, I do think that somebody is going to pick that up, and then I'll look like an idiot. I've got a video that I did based on the tush push stuff I talked about. That's going to be posted tomorrow. I know that Philadelphia fans are going to destroy me for it. So it's always like, and that call that I referenced with this one show where like you probably took the worst, even including tonight, but the worst 5 minutes of radio that I have done in 2025, and that's what got played on another person's show, and it's just like, that seems to be how it happens. You know, that's why you always got to be sharp. You always got to be on your game. You never know who is listening. You can't take segments off. You can't do it. You cannot do it. So there's my, I guess, spiel to, I don't know, who was that for? Myself? I feel like that was for myself. I don't know. Okay. 888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. We'll be back. It's the Bart Winkler Show.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Memorial Day doorbuster deals are here at Lowe's. Right now, Rewards members save $80 on the Master Forge 4-burner gas grill, now just $149. Plus, Rewards members save $900 on the Lowe's exclusive Hisense French door refrigerator, now only $999. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/26. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
Only 29% of the Earth's surface is land, which is not a lot. So if you want to see more of the world, you have to reframe the way you travel. Embark on an expedition cruise with National Geographic Lindblad Expeditions. Learn more alongside seasoned experts sailing aboard small ships made for exploring. Don't just see the world, see it differently. National Geographic Lindblad Expeditions. Visit natgeoexpeditions.com/cruises to learn more.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
What if the dollar was no longer the world's reserve currency? According to former IMF chief economist Kenneth Rogoff, that future is coming faster than you think. His new book, Our Dollar, Your Problem, reveals how rising debt, inflation, and global de-dollarization could lead to a full-blown currency crisis, one that could wipe out retirement accounts tied to the stock market or the dollar. That's why Advantage Gold is giving away free copies of this urgent book when you schedule your one-on-one precious metals appointment. You'll learn how to legally move your IRA or 401k into physical gold and silver, avoid taxes and penalties using a little-known IRS-approved strategy, and how to receive up to $10,000 in free gold and silver when you qualify. Protect your retirement before it's too late. Call 800-324-9902 now. That's 800-324-9902. Or visit AdvantageGold.com to claim your free copy. There's no cost, just the truth. No precious metals purchase necessary. Call 800-324-9902 now. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Our guys hanging in, finding a way to get the thing to overtime, and then made enough plays. But it's a long series. We're not going to get too excited about this. We got things to clean up. They got things to clean up. Game 2 is going to be another war.
Welcome back to the Bart Winkler Show. Here's El Barto.
Game 2 will be on Friday. And I might take an extended weekend if that's the case.
Oh, can we?
I didn't plan on it, but if this is what we're going to see here. Pacers win 138-135. That's Rick Carlisle. This portion of the show brought to you by Ethos Life, the easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam, just a few health questions. Get your free quote at checkethos.com. Not available in all states, but available in most. So check it out. Ethos. Check ethos.com. Evan Turner, former basketball player himself, tweeting, I'm done hating on Halliburton. Just a waste of time at this point. I got a tweet here from Michael. It hurts Bart Winkler Show to admit, but Halliburton is him and the Pacers are them. Halliburton was right, though. The Knicks did choke. That may have been the worst 2-minute stretch in the history of basketball. They absolutely choked. Look at me, though. I've been giving more credit to the Pacers than saying that the Knicks choked. But they did. And overtime, man, I couldn't believe my eyes. Every possession that the Knicks had just seemed so tough. They had no shot. They were falling all over the place. They were inbounding poorly. I mean, the Pacers may have the best inbound defense in NBA history because all these teams try to inbound the ball against them. That's what's led to a lot of these comebacks. These teams just can't get the basketball back onto the court. It's bonkers. More from Rick Carlisle. As we have been discussing, the Pacers have found themselves in this kind of situation plenty of times. To them, when they get there, they know it's just familiar territory.
We've had a lot of these games this year. I mean, we've probably had a dozen of them throughout the season. A lot of the games early where we were struggling were games we had to pull out. There were clutch games when we weren't playing particularly well, and it's just it's a muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger it gets, and it's not easy. It's not easy. There's been a lot of wild swings and scores throughout the season and the playoffs. But, you certainly don't take anything like this for granted. This is very, very difficult to do, but it's a 48-minute game. And we always say, Pacer basketball is 48 minutes. And tonight it was 53 minutes.
Aaron Nesmith, Andrew Nembhard. A-N. A-N. Two guys who have similar enough looking like names that play similar enough positions that consistently do really well, but yet I don't think either of them will ever get to a point where when Aaron Nesmith hits 8 of 9 threes, including 6 in the fourth quarter, will have come to expect that. I don't know that he gets to that point. But that's what he did tonight, and I think at some point we maybe need to start expecting that. Rick Carlisle on Nesmith down the stretch.
I don't know how many he made down the stretch. Seemed like it was 5 or 6 or 7, 6. They were all very much needed. And look, NBA players are amazing. I mean, these guys get on a roll and they do amazing things.
888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. Pacers win 138-135. They are up 1-0 in the Eastern Conference Finals. Glenn is in Niagara Falls. Glenn, good to speak with you again. How are you?
Hey, Wings Dog. How are you? Sorry, I couldn't resist, man. I will never call you that again. Sorry.
Oh, it's all good. What's up?
Well, so first off, I don't know what you guys are going on about. Like, I know it's been pretty evident for the last little couple of weeks that you're not a Indiana fan. I don't blame you the way they've been acting, quite honestly. Now, I did say I had to be, watch out for Indiana. They seem to be one of those like sneaky teams that could sneak through. But I don't like the way they act either. But the one thing that you're going on about the comebacks, was it not New York that came back at least twice against the NBA champions?
It's true. By
being down over 20 points. So I know it wasn't in the same fashion, but everyone thought those games were done, and they came back. So it's kind of they're getting their same medicine because Boston, NBA champs, they were ahead by 20 points in at least 2 games, I believe, maybe 3. So I don't understand what the problem is.
Well, the problem is I like when the Knicks do it, and I don't like when the Pacers do it.
Now we're talking. Listen, I got something for you, Bart. Listen, are you a Bill Murray fan?
Yeah.
Okay. His very first movie, best camp movie ever, called Meatballs. Okay. Towards the end, it's about obviously camp, quite funny. And at the end, it's like a Camp Olympics, and it's the really rich camp against their camp. And he gets up at the end and does a speech after the first day of this little Olympics. They're getting their butts kicked. And he gets up and he has his whole spiel that says, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. You have to watch that part and just concentrate on that when you're watching the Knicks play Indiana or whoever it is. Just remember, it just doesn't matter. It's sports, brother. So anyway,
I know. But then the whole Glenn, thanks for the call. I mean, if I start to come on here every night and say sports doesn't matter, the whole house of cards falls down of what is my profession. Groundhog Day is a top 10 movie for me. Maybe even 5. Maybe even higher. I don't know what you guys were doing when you were 12 years old in 1994, but I was crushing on Andy McDowell very hard back then. Everyone's like, oh, I love Kelly Kapowski. I love Cindy Crawford. I'm like, I like the woman actress in Groundhog's Day. Robert's in Annapolis. Robert.
Well, hey, voices, thanks for taking my call. I won't ask you how you're doing. You never disguise your feelings, so that's always a given. You've always been kind to me, said good things about my calls, but I got to tell you, this Pacers run has actually temporarily rekindled my interest in the NBA. It's really a great sports story, what they're doing. So I'm sorry.
I can't deny. I mean, I can't deny that. It is a great story. I just wish it was happening to a different team, I guess.
All right, you talk about what's fair. The Pacers have joined the NBA like 50 years ago. They've never won a championship. Maybe the goddess of fairness finally spun the wheel up there and said, hey, it's a Pacers time. Now, of course, Knicks could say the same thing because it's been over 50 years since they got to since they won a championship. But it was. Let me close out with this. Hopefully it won't get dropped. But a few weeks ago, you predicted, perhaps even guaranteed, that the Pacers would not get to the finals, would not represent the East in the finals. As contrition for that, would you possibly be willing to wear a Halliburton jersey if they do so?
I guaranteed they wouldn't make the East Finals.
Yes, when you early on when they were won a few games in the first series, you were saying they're not going to get all the way to the finals. I forget what the phrasing was, but should they do that, would you punish yourself by wearing a Halliburton jersey on the show when they enter the finals?
How about, since this is an audio platform, how about I say I am and don't really have to? Good.
All right. Well, you always make these things like, I'll cut off my right arm if this happens. Or what was the caller the other day? The announcer said,
yeah, I'm trying to get out of that. But, when you're in this job, you just you can't start self-threatening your body parts if a team loses. I don't know what it is.
And by the way, sad to hear about the Irsay passing, but you mentioned, can I live beyond 65? Keep in mind, he abused himself with alcohol and drugs. So hopefully you don't do the same. You're going to live a long time, my friend, and we'll be listening as you go on with your show. Thank you for taking my call.
Could you imagine, Robert, thanks for the call, if, I had, a heart attack because a sports team I didn't like won a game? That's where we're headed. I take off. I wear a Fitbit, but I take it off during the show because I like to count my steps, but when I move my arms while I'm speaking, the Fitbit is so stupid that it thinks I'm walking. But I wish I was wearing it because I would have liked to know what my heartbeat got up to when that shot went in. I would have liked to know. I'll make an effort to put those on. Then again, I don't know what the average heart rate should be, so if I say it's one thing, I'm like, oh, was that anything? I don't know. 888-710-4ISN, 888-710-4476. We'll hear more from you when we return. But we got an update, and it's from Marco Belletti.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
Wow, Bart, the Pacers seem buried down 14 with under 3 minutes remaining, but Aaron Nesmith came to life.
Ball comes in. Shepard does give it to Halliburton. Halliburton will drive it into the forecourt. Across the timeline, left edge. Nesmith's been unconscious. This time is three from the left edge. Cuts the New York lead down to 2.
Wow.
And now New York will spend its final timeout. Wow.
Aaron Nesmith had 30 points, 20 of them in the fourth quarter with 6 threes. Tyrese Halliburton a long 2 to send the game to OT, where the Pacers outlast the Knicks 138-135 in overtime. Called courtesy of the Pacers Radio Network. Halliburton finished with 31 points and 11 assists. Pascal Siakam added 17. Knicks led by as many as 17 in the fourth. Jalen Brunson 43, but 7 of the team's 15 turnovers. Karl-Anthony Towns 35 as Indiana takes game 1 on the road, leaving Knicks head coach Tom Thibodeau to scratch his head.
Yeah, the turnovers were costly, so and then they converted them into easy buckets, so that sort of fueled their offense. That's what got them going again.
Meanwhile, no real surprise, but official, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander took home the NBA MVP award. He led the Thunder to a league by 68 wins, along with taking home the scoring title, 32.7 points per. He got 71 out of 100 first-place votes. Nikola Jokic finished the distant second. Hockey, the Stars lit the lamp 5 times in the third, 3 of them on the power play, including your go-ahead from Matt Duchene as they doubled up Edmonton 6-3 to take game 1. Colts owner and CEO Jim Irsay has died. Irsay has been in charge since 1997. He oversaw a Super Bowl title in 2006. Irsay was 65. Tush push here to stay, at least for now. Petition to get to play banned fell short by 2 votes. Baseball, only 1 game still going. That's in the top of the 8th inning with the Angels in front of the A's 6-5. Everything else done is the Dodgers handle the D-backs 3-1. Yankees walked it off with the Rangers 4-3, courtesy of a Jason Dominguez walk-off solo shot. Phillies overpowered the Rockies 9-5. Cubs doubled the Marlins 2-1. Kyle Tucker went deep. Blue Jays rolled the Padres 14-0. Mets too much for the Red Sox 5-1. Rays 8, Astros 4. Pirates handled the Reds 3-1. Orioles outlast the Brewers 8-4-11. Tigers doubled the Cardinals 5-1. Mariners 6, White Sox 5. Royals erased the Giants 8-4. The Guardians took out the Twins 5-1. Minnesota won the resume game 6-5. I'm Marco Belletti.
now returns. Here's Bart.
It is the Bart Winkler Show. I am Bart Winkler, chatting with you on the history that you continue to see each and every series when the Indiana Pacers are involved. A couple of stats been throwing out. The Knicks were up by 14 with 2:45 to go in the fourth quarter. When teams have been up by at least 14 with 2:45 to go in the fourth quarter since they started keeping this stat in 1997, a team like the Knicks would be 994-0. So this is the first time a team has ever closed that deficit to win a game. Furthermore, the Pacers still down by 9 in the final minute of the fourth quarter. When that has happened, teams were 0 and 1,414 since 1998. Well, they're now 1. The Pacers are the 1 in 1,414. Williams says if the Pacers were the Bucks, or insert team here in the way they never give up and keep fighting. I'm not a Pacers. I think that was I'm not a Pacers fan either, but they never give up or stop fighting. I will vehemently discuss that I don't like this, but I also don't think that it's a fluke. You saw the way the Pacers played in overtime. They made the Knicks look like they didn't know how to basketball. They absolutely should get credit for everything they're doing. The comebacks, the team aspect, the defense, the coaching, Halliburton. The biggest issue that I continue to have with them is they act a certain way when they win, and they act a certain way when they lose. And not like, I'm happy we won, I'm sad we lost. But also, that choke thing, it's, that's why we love it, right? It's yeah. Perhaps, if it was not against the Bucks. But I really don't know I don't know that has anything to do with it anymore. I think I'm so far removed from that. Another team I talk about that I don't like is the 49ers. Is that even about the Packers anymore? I don't think it is. I cannot like teams. There's no way that you're going to like a team, have a hometown team, and then be neutral about everybody else. Even if you don't have a home team. If you're just some person that grew up liking no teams and just watched the NFL and gravitated towards none as like, I am a fan of, this is my favorite team, there will still be teams that you like and dislike. Maybe based on how they act, who plays there, if they're good or not. So I don't feel bad about that. The only thing I feel bad about is that I got close to, in hour number one, throwing a... I mean, I would... That we were getting into the tantrum zone. It could have been worse. I did spike my microphone away from my face at the end of the hour. But I've thrown bigger tantrums on the air. So we were getting close. If he would have made the shot, if Halliburton would have made that and that would have been a 3, I think tantrum comes out big time. No question. 888-710-4ISN. Mike is in Louisiana. Hello, Mike.
Oh, Bart, what a pleasure. I just wanted to try to console you. I thought you was taking this way too serious, Bart. They got at least 3 more games to go.
Yeah, it is just game 1. I guess I could be reminded of that. And it does make the excitement for game 2. You know, game 2 now, that where I said maybe the Timberwolves can go down 2-0 and still, you know, the series starts when a road team wins a game. Knicks got to win game 2 or they're going to be toast.
Well, for fun, you know, you could play the Elton John tune. I think they're going to win game 2. I'm still standing, you know. But I was listening while I was on hold, and I got to hear the coach's commentary. And I don't know if, like, Thibodeau was a guy like saying, oh, yeah, the turnovers hurt us, and Carlisle was kind of like saying, boy, NBA athletes are really amazing. But let's see, will the coaches make a difference the rest of the series, you think?
Yeah, well, they're going to have to. Mike, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. I mean, Rick Carlisle is going... He deserves more. I don't know where I thought he was going. But Rick Carlisle deserves a lot of attention and praise and his flowers, so to speak. Tom Thibodeau, there's a lot on the line for him. That's why the Bartometer that we will present for you on Thursday, and we will present it on Thursday because it is moving to Tuesdays. Our weekly segment is moving to Tuesdays, but we're keeping it on Thursdays until when's the big move coming? It's getting close, September 2nd. Who would benefit the most from a title? Whose legacy, who's standing in the league? And then we could talk players, we could talk owners, we could talk general managers, we could talk coaches. But who gets looked at in a different lens? And I think that a lot of the top 8 that the Bartometer will give us will be in this series on either side. Certainly there could be some on the other side. This is a tough one for the Bartometer. So we're going to try to figure that out tomorrow. 888-710-4ISN. Let's get to Brandon in Chicago. What's up?
What's good, B-Dub?
What's good? What's good?
AK, thanks for taking my call. Marco, man, my condolences. So sorry for the loss, man. But real quick, a movie from the 90s. I don't know if you've ever saw it. It's kind of a smaller movie. It's got Dan Aykroyd, Demi Moore, John Candy. It's Nothing But Trouble.
Every movie that can ever get mentioned, I've seen, but I don't have any recollection of it.
If you got time, just look it up. It's a really.
Although I'm not sure I've ever seen this one. No, this does not ring any bells to me.
Yeah, it's like a comedy horror, but yeah, Dan Aykroyd directed it. But rest in peace to George Wendt, super fan. Loved those SNL super fan skits. Just wanted to give a shout out to him. And the Pacers, man. I don't know if I ever told you this, but growing up as a kid, when I was like 12 years old, I went to a Bulls game with my pops, and we went to the Pacers games, and it was the game where Miller bowed to the crowd after he hit like a three with maybe like a second left, but then Kukoc came back and hit a three, game-ending three. So that was like the most satisfying moment of my life. But that's where my hatred for the Pacers started. And Halliburton's like that guy that talks all this crap when his friends are around, but then when you get him by himself, he's like totally different guy. That's how I think an analogy I think you're getting with why you dislike him and the Pacers so much. But I think how they're doing.
No, go ahead.
I think how they're doing this is, it is the coaching. I think Carlisle learned a lot from mistakes from last year, and I think he's got a little bit of that Mahomes magic thing going. You know what I mean? It's like coming down to the end of the game, and it's like, he's got a chance of doing it, and then it happens. You know what I mean? And it's I don't know. It's kind of hard to fathom. He's just kind of like a sneaky good kind of player. They play team basketball. I hate the Pacers, but I mean it is like intriguing to watch.
Yeah, Brandon, thanks for the call. I think I keep talking about why I don't. It's not about me. This could be a very likable team. What they're doing is historic. We should be rallying around this. I'm not the only one that feels this way. So let's not look at sports radio guy doesn't like the team that won. It must be a he problem. There's a lot of other people feeling the exact same way. This could be a very likable team. They have chose to be the heel. Even when they're in WWE, Tyrese Halliburton chooses to align himself with the heels. It's right there in front of you. How are the vibes around the studios in New York tonight, Carlos? I don't know who's buzzing around there.
Yeah, it's the late night effect. There's not that many people around here. I did talk to the producer for the WFAN New York affiliate, which is today Nikos Carlatos, who's also heard on these airwaves. He was like flabbergasted. He's like, I can't believe this just happened. So we talked about it a couple minutes before he's jumped on, but I am curious to hear what the radio is going to be like when on my drive home, because this is one of those days where I'm like, I am so glad my team is eliminated.
Pat Boyle's coming up in an hour.
Oh, Pat Boyle's going to lose it.